Chapter 70, The Peculiar, Sharp-Tongued, Flying Beast, 7 years old. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 70. The Peculiar, Sharp-Tongued, Flying Beast, 7 years old. As a result of saving Ivan's life, having given up on not attracting attention, Vandalyu was warmly welcomed back at the village's only store, the Jack.of.all. Trade store. "You saved my life, kid," said Ivan. "A little longer and I would have died a stupid death and not been able to show my second child my face. Now then, go ahead and eat, it's my treat. Don't go acting so high and mighty like treating him a meal is a big deal," said his wife. "Not at all. I was just starting to feel hungry," Vandalyu told them as he ate. He was eating rice porridge. It was something that had been made with long-grained rice similar to the indica rice of earth, edible plants, possibly for removing the peculiar smell of the rice, beans to increase the volume of the meal, and a little salt. It really wasn't a big deal. The taste came from the ingredients. In fact, there was no taste other than the taste of the ingredients. However, it was currently summer, the time of year just before rice would be harvested. That was probably why they could only offer this much. This 7th cultivation village was blessed for even being able to make rice porridge. "If I add the dried meat and dried fish in my luggage to this porridge, it would probably increase the salty flavor and taste quite good," Vandalyu thought, but he continued eating the rice porridge without putting this idea into practice. The concept of a smoked food apparently didn't exist in this world, so smoked dried meat and dried fish would become products of Talashim in the future. Thus, he had to keep them secret. Incidentally, the Jack.of.all. Trade store's bar space had no menu. The alcohol was unrefined sake that the shopkeeper had made himself, using millet as a base, while drinking snacks were roasted or cooked beans and, occasionally, vegetables. And the only meals available were what the storekeeper's family was eating. This was only natural, as the family made their food in large quantities and served it to their patrons. Vandalyu had wondered whether this really worked for business, but looking at it another way, the business wouldn't work in this village unless done this way. Each household was capable of making its own sake, and their ability to cook wasn't any different from the couple who ran the Jack.of.all. Trade store. Thus, the only guests who would pay money to eat and drink here were the soldiers, merchants and their escorts who passed through here as they took the highway to the slave-run mine, as well as Kasim's party. If they set up a system to be able to cook multiple different dishes, their costs would actually increase. As a result, Vandalyu was eating this rice porridge. "It's not very tasty, is it?" said the shopkeeper in a serious tone, seemingly aware of this. "That's not true," said Vandalyu. "Nah, it's fine. Since you saved Ivan's life, I'd like to give you something that tastes better to eat, but this is the best I can do with the rice we grow here." Oyaji-san, we agreed not to say that, didn't we? Still, it's true that the rice we grew in the Sauron Duchy tasted better. It didn't have the smell. Apparently, they had grown a type of rice similar to japonica rice * in the Sauron Duchy north of the Hartner Duchy, commonly known as Sauron rice. But climate and soil of the land of the Hartner Duchy that they had fled to wasn't suited to growing Sauron rice. With no other choice, they began growing the rice commonly cultivated in the Hartner Duchy, the indica rice, known as southern rice in the Orbom Kingdom. In other words, it's all the Empire's fault. Vandalyu came to the conclusion that it was the Empire's fault that he couldn't eat rice similar to the japonica rice that he was used to today. Yeah, it's all the God *MN Empire's fault. That's right, that's right. Everything was caused by the Empire. Since this was a cultivation village full of refugees who had been chased from their homelands by the Empire, they were unanimous in their agreement with Vandalyu's words. "Still, to think that you can use magic. It really surprised me. I thought you'd be a warrior or unarmed fighter for sure," said Kasim. He and his friends were eating the same rice porridge as Vandalyu. The priest of Alda nodded. "Yes, I was quite surprised to learn that you are so loved by Vida. The fact that you have appeared on this day on which Qasim's party and Ivan's lives were in danger is surely the will of the gods. Though we offer prayers to Alda and Vita, the gods who parted ways in the myths, let us take each other's hands and strive to do good deeds, he said, smiling at Vandeleur while placing his hand on his chest. His smile still appeared shallow to Vandeleur, but his words seemed honest. At the very least, he was much more like a clergyman than High Priest Gordon had been. It was possible that he was an unexpectedly virtuous person. "It makes me happy to hear you say that," said Vandeleur. "I'm not party of any ministry, though. Come to think of it, what's the Church of Vita in the Hartner Duchy like? I'll visit it once I get to the city. By the way, how is it that you are speaking so clearly while eating rice porridge?" the priest asked. "It's a special skill," Vandeleur replied. Vandeleur had used out-of-body experience to create a spirit-form face beneath his clothes, and he had been using its mouth to speak this whole time. "Ah, another helping, please," he requested. "You're still eating more." "I mean, it's fine, but that's already your third bowl," said the shopkeeper. "I was quite hungry. I'm sorry." Vandeleur was smaller and thinner than other children his age, but he ate an amount that was impossible to imagine considering his size. This was because the amount of energy he required was already more than double that of the average adult man. "First your strength and magic, and now even your appetite is like an adventurer's," Qasim remarked. Thin people with large appetites weren't rare among adventurers, as they had combat-related jobs and greater physical abilities than those with creation-related jobs. Qasim and his friends, who had attended the adventurer school, weren't as surprised as the shopkeeper. "Chief," shouted a man, rushing into the Jack-of-all trade store. "Kine from the nearby 5th cultivation village is here, looking for the priest. Sama. UWAH. He was suddenly thrust aside by another man who had also rushed inside, covered in scratches. "Priest. Sama," shouted the second man. He had certainly fallen over numerous times on his way here. "Come to our village. There's a disease, an epidemic at our village, and everyone is collapsing. Please, come quickly." "An epidemic," the shopkeeper repeated. "How could that be?" "But the sun has already set," said the priest. Heading for the 5th cultivation village from now would be, the road directly connected the 7th cultivation village and the 5th cultivation village was essentially an animal trail. It would take 4 hours on foot to travel this animal trail. And night was when wolves and monsters would be active. It didn't need to be said just how dangerous an unmaintained animal trail would be. It was possible to go to the highway to travel to the 5th cultivation village, but that would take an entire day. "Kine, let us leave first thing in the morning." "Please rest your body until then," said the priest. "How can you say that?" said Kine in protest. "Then everyone in the village, my wife, my daughter. Please understand, Kine. We cannot travel a dangerous road at night. The goblins have increased in numbers as of late, and if we are defeated before we reach the village, then it will be meaningless." "Ah, how? How?" Kine's shoulders fell as he began sobbing. There were some who raised their hands, moved by the ordinary man who had braved the dangers in order to come here for the sake of his friends in his village, his wife and his daughter. "All right, we'll be your escorts." "Well then, I'll take this Kine.san and fly there," said Vandeleur. There were people willing to help, but that didn't mean that all of them could go together. "The stars are beautiful, aren't they? Hi-yi. The moon looks amazing tonight." "No. The only ones capable of flying in the world of Lambda are a small portion of mages, wealthy people with expensive magic items, those who have tamed monsters capable of flying such as dragon knights, and members of Vita's races who have wings. Thus, to the average person, the idea of flying through the sky is nothing more than a dream or delusional thought." Kine was undergoing this precious experience. Vandeleur was using flight to head towards the 5th cultivation village, holding his luggage in his hands while carrying Kine on his back with a safety rope securely tied between them. But Kine was clinging to Vandeleur desperately and screaming in fear of falling, so it seemed that he didn't have the time to enjoy this precious experience. "By the way, it's fine if I just go straight, isn't it?" asked Vandeleur. "Yeah. There's a small swamp along the way, I think you can use that as a landmark," Kine shouted back. "We passed the swamp a little while earlier, so I think it should be fine if we keep going this way." Vandeleur and Kine were flying about 30 meters above the ground. Their speed was about that of a running horse at most, but it seemed that Kine was too terrified to even open his eyes. But then, since Kine didn't have the dark vision skill, his eyes wouldn't have been able to see anything even if they were open. "We've already passed the swamp?" Kine asked. "Yes. By the way, you're kind of strangling me," Vandeleur told him. The speed of Vandeleur's flight was fast compared to a person running, but the fact that he could ignore terrain and fly in a straight line towards his destination was a big reason for the amount of distance that they had traveled. They would probably reach the village within the next 10 minutes. He was expending a large amount of mana to fly like this, however. "Thanks to my automatic mana recovery skill, my mana expenditure and its recovery cancel each other out if it's just me and my luggage, but with Kine.San's body weight. I guess I still need more training. No, more importantly, let's ask him about the disease." "So, about the epidemic. Can you tell me what kind of disease it is one more time?" Vandeleur asked. Vandeleur was curious about the epidemic that Kine had spoken of. He had already heard the simple details, but he had thought that there was something very abnormal about it. "I mean, I came back from hunting and saw that everyone had collapsed," Kine explained. "They had fevers and nausea, they were struggling to stay conscious, and there were some guys coughing blood. Are there any healthy people other than you, Kine.San?" Vandeleur asked. "Other than me? If I'm not mistaken, Joseph.Jazan still looked alright. Also, the babies haven't become sick yet." "Who is this Joseph.San?" "He's an old lumberjack. He's had a terrible cold since yesterday, and he was apparently lying in bed until I got back. Right now, he's pushing himself to nurse everyone else in the village." "That person isn't sick with the epidemic." "Probably not. He has a fever and running nose, but it wasn't nausea and he wasn't coughing blood. That's why I asked him to look after the others. Even if he can move, I couldn't ask an old man to run to the next village, and the babies can't be left alone for half a day, even if they're not sick." In other words, excluding Kine.San who had left to go hunting and wasn't in the village, everyone there collapsed in illness, showing the same symptoms, other than the old man who had been sleeping in the babies. And Kine.San is healthy. From the moment Kine had barged into the Jack.of.all.trade store, Vandeleur hadn't seen the shadow of death in him. It was difficult to imagine that he was infected with a dangerous epidemic. Just in case, Vandeleur had used spirit form surreptitiously to examine Kine's body while he was clinging to Vandeleur in panic, but he was healthy. It seemed that he would live far longer than Ivan. After hearing the word epidemic, Vandeleur had used sterilization to kill all of the harmful bacterial and viruses in the 7th cultivation village before leaving just in case, but, wasn't this a case of poisoning rather than disease? But this would explain things if only 1 or 2 people had fallen ill. What methods could have been used to poison the entire village? And what was the motive to do so in the first place? "Was anything different today?" asked Vandeleur. "No, today was normal," replied Kine. "The only thing was that today was the day that the traveling merchant came." "Traveling merchant?" Vandeleur repeated. "Yeah, he's a respectable fellow whose store shut down, and now he's doing his best to make his way back up as a traveling merchant," said Kine. "Either way, it's helpful that he comes to a small village like ours that's far from the highway, but come to think of it, he wasn't at the village. I hope he hasn't collapsed after he left. That person is probably the culprit." "Well, the motive is still unclear, though. But saving people came before solving mysteries. Could that be the village?" "Vandeleur, who possessed the dark vision skill that let him see through the night's darkness like it was the middle of the day, saw a number of wooden houses that had been built on open land. "It probably is," said Kine. "Please, the sick people are." "Well then, I'll cure them all at once from here," said Vandeleur. The village is from here to there." "Well, I guess it'll be fine if I use 3,000 or so. Detoxification, disinfect." What appeared to be waves of black mist spread across the village. "Honey! You were alive. Daddy! I'm so glad. You're cured, I'm so glad." The sight before Vandeleur gave him a small sense of déjà vu, but this happy, emotionally moving scene between Kine and his family was happening all over the village. The villagers' pain, fevers and nausea that had come without warning vanished completely, and their hazy minds became clear. At the same time, Kine's family had been cured of the disease as well. As they celebrated, they heard voices outside. People came to find Kine, illuminated by a blue-white flame. At first, the villagers had thought that Kine's ghost had created a miracle for them, but once this misunderstanding was cleared up, things turned into a whirlpool of emotions. "Phew, what a relief," said Vandeleur. Using flight while holding, or being held by, an adult man had consumed a large amount of mana. It was an inefficient spell to begin with, so it couldn't be helped. He had spent 70 million mana. And since it was late in the night, he was sleepy. As a healthy child, he wanted to go to sleep soon, but would he have to return to the 7th cultivation village first? For now, Vandeleur decided to make lemurs and have them search for the culprit, the traveling merchant, who had disappeared. He wasn't familiar with the geography of this area, so there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to find the culprit if the culprit had taken a side road away from the highway, though. Vandeleur was under the assumption that the traveling merchant was the culprit, but as the villagers had been recovered after the use of detoxification, it was certain that their illness hadn't been caused by a disease. And since the traveling merchant himself wasn't here, the circumstantial evidence was perfect. "Ah, everyone! The poison has disappeared, but your strength hasn't recovered, so don't get too excited. Please get some rest." "Honey, who is this child?" Kine's wife asked. "This child cured the disease for you guys, he's the one who saved the village." Thank you, thank you." Kine held Vandeleur in the air, his face drenched with tears and mucus. Vandeleur had carelessly let the word poison slip, but it seemed that nobody had noticed it. "What did you say?" "Oh, this is the savior of the village. It's a familiar spirit. Sama. Al. That should be Vita," said Vandeleur. The villager was about to say something extremely uncomfortable, so he had to at least firmly deny this one thing. "Vita, the goddess Vita's familiar spirit. No, you should be resting instead of doing this." Vandeleur returned to his senses, but the villagers were all over him. "Don't blame me if I can't move my body tomorrow. I suppose I'll be staying here tonight," he whispered to himself. The lemur's search failed and the traveling merchant got away. If there had been casualties, Vandeleur might have been able to find him. But because of Kine's efforts and Vandeleur's treatment, none of the villagers had died, so he had no clues. According to the villagers, the traveling merchant apparently followed a religion of a god that they had never heard of before, that they weren't even sure existed, and it was a national holiday for followers of that religion. He had treated everyone by giving them tea that he had prepared himself and confectionery. The confectionery that Kine's wife and child had saved for him for when he got back from hunting had contained poison. This was certainly the source of the illness. It seemed that the traveling merchant had told them that the confectionery would go bad quickly and should be immediately eaten by those already present, but now, evidence had been left behind. Well, Vandeleur had erased the poison with his spell, so he wasn't sure if it would be accepted as evidence. It was difficult to imagine that there would be anyone who could detect the traces of the poison that Vandeleur had erased with death. Attribute magic. It was difficult to imagine that a traveling merchant who would do something like this would be formally registered at the Commerce Guild, too. Well, there was a chance that he had assumed that all of the villagers were dead and was now foolishly heading to the nearest town. After comforting the villagers who were shocked to learn that they had been betrayed by the traveling merchant they had trusted, Vandalyu had stayed the night and left lemurs behind to keep watch. And as for what he was doing now, he was flying through the sky while singing in a flat pitch. He was going around to see if yesterday's traveling merchant was trying to do something in the other cultivation villages. Of course, he could have ignored the merchant and prioritized his goal of registering at the Adventurers Guild, but if there were other villages where people had been poisoned like the 5th cultivation village and all of the villagers were on the verge of death, he would have an uneasy conscience. They do say that even chance meetings are due to fate, and that good you do to others is good that you do to yourself. Vandalyu felt uncomfortable receiving money as a reward, so he had decided to have the villagers create a shrine for Vita in the village. Though it was a shrine, like the shrine for Alda, it was just a large stone with a holy symbol, a heart, in Vita's case, carved on it and a simple roof built over it. But because it was so simple, it was something that Vandalyu could easily ask for. He was being treated more and more like an incarnation of Vita's familiar spirit as a result, but he didn't really mind. Hated. Oh. Vandalyu was currently on the way to the 6th cultivation village when he noticed that there were several dozen silhouettes on the ground. When he looked closely, he saw a group of men wearing worn-out leather armor with a grimy air about them, proceeding along the animal trail that led to the 6th cultivation village. He took out and checked the map that Kine had drawn for him on some tree bark. There was no mistake. He called the spirits that were floating around behind them and listened to them. These men were apparently bandits. He asked numerous spirits the same question and they all gave him the same answer. It seemed that these men really were bandits. It was time to get rid of them. "Listen up, you bastards," said the man who appeared to be the leader of the bandits. "Once we get to the village, kill all the men, and once you have your fun with them women, kill them as well. But the good-looking ones who look like they can sell, don't you put one scratch on them. You good with that?" "No, I'm not." "What? You bastard, you're going against. Who is this brat?" The bandit leader turned around to see Vandalyu there, floating silently in the air. "Boss, this thing is a monster. Suddenly coming down from above. It's definitely a ghost or something." "No," said Vandalyu in response to the frightened bandits. "I'm just a flying 7-year-old child who happened to be passing by. In this world, normal 7-year-old children do not fly. TCH, he's underestimating us. Kine *, use your superhuman strength to dispose of this thing," the leader ordered. A skinhead with the best physique among the bandits stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Boss, can I play with it a little before I kill it?" he asked. "Still into kids, huh?" "Do what you want," said the leader. "Hi-he, I've got permission." Kine screamed in delight, his eyes gleaming in anticipation as he swung his war hammer in an intimidating manner. "Boss, aren't we supposed to be attacking the village?" another bandit asked. "It's not a problem," replied the leader. "Kine's definitely gonna break that kid quickly." "I suppose you're right." "Oi, kid, if you stay still, I'll just smash your arms and legs and then play around with you a little," said Kine. "But if you resist, I'll smash your arms and legs and then turn you into my toy." "Wow, it's an idiot," Vandalyu said in exasperation. "What?" screamed Kine. "Being called an idiot is the thing I hate the most. Don't you know that?" "There's no way I could know that, is there? Damn it. You're making me out to be an idiot." Turning red with anger, now resembling a boiled octopus, the bandit Kine thrust his war-hammer towards Vandalyu. "One swing from this war-hammer is enough to deal with kids like you. I mean, if you were facing anyone who could withstand more than one blow, you wouldn't be able to do anything, would you? From the looks of it, you're just relying on pure strength as you swing it. Your movements are those of a person who doesn't have the club technique skill." Instead of voicing all of these retorts, Vandalyu stuck out his tongue. This tongue is enough to deal with small fry like you. UBR. Before Kine could finish screaming his words, Vandalyu's cheeks puffed out. Now that he did this, he could be considered quite cute despite his expressionless face. But his cheeks returned to normal as he blew something out of his mouth with a small spitting sound. Kine stiffened and then toppled backwards like a rotten tree. His left eyeball had turned into a red puddle of blood, no longer a bloodshot eye with a pupil. Kine. What's wrong? As the bandits stood there dumbfounded, a soft, red, snake-like thing emerged from Kine's left eye. Hi! Right before the terrified bandits' eyes, the red snake slithered out of Kine's eye socket with blood dripping from it, and then rose into the air, straight into Vandalyu's mouth. This is an original martial skill, Sharp Tongue, said Vandalyu. It seems to be quite powerful if I fire it while secreting deadly poison. I suppose its flaw is that if I don't retract my tongue or grow another one, I can't talk. It was a martial skill of the unarmed fighting technique skill where he used the effects of venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, skill, spirit form transformation on the root of his tongue to separate his tongue from his body and the long-distance control skill to fire it as a projectile. Of course, the only person capable of coming up with and using such a martial skill was Vandalyu. Well, I suppose I can use it if I keep it as my last resort, he said to himself. What the hell are you? Now that the only kind left is the kind that's a good-willed hunter, I'll dispose of the rest normally, Vandalyu decided. Run. This kid is really a mons. What the, my legs won't move. My legs are shaking too. Why won't they move? Vandalyu glided towards the bandits as they struggled desperately. The claws at the tips of his small fingertips were more than enough to slit their throats. I just spread some poison, Vandalyu told them. Didn't you notice that I'd called out to you from upwind? Now then, you'll answer my questions, won't you? Though I'll ask you one more time after killing you anyway. Chapter 71, If there's nothing to eat, you can eat goblins, can't you? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 71. If there's nothing to eat, you can eat goblins, can't you? I don't know. I really don't know, the bandit leader whispered with the eyes of a dead fish, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Vandalyu gave a small groan. You really don't know? Considering that, your timing is quite strange, isn't it? The day after the traveling merchant's attempt to poison the villagers, bandits had tried to attack another cultivation village. It was too strange to be a coincidence. But none of the bandit leader's subordinates had any information that could be clues either. The bandits had apparently been moving territories, bought the locations of the cultivation villages for cheap from the information broker in the closest town to this place, a town called Niarki. They had learned that the villages were easy to attack as there were no adventurers in any of the villages other than the 7th cultivation village, so they had come out here. The information broker that had information on the internal affairs of the cultivation villages that only a small portion of people ever traveled to, such as the traveling merchant in question, seemed suspicious. But nobody had known the bandits' names, and their faces had been concealed by cloths below the eyes. With this, there would be no way to chase the bandits. I suppose I'll try pouring a little more, just in case, said Vandalyu. Stop, please, if you've ever stopped killing, raping and selling innocent people, I'll take that into consideration. So, have you ever quit? Vandalyu asked. No, that's what I thought. Vandalyu placed his claws, which had a liquid dripping from their tips, into the gaping mouth of the bandit leader. The fluid being secreted by the claws dripped out. That fluid was what is commonly referred to as truth serum, secreted through the venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, skill. The venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, skill that he had acquired with the venom fist user job was a skill that allowed venom secretion, just as its name suggested, but unlike the ghoul's skill, the poison he could secrete wasn't limited to paralyzing venom. Before acquiring the Venom Fist user job, Vandalyo had the idea that he might be able to handle poisons and drugs better, so he tested this idea after acquiring the job. He found that toxicity of the venom he created was weaker than the poison he created using death attribute magic, but he gained the ability to secrete toxic drugs with various effects from his claws, fangs and tongue. And so Vandalyo had become a living pharmacy who could create truth serum, antiseptic solution, anesthesia, digestive medicine, sunscreen, eye drops and even vitamin pills. But it did have the flaw of using the nutrients in Vandalyo's body rather than mana, so he couldn't use it consecutively like magic. One more time, Vandalyo asked the bandit leader the questions he had already asked, but before he could answer, the bandit leader began convulsing and then died. So, what's the answer to the question I just asked? Vandalyo asked the bandit leader's spirit, as if nothing had happened. I don't know. I really don't know. Not discouraged by the fact that the answer hadn't changed, Vandalyo grabbed the corpse of the recently deceased bandit leader's corpse and bit into its neck. And then he used bloodsucking. He was also sucking up the truth serum components remaining in the bandit leader's body, but with his status effect resistance skill, these would have no effects on him at all. Phew, I've been hungry for animal protein since yesterday, so that was perfect. Now then, he quickly searched the bandits' pockets, took their money and collected their weapons while he was at it. He then threw their corpses into a hole he had created with golem transmutation and used decomposition to make their bodies decay into bleached skeletons before burying them. All done. Vandalyo used flight once more to head towards the 6th cultivation village. There didn't seem to be anything unusual happening at the village. The villagers gathered in surprise to the white-haired damper that had descended from the sky. Vandalyo heard what they had to say and decided to perform some medical treatment on some of them before heading towards the next village. Please wait, familiar spirit. Sama. I cannot let you go without thanking you for healing my father's eye. No, it wasn't a big deal, you know. Vandalyo told the villager. All he had done was perform a simple surgery with spirit form transformation, secrete eye drops and create a small bottle to contain them with golem transmutation. Thank you for healing my son's burns. Thanks to you, my son's fingers, his fingers. All he had done was perform a simple surgery with spirit form transmutation and fuse with him to heal the burned fingers back to normal with rapid healing. Well, in this village without a doctor, village without a healing mage, it was probably a big deal. But Vandalyo still felt awkward about receiving payment. This cultivation village seemed poorer than the 7th cultivation village and even poorer than the 5th cultivation village. Well then, please build a shrine to Vita when you're not busy with work. Carving a stone with her holy symbol and building a simple roof over it is enough, Vandalyo told the villagers. And then he headed for the next cultivation village. The level of the surgery skill has increased. Though the next village was poor, it was a good village where the villagers spent every day working as hard as they could. Bugijujia. Bufu. Bujijijiji. Or at least, it had been until 3 orcs broke down the crude wooden walls surrounding the village and made their way inside. Run, it's orcs. Hi. The villagers ran for their lives. Orcs, a familiar enemy for adventurers, were great threats for poor villagers who were former refugees. If it was only one orc, perhaps the hunters and village's young men would be able to surround it and somehow chase it away, but with 3 of them together, there was nothing to be done. If all of the men in the village attacked them together, it might be possible for them to send them back, but including the farmlands, the village was quite large. It was impossible to swiftly gather all of the men from all over the village, arm them with farming tools for weapons and have them attack these orcs who had appeared without warning. The orcs casually lumbered through the village, looking around at the fleeing villagers as if evaluating them. Kaya. Right in front of them, a young girl fell down. It seemed that it would take her another year or 2 to reach adulthood, but she was plenty old enough to satisfy the orcs' twisted lust. Bufufu. The 3 orcs all scrambled towards her. Beth. I'm coming. A beast-person boy of the same age as the girl, with the ears and tail of a wolf, ran towards her with a hoe in his hands. Morris. It's too late, you can't help me. You have to run, the girl shouted. No way. I'm not going to hand you over to those orcs, Beth. The boy had broken free of the grip of the male wolf beast-person who appeared to be his father in order to run to his childhood friend, who was probably the girl that he loved. Morris, you can't come here. Beth was also trying to stop him. She knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat orcs. Of course, Morris knew this as well. If a child like him could defeat orcs with a hoe, adventurers wouldn't have trouble against them. He would certainly be beaten to death by the orcs' clubs, only delaying Beth's violation by a few seconds. But even so, Morris couldn't stop himself from taking these actions. You guys, your opponent is me. Seeing a boy raising a hoe to face them, the orcs welcomed him with a derisive laugh. Right next to the female was a young male who looked like he had tender meat. Bull-ho-ho. An orcs raised its club, looking to quickly kill the boy and turn him into meat. You. Morris's hoe was repelled by the surface of the orc's body, failing to pierce its thick fat and the muscle beneath it. Despair appeared on Morris's face. Suddenly, blood sprayed through the air. Thinking that this was Morris's blood, Beth shut her eyes. Morris himself thought that he had died. That's one. Next, heavy fist. But the villagers saw what had happened. A white child had descended from the sky at an incredible speed and burst the orc's head with a single attack. Boogie. An unarmed fighting technique, martial skill that was easy to avoid, yet had the power to make up for this weakness, struck the second orc's head and killed it. Bugo. The third orc regained its senses and raised its club, but in the eyes of Vandalyu, who had completed training with Braga and the other black goblins, this movement was far too slow. Vandalyu's claws pierced the orc cleanly, administering more than a lethal dose of neurotoxin. The orc convulsed several times before collapsing as its knees gave out. Huh. And then Vandalyu turned around to speak to the boy who was staring at him blankly. That was questionably reckless, but people can be taken over by their emotions, so I can understand your actions. I have memories of doing such things, too. What I'm trying to say is, I'm glad I could save you, yeah, thanks. Morris instinctively thanked the blood-soaked, smoothly speaking boy floating in the air with his arm bent at an odd angle. So, please don't be scared of me. Vandalyu still had no confidence in his luck with interacting with people. He was anxious that even though he had saved people who were being attacked, they would scream and think he was just another monster. Your arm, as Morris pointed out Vandalyu's arm, which had broken after being unable to endure the speed of his descent and the attacks that he had beaten the orcs to death with. Vandalyu used his other arm to casually straighten it and used spirit form transformation on the parts that were concealed beneath his clothes. He rearranged his bones and blood vessels into their correct positions so that they would heal quickly. It's fixed, said Vandalyu. It is, said Beth. Her eyes were open wide in surprise as well. More importantly, won't you take the orcs apart? With 3 of them, all of the villagers would be able to eat until they're full. Vandalyu's words caused both Beth and Morris to regain their senses completely. Though Morris and Beth being nearby was one reason, Vandalyu had avoided using magic in order to kill the orcs in a way that their meat could be used afterwards. It would have been a waste if they couldn't be eaten. When Vandalyu asked the orc spirits why they had attacked the village, they replied that their boss had told them to go on a rampage and do what they wanted in this village. So, what happened to that boss? Vandalyu asked. He sent us here and then went somewhere. The boss is an orc. No, a human. Do you know his name and what his face looks like? He called himself, Boss. His face, his nose looked like a human's. His ears weren't pointed. He was blacker than you. He didn't have horns or wings. Turning into spirits hadn't made the orcs any smarter, so this was all they knew. From this information, Vandeleur figured that it was probably a human tamer who had sent these 3 orcs to this cultivation village for some reason. He sent lemurs to look for signs of any suspicious people in the vicinity, but they didn't find anything. Isn't there some place that sells information about the terrain? Vandeleur wondered as he dismantled an orc's body with his claws. Vandeleur didn't have the dismantling skill, a skill that most adventurers who worked alone would possess. However, he had the cooking and surgery skills instead, so he could accomplish more or less the same thing as with the dismantling skill. Finishing the dismantling of his orc faster than any of the villagers, he decided to start cooking with the organs that would rot the fastest. But apparently water had been in rather short supply of late, so the villagers had told him that he couldn't use large amounts of water to cook. That would make preparation of the organs impossible. But he didn't want to see the villagers seeing him use death attribute magic or the golem transmutation skill. That was why Vandeleur went to the back of the house, away from the eyes of the villagers, and used golem transmutation to dig a well. He searched the ground without body experience and found a cave with a source of underground water at a depth that would be difficult to dig by hand. He made earth golems and rock golems using the earth between the ground surface and the underground water and made the golems move into the cave to get to the water. And once Vandeleur had solidified the inner surface of the hole with rock golems, the well was complete. Of course, he hadn't checked whether the underground water was suitable to drink yet. There's a well in a place like this. Acting like a child playing detective, Vandeleur led the villagers to the well. That's impossible, there's no way there would be a well. It's a well. There's a well. What? How could this? What about the water? How's the water? The villagers rushed in. Vandeleur took the water he had already drawn and returned to cooking. And then he carefully prepared the organs. No matter how much I use sterilization and disinfect, it's not like the contents of the organs physically disappear. People wouldn't want to eat the organs of an orc, even if they were harmless to the body. The same applied for Vandeleur. Thank you very much, familiar spirit. Sama. Not only have you saved my sons, but you have given us such an abundant well. How could we ever thank you for this? Thanks to you, this village can prosper for many years, many decades to come. Thank you, thank you. Incidentally, as to be expected, the villagers had realized that the well had been created by Vandeleur. But then, Vandeleur hadn't expected that he would be able to fool them completely anyway. What was important was that the villagers didn't know that he was using unknown magic and skills. Earth attribute magic and water attribute magic alone would be sufficient to dig a well. I'm in the middle of cooking. Creating a shrine to Vita would be more than enough repayment, Vandeleur told them. Understood. We shall build a church once the village is prospering. No, a shrine is enough. The village's water shortage had been more severe than Vandeleur had expected. Apparently they would have had to think about abandoning the village within the next few years if the situation hadn't improved. So, Vandeleur. Where are you headed now? The last village, the second cultivation village. Vandeleur was using flight to travel while talking to Eleonora and the others through the communication magic item, the shrunken goblin head. Pardon me for asking, but why are you helping the cultivation villages, Vandeleur. Eleonora asked. Your objective is to register at the Adventurers Guild, isn't it? She seemed to be unable to understand why Vandeleur was going around helping the cultivation villages. Don't say that, said Zran. Helping people is a good thing, isn't it? You're doing great, King, said Braga. By the way, my encounter. If you stand out too much, you will be noticed by the vampires who worship Hiryashukika, said Eleonora. I think you shouldn't do anything unnecessary. Zran had always thought favorably of the people in the Hartner Duchy that had done trade with Talashim. To be more precise, the people of the cultivation villages were originally refugees from the Sauron Duchy, but he didn't seem to be interested in making this distinction. But Eleonora was advocating that Vandeleur should quickly register at the Adventurers Guild. Vandeleur shouldn't endanger himself to help people who weren't even citizens of Talashim at no benefit to himself. This was an extremely sensible viewpoint. In fact, most people passing by would think, oh my, how troublesome, and then be on their way. Of course, mages capable of using healing magic might have saved Ivan in the 7th cultivation village. But would a mere passer-by with no obligations to do anything, who wasn't even an adventurer, have gone to the 5th cultivation village afterwards? And would they have thought about going around to the other cultivation villages after that? The reality was that Vandeleur gained nothing of use from helping the people of the cultivation villages. He gained the thanks and respect of the poor people, lodging and meals at crude inns, and verbal promises that shrines would be built in Vita's name. None of these contributed towards the accomplishments of his goals at all. Registration as an adventurer could be done without getting involved with the people of the cultivation villages, and his registration wouldn't be rejected because he hadn't helped the people before registering. Popularity among the lowest commoners wasn't really taken into account for people becoming noblemen, so not having such popularity wouldn't be a problem at all. Helping the people wouldn't be of any help for resurrecting Darcia or getting revenge on Heinz and the others either. That was why Eleonora thought that rather than gaining anything in return, he was actually simply increasing the chances of being noticed by enemies, the vampires who worshipped evil gods. That's true, but if I am able to help them, it's better to help them, isn't it? When Vandeleur was asked to explain it, this was what it came down to. It said that the good you do to others is good that you do to yourself. If I do good deeds like this, I'm sure it will come back to me and good things will happen for me as well. Is that how it is? For Eleonora, with her sense of values and previous experiences, Vandeleur's reasoning could be said to be the reasoning of a foolish, soft-hearted person. But Vandeleur was firm in his response. That's how it is. He believed in the unsightliness, foolishness, evil intentions and wickedness of people. He even thought that these were what made people people, and he couldn't deny that he had these qualities as well. However, unsightliness had a counterpart in beauty, foolishness in wisdom, evil intentions in good intentions, wickedness in virtue. These concepts came into existence because their counterparts also existed. If the entire world was unsightly, foolish, filled with evil intentions and wicked, words to describe these wouldn't exist. All of these negative qualities could simply be described as normal, ordinary, common, and average. That was why people having beauty, wisdom, good intentions and virtue was a fact that could not be doubted. Therefore, it could also be said that Vandeleur believed in the beauty, wisdom, good intentions and virtue of people as well. I don't intend to say that it's the responsibility of people with power, or anything like that. I dislike that way of thinking as well. All I want is to become happy, so I'm simply making others a little happier as well. But what about the vampires? After hearing all of this, Eleonora interpreted Vandeleur's way of thinking, the idea that, if everyone is smiling, that will make you smile as well, that a young child might be taught, was something that would only be applied to those other than enemies. If that was the case, she would be able to understand to some extent. She would still think of Vandeleur as soft-hearted, but she herself had originally been an assassin sent to kill Vandeleur. She was only alive and present here because of that soft-hearted way of thinking. Even so, Eleonora expressed that she would still like Vandeleur to think more about the danger of being noticed by the vampires, but Vandeleur gave her a carefree response. It's still all right. Even Gubaman and the others who worship Hiryashukika, the most influential vampires in this continent, wouldn't have the organizational capability to have informants in recently constructed cultivation villages. It will be a while before traveling merchants start coming to these villages, and even longer before news of me reaches the towns. Then I suppose that's fine, but, then should we come close to those cultivation villages as well? Asked Sran. Please make sure you aren't seen by the people of the village, said Vandeleur. King, my love. Also, make sure you ask about our descendants in Levia. Sama if you can, Sran reminded Vandeleur. Okay. But I don't think the people in the villages would know anything about them. When Vandalyu arrived in the final village, the second cultivation village, there was no traveling merchant trying to poison the villagers, bandits trying to sneak inside, orcs sent by a tamer or anything of the sort. However, instead of a sudden crisis, a long-term crisis had apparently been ongoing for a long time. The first year was good, but the amount of rice we harvest has been decreasing year after year. We have been improving the land and such, but at this rate, not only will we be unable to pay taxes in 3 years' time, but we may even have people die of starvation in this year's winter. O familiar spirit. Sama of Alda, please save this village. Following the lead of the dwarf chief of the village, the masses of villagers lowered their heads towards Vandalyu. Was it really appropriate that they had begun treating him like a familiar spirit right away simply because he had descended from the sky just as they were offering prayers for an abundant harvest? Well, I'll do what I can, but also, I'm a damper who believes in Veda. I'm not a familiar spirit of Alda, Vandalyu told them. Like the other cultivation villages that Vandalyu had visited, there were only shrines to Alda in the second cultivation village. Had that priest of Alda in the 7th cultivation village been particularly zealous with his missionary work? Leaving that aside, with the problem simply being a poor harvest, the things that Vandalyu could do were limited. First, he went to have a look at the fields. Incidentally, the fields were unflooded, dry field star. Having a rough look with the knowledge and instincts from his farming skill, the rice plants did indeed look weak to Vandalyu. There was plenty of water, and the plants didn't look like they were affected by disease. As Vandalyu went to lick the soil and examine the soil's composition by taste, there was a weak reaction from his danger sense. Death spell. Could it be poison? Vandalyu wondered. Disinfect. The reaction disappeared from the soil immediately. It seemed that there were substances harmful to the body present in the dirt. The detoxification spell worked on the rice plants, so it seemed that this really was the cause of the poor harvest. But why is there poison in the soil? This was strange. The soil of this village seemed to be the same as the soil of the other cultivation villages. If the poison had mixed into the water used to irrigate the fields, danger sense. Death would have reacted to the irrigation channels as well. Have you been using a special fertilizer? Vandalyu asked, but everyone, including the village chief, shook their heads. We're using compost made from plant and wood ash and human waste. But the other cultivation villages should be doing the same, said the chief. Oyaji, there was one time where the gentleman from the Knight's Order came to train and brought some insecticide for us as well, wasn't there? Said his son. Now that you mention it, you are right. That was the Knight's Order led by the Duke's eldest son, Prince Lucas, was it not? But he apparently delivered the same insecticide to the other cultivation villages. The conversation between the dwarf village chief and his son, who couldn't be told apart other than by whether their hair and beards were black or white, didn't make anything clear. Well, the insecticide was suspicious no matter how Vandalyu thought about it, but he couldn't think of a reason for the Knight's Order spreading poison only on the fields of this cultivation village. As long as there weren't any strange familial conflicts happening, anyway. If I recall, the cultivation project was started by the second son, Belton, and the leader of the Knight's Order is the oldest son, Lucas. The traveling merchant, the bandits, the tamer and this village's fields. I have a bad feeling about this. Even if there was a familial conflict, why were there conspiracies targeting poor people like these on the edge of the region? It would be better off if they would just have bloody conflicts between family members in their own castles and mansions. For now, I've erased the poison in the soil of the fields and the rice plants, Vandalyu told the villagers. He might have erased the evidence as well, but the culprit would likely have the backing of an influential person, so it would probably be pointless to preserve the evidence anyway. The villagers cheered, but Vandalyu questioned whether this was really a great achievement. Even with the poison erased, if there was a poor harvest due to cold weather, pests or disease, there would be no change to the fact that people would die of starvation in the winter. Wasn't there some way to improve the food situation of the village? If he spread his mana into the fields, the beans planted in the ridges between the rice fields might turn into monster plants, so some other method. As Vandalyu thought about it, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps because there had been a goblin king, there were more goblins near the village than usual. And if he looked for gabubu grass, he could quickly obtain some. Now then, everyone, I'll teach you a way to make goblins not taste terrible, so you can use them as food in emergencies, he announced. He would create the emergency rations of ghouls, gobu.gobu. Chapter 72, The Man Who Wants a Fourth Time. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 72. The Man Who Wants a Fourth Time. One person, to start things off, whispered Rodcourt, who had been watching events in Origin. Keidu Kanata had died. With his death, unrest had begun to stir among the reincarnated individuals gathered under Amamiya Hiroto's leadership. It was likely that some would begin to leave his organization soon. And soon, at least a dozen of them, perhaps even up to half of them, would lose their lives. Rodcourt had taken a lot of things into consideration so that they wouldn't die easily, but he hadn't made them invincible or immortal. There could be incidents where they would die at each other's hands like Kanata had. At the very least, Keidu Kanata and Amamiya Hiroto wouldn't be the only two who were unable to live out their natural lifespans in Origin. This is sheet. That damn Mari, she actually killed me, didn't she? Shouted Kanata, having appeared before Rodcourt and regained his senses. Come to think of it, he was shouting when he came here, too, Rodcourt remembered. Hey, God, said Kanata, calling out to Rodcourt. I'm begging you, give me one more chance. I hadn't even turned 30 yet. Wasn't that life just too short? It seemed that Keidu Kanata was more rational. He was asking Rodcourt to give him another life. Rodcourt thought that Kanata's 2 lives of over 40 years when combined wasn't that short, however. There were those who died immediately after birth, or even before birth, after all. And it was almost certain that there was no small number of people under the age of 30 who had been killed by Kanata himself in Origin, including the terrorists he had killed right before his own death. Please. I'll do anything. Kanata begged. That cannot be done. It has already been decided that I will have you live a third life, Rodcourt told him as he instantaneously communicated knowledge about the world of Lambda and the circumstances requiring people to be reborn there, just as he had done with Vandalyu. Kanata stiffened in surprise for a moment, but then began speaking dejectedly. God, I did ask you to give me another chance, but can't you give me one in some other world? He asked. Do you not like Lambda? It is a world of swords and magic that you all love so much. There are even dragons, said Rodcourt. No, there's no way I'd take a liking to a world officially recognized by a god to be an inferior world, is there? Said Kanata. I've had enough of being extraordinary in Origin and development of the world. I don't want to do something as difficult as that, either. If you make use of your power, you should be able to live life like royalty and nobles, and even acquire a harem, Rodcourt told him. Do you still feel that way, despite this? Even if I live like royalty and nobles, there's no electricity or internet, is there? I'm not interested in a harem. I'd be satisfied with playing around with a single woman multiple times. Kanata was more disinterested in being reincarnated in Lambda than Rodcourt had imagined. With that said, he had no choice, his reincarnation could not be prevented at this point. Wait, does that mean Mari is going to be reincarnated in Lambda as well? Asked Kanata. Strength had suddenly returned to his voice, but Rodcourt had a bad feeling about this. Yes. Then this time, I'm going to kill that woman. I'm not going to let my guard down, I'm definitely going to have my revenge. So, this is how it turns out in the end, Rodcourt thought in exasperation. With the memories and personality of previous lives preserved, the grudges of the previous lives seemed to follow them as well. With that said, if either their previous memories or their personality was erased, their minds would become unstable. If both were erased, there wouldn't be any point in reincarnating them at all. Something as skillful as erasing only the memories of the grudge was difficult for Rodcourt to do. He was a specialist of the soul, not the mind. Although minds and souls are intimately connected, they are deceptively dissimilar. As Rodcourt had programmed the series of reincarnations when the 100 people had died on Earth, it wasn't even possible for him to take his time to erase memories now. However, this might be perfect. Unlike Vandeleur, Kanata had only one target for revenge, and Rodcourt had a problem that needed to be taken care of swiftly. Perhaps it would even be easier to request this of Kanata because of his overflowing murderous intent. Before that, I have something I want to request of you, said Rodcourt. What is it, God? I, Kanata. First casualty of the Bravers, will do anything you wish for, as long as it isn't troublesome. No, you are not the first to perish among those who reincarnated in that world, Rodcourt told him. The first casualty was Amamiya Hiroto. Amamiya Hiroto star. That guy died. No, not him. Not Aim, but Amamiya. There was a guy like that. This was the extent of Kato Kanata's perception of Amamiya Hiroto. They had been in different classes in high school, and Amamiya Hiroto had always been alone, with as much presence as empty air. Kanata didn't remember him at all. Ah. Come to think of it, I did hear that there were 2 people who declined to be reincarnated and one of them had a similar name to Amamiya Hiroto. I think his woman had forgotten about it for a while. Naruse Narumi. As she had been popular in her class, even Kanata had remembered her despite being in a different class. She had approached Amamiya thinking that he was the reincarnation of Amamiya, and they had apparently quarreled once they realized that it was a misunderstanding, but after various events, they had ended up together and gotten married. Remembering the beginning of their relationship, Kanata realized that Amamiya Hiroto was the guy with the similar name. I will give you information regarding him, said Rodcourt. No, I don't really want it. UOH. That guy was that undead. Jesus. Kanata shouted. What is it? No, not you. Receiving a direct stream of information from Rodcourt once more, Kanata couldn't help but scream as he realized that the undead in origin, the only being in the world capable of using death-attribute magic, was Amamiya Hiroto, and that he had already been reincarnated in Lambda. At this rate, wouldn't he killed for revenge before he could take his own revenge? Oi, cancel this reincarnation. There's no way I can win against a monster like that on my own, is there? Or at least wait until the others die and come to this place, said Kanata. That undead, Amamiya Hiroto, was such an abnormal being that Kanata had completely changed his views and taken back his words. First of all, Amamiya could permanently surround himself with barriers that nullified physical and magical energy while still allowing him to attack from his side. It wouldn't be anything like the comics where a hole in the barrier would appear while he was attacking, either. And he was even constantly releasing lethal poison, disease and mold. It would be impossible to approach him without something like a spacesuit. If this was all, Kanata could penetrate these with his cheat-like ability. But in the laboratory in Origin, guards who had tried to run had gone mad and begun clawing their own eyeballs out while laughing, research assistants had been turned into mummies instantaneously and a female researcher who had begged for her life was eaten from the inside out by insect-like creatures. Amamiya Hiroto possessed numerous methods of attacking that were still unknown. Without knowing what needed to be penetrated, Kanata's ability would be useless. Amamiya Hiroto was a being that couldn't be described as anything other than a natural enemy to the living. Despite that, there were records that he had conducted a strange rescue mission where he kicked down the doors of the confined rooms of the other experimental subjects and destroyed the control devices that had been implanted into their bodies. Considering that he had acted like he wanted to be killed by the Bravers in the end, that undead might have still had some humanity left in him. Though this was accurate, it wasn't the complete truth either. That undead, like Kanata and the others, had been reincarnated from Earth. I want you to kill Amamiya Hiroto, who calls himself Vandeleur in Lambda, said Rodcourt. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Kanata protested. Currently, he is weaker than when he was an undead in origin, Rodcourt explained. You should be able to defeat him, even on your own. Are you serious? Rodcourt told Kanata everything he knew about Vandeleur. But as it was clearly inadvisable to tell a mortal being about the existence of the Circle of Transmigration system, he kept quiet about Vandeleur's ability to break souls. He decided to use the fact that Vandeleur wanted to kill all of those reincarnating on Lambda as the reason he wanted Vandeleur dead. Also, it would be problematic if he feels afraid again upon hearing that his soul could be broken. This was part of Rodcourt's calculations as well. Kanata, on the other hand, after hearing the gist of the situation though not the whole picture, began to think, is this guy an idiot regarding Rodcourt? Instead of doing troublesome things like cursing Vandeleur and trying to drive him to suicide, why hadn't he tried to calm him down after he died in origin? At the very least, that was what Kanata would have done. There should have been various other options, such as having Vandeleur reborn into a prosperous family, giving him proper cheat-like abilities this time, or offering him a harem like he had offered Kanata. In any case, Kanata understood the situation. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, and he felt sympathy for Vandeleur. But at the same time, he thought that this was a chance for himself. Hey, I don't mind disposing of this Vandeleur, but only on 2 conditions, he told Rodcourt. Conditions? Rodcourt repeated. Isn't it obvious? I'm cleaning up after your mistakes, after all, said Kanata. I believe that this is also for your own protection as well, is it not? Rodcourt pointed out. I don't really mind begging him to spare my life. I'll lick his shoes or feet and say, I didn't know anything, nobody could go against what Amamiya Hiroto and Indukuya's orders. I'll tell you anything you want to know, so please just spare my life. If I do that, he'll probably forgive me, right? He seemed quite kind, too. Vandeleur had rescued the other experimental subjects. No matter how Kanata looked at it, he was probably a soft-hearted person. Upon hearing Kanata say this, Rodcourt stayed silent for a few moments and then prompted Kanata to continue. What are your conditions? Rodcourt asked. First of all, I want a reward, said Kanata. If I dispose of Vandeleur successfully, reincarnate me on Earth or another world with a similar scientific civilization, a world without magic or monsters, with my current memories and personality. Of course, I mean excluding origin. Make it so that I'm born into a rich, blessed family. Also, I want to be a man with unrivaled handsome looks this time. So, you are asking me for a 4th life? Rodcourt asked. But does that not mean that you have to die on Lambda? Then I just have to die, right? After I dispose of Vandeleur, I'll just hurry up and die as well. I have no interest at all in living a life in an inferior world. Once I do my job, I'll kill myself right away, be reincarnated in a pleasant world similar to Earth, be a son of a rich, distinguished family and live an enjoyable life until I die. I'll take my sweet time, while the others are doing their hardest to live in a piece of shit world. These thoughts of Kanata's were clear to Rodcourt, but Rodcourt had little interest in his thoughts and didn't feel the need to blame him for having these thoughts either. This was because Rodcourt knew that Kanata hadn't contributed much to the development of Origin, so he wouldn't be of much use in Lambda either. Kanata was simply a single disposable card with nothing other than his abilities in battle. As long as he could solve Rodcourt's problems, his life was a small price to pay. And the reward that Kanata desired was the kind of reward that Rodcourt could easily give him. Very well, said Rodcourt. I promise you that reward. So, what is your other condition? He asked. Your backup, of course, said Kanata. Make it so that I'm reincarnated in Lambda in an adult's body. Instead of reincarnating normally. Of course. How many years are you planning to wait before having this job completed? Even with Kanata's abilities in combat, including his particularly exceptional ability when fighting other humans, it would still be impossible for him to complete this request with the body of a baby or infant. It would take over a dozen years for him to become able to move and act freely away from his parents, possibly even up to 15 or 20 years. But if he had an adult's body to begin with, he would have an advantage over Vandeleur, who was still a child. He wouldn't have any troublesome parents, so he would be able to act freely. And having to live for over a decade in such an inferior world was something that Kanata wanted to avoid. "Very well," said Rodcourt. "I will have to use some of my power, but it is not impossible." Even considering the aforementioned benefits, this would cause problems for Rodcourt and he would normally be reluctant to do it, but there was no choice. "Well then, I'll need resistances against poison, disease and the death attribute as well," said Kanata. "Also, if by some tiny chance I get killed, recover my soul quickly so that I don't become an undead. Things have been arranged so that the souls of you people, those that I reincarnated, will always return to my side," said Rodcourt. Amamiya Hiroto's transformation into an undead was an exception caused by his own magic. "I will make it so that you can acquire resistance skills against poison, disease and the death attribute. As a resistance skill against the death attribute is normally impossible for humans to acquire, the maximum I can give you is a level 5 skill, however." "Skills?" Kanata repeated. Ednel.co, in Lambda, there are skills and jobs, and you can see these displayed on your status, Rodcourt explained. "What the hell is that?" "It's just like a game, isn't it?" said Kanata. "Isn't it because you're playing around like that that the world isn't developed? So, is there anything else you need?" Rodcourt asked, ignoring these words. "Equipment, I suppose. A gun, a knife." "Wait," said Rodcourt. "It is impossible to take things that do not exist in Lambda." "Are you serious? I can't even take just one sniper rifle. Why did you think that I would allow this?" TCH, Kanata clicked his tongue loudly, having thought that it would be easy. Mode with a long distance sniper shot. But even Rodcourt had no choice but to refuse this request. In the first place, if such a thing was even possible, he would have sent items from other worlds to Lambda in large quantities long ago. He wasn't doing so because it was impossible with the power he possessed. In the end, Rodcourt was nothing more than the god of the circle of transmigration. "Then can I at least ask for some clothes?" said Kanata. "Surely you're not going to tell me to be reborn completely nude." "Everyone is normally born naked," Rodcourt pointed out. "But I understand, I will adjust things so that they work out. Now then, you must encounter Vandeleur, so your destiny must." "Stop right there," said Kanata, interrupting him. "Adjust that destiny thing, too. Give me something like a radar so that I don't encounter him at a time that I would never expect." So many requests, Rodcourt thought, but he acknowledged this request anyway. In fact, an adjustment like this wasn't very difficult to make. A radar that detects the owner of powerful death. Attribute mana, and an altered destiny so that you encounter him. I shall make that adjustment. "Alright, there are no more problems now," said Kanata. It seemed that he was out of requests. "Now then, I shall have you reborn in Lambda," said Rodcourt. "After you are reincarnated, I recommend that you register at the Adventurers Guild or some other guild, acquire a job, and learn how to use skills while increasing your level and attribute values. I'm telling you, I don't need to play around with that stuff." "I'll get rid of him quickly even without doing that," said Kanata as he was reincarnated. In front of the people of the second reclamation village, with various items prepared in front of him, Vandeleur began cooking. He felt like he was teaching them how to prepare 3-minute meals. "The first things you need to have ready are goblin meat and gabobu grass," Vandeleur told them. "You can use any part of the goblin, whether it be the chest, legs or the heart, and you should try to have at least one whole goblin's worth. Ah, their livers are fine as well. As for the gabobu grass, an amount equal to about half the weight of the meat you're using is just right. As he pointed to the mountain of goblin meat and gabobu grass, the villagers let out groans of disgust. Although the meat of humanoid monsters such as orcs was eaten in Lambda, goblins and gabobu grass weren't even considered low-quality products, they were simply garbage to be thrown out. The villagers couldn't be blamed for reacting this way. Next, grind the gabobu grass, Vandalyu continued. During this process, the grass lets out bad-smelling juices that leave stains on clothes, so take care not to dirty yourself. I have prepared a special mortar for crushing the gabobu grass in this case, so I will be using this. There was a stir in the crowd as Vandalyu brought out a mortar that he had made during the night using golem transmutation. They were surprised at the fact that this mortar that even an adult would have a hard time carrying around was being lifted easily by Vandalyu, a child. But Vandalyu interpreted this as his mortar being popular. He mashed the gabobu grass, the unpleasant-smelling juices gathering in a bucket that he had placed beneath the mortar. After that, cut the goblin meat into appropriately sized pieces. I don't have a blade, so I'll be using my own claws, but I've cleaned them properly, so rest assured, said Vandalyu, cutting the meat with his claws. The villagers groaned once more. After the meat is cut, place it in a barrel with the grass juice, he continued. In this case, let us take care to make sure that the meat is submerged in the grass juice. Place a lid on top, leave it for a day and it is complete. For this demonstration, I have prepared the completed product. When did you do that? A perceptive villager asked. I used my familiar spirit powers to prepare it, Vandalyu replied. He couldn't tell the villagers that he had actually used the inanimate aging spell to turn it into a one-day-old state, so he deceived them forcibly. This is the finished gobu, he said. Please go ahead and try some. He opened the barrel and placed some of its contents, which resembled purple meat, onto plates. Seeing this, the villagers instinctively took a step back. This was the normal reaction for anyone being told to eat purple meat. Is this really edible? The village chief asked. Of course, said Vandalyu. Shall we eat it together? No. Itadakimasu. The village chief took a piece of gobu and shut his eyes tightly as he bit into it. But as he continued chewing several times, his frowned eyebrows began to relax. This is not delicious, but it is not unpleasant and there is no stink, he commented. Hearing the village chief say this, the villagers timidly placed the gobu into their mouths. Indeed, as Oyaji Dano says, this flavor is not inedible. No, isn't this much better than the tree bark dango and grass soup that we ate during the winter? You're right. This is much more delicious than those. They've had some crazy diets in the past. Hearing the villagers say that the gobu wasn't bad and that it was actually delicious, Vandalyu felt sympathy for them from the bottom of his heart. But the substitute meals that they had eaten during the winters with poor harvests, the nutrient-devoid things that they had eaten to stave off their hunger were indeed far more unpleasant tasting than gobu. Yeah, it tastes far better than eating goblin meat as it is, said a villager who, in his hunger, had apparently eaten the meat of a goblin he had exterminated before. Struggling with poor harvests, these people had really barely managed to survive. If a slave trader had visited the village, they might have even sold their children to avoid letting them starve to death. It was at this point that Vandalyu had come and taught them how to make preserved food from goblin meat, which they normally had no choice but to throw away, and gabobu grass. As it did contain meat, it should provide far greater nutrition than tree bark. There was no way that the villagers wouldn't be happy about this. If you just build a shrine to Vita now, I'll throw in 20 mortars and wooden barrels, as well as salt that will improve the taste if you apply it before submerging the goblin meat in the grass juice, said Vandalyu. What do you say? Gladly. We shall devote ourselves to Vita, a villager exclaimed. No, you don't have to go as far as devoting yourselves. Vandalyu began. To think that you would even give us precious salt. Truly, thank you very much, said another villager. One villager was in tears. I held myself back from building a shrine because of the Lord and the priest. Sama, but I have still been praying for a long time. My prayers really did reach Vita. Sama. Out of sympathy, Vandalya had gone and taken out the salt that he had brought from Talashim to use to pay toll fees. There was still rock salt available there and he had already acquired coins from the bandits, so it probably wouldn't be a problem, however. Incidentally, Vandalya had asked the villagers about this, having felt curious about their words, and apparently, in the Saran Duchy, Vita's religion had been more prominent than Alda's. When he looked at the people of the cultivation villages, he had seen more humans than any other race, and there had been no dark elves. But there was quite a number of beast. People and titans in the villages. However, in the Hartner Duchy that had welcomed them, most of the noblemen, including the Duke, were believers of Alda and his subordinate gods, and it was the Church of Alda that was flourishing in this duchy. The shrines that had been built by the soldiers in the cultivation villages were shrines to Alda, and it was a priest of Alda, the one in the 7th cultivation village, who came to this area to preach. While it wasn't expressly forbidden, the people had felt pressure and decided not to build shrines to Vita and other gods as they had done in their lost homelands. I've learned another unpleasant truth. This weighed a little heavy on Vandalya's mind, but what he was more anxious about was the first Princess Livia, who was supposed to have evacuated Talashim as well as the other refugees, including Borkas's daughter. Would they still be living in this duchy, where the religion of Alda had become so powerful? Or perhaps they had relocated to another duchy. It would be best to quickly head to the city and investigate. I'm worried about these cultivation villages, but I suppose I'll station lemurs around them. Also, I'll bury some stone golems nearby. If I carve Vita's holy symbol on their chests, the villagers will think of them as allies. I guess this would probably be fine. I've finally caught up to you. After Vandalya had spent several days producing lemurs and deploying them to every village, Kasim's party and the priest approached him with haste. They had been in the 7th cultivation village. What were they doing in the 2nd cultivation village now? I hadn't thought that you would be going around every cultivation village, said Kasim. Come back, everyone's been worried about you, said Fester. The day after you took Kine and flew off, we headed to the 5th cultivation village, Kasim told him. Was their friend who had come from the Sauron Duchy like them safe? What about the person who had saved their lives? Kasim's party and the priest, the 4 of them, had hurried to the 5th cultivation village to find out. What they had found was Kine and the other villagers, discussing where in the village a shrine to Vita should be constructed. After that, we heard that you'd flown off to another cultivation village and chased you. Seriously, who the heck are you? You're too incredible, said Kasim. That's right, we've been worried that you and Kine might have fallen down somewhere along the way, but in the end, it turned out that you'd gone around to all of the cultivation villages, said Fester. And you did incredible deeds to save people in all of the villages, said Zeno. We were wondering if we were chasing a saint or something. Right, priest. Sama. You are absolutely right, the priest agreed. He was wearing a strangely stiff expression as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He showed more human weakness than when he was wearing his shallow smile. The day before yesterday, I said that we should strive to do good deeds together, but perhaps I should be the one asking you for teachings, he said. How in the world did you cure all of the villagers of disease, heal a burn that would be difficult to treat even with specialist healing techniques, and dig a well in the blink of an eye? I have also heard that diseases were cured by holy droplets produced by your hands. Please tell me. Wow, I did some amazing things, didn't I? Vandalya thought, now that the priest was asking him all of these questions. He did think that calling the eye drops that he had secreted from his claws holy droplets was an exaggeration, though. But how should he respond? He couldn't imagine that he could fool the priest by telling him that it was the power of a familiar spirit, but he had no intention of telling him the truth either. Vandalya decided to tell one part of the truth, but keep the rest a secret. I possess a few special skills, he replied. The priest and Kasim's party opened their eyes wide. By special skills, could you possibly mean unique skills? In this world, there are unique skills, such as Vandalyu's God Slayer skill. They are various kinds of special abilities and talents, and they are extraordinarily rare. To put it in a ratio, about 1 in 10,000 people possess one. The priest and Qasim's party had misunderstood, thinking that Vandalyu's various deeds had been possible through such a characteristic skill. What kind of skill could that be? The priest asked, leaning forward in excitement. But Vandalyu shook his head. I'm someone who is planning to establish myself as an adventurer, so I can't tell you, he said. Do not say that. Please tell me, the priest insisted. I will keep your secret. You can't, priest. Sama. Qasim and his friend stopped the priest from persisting in his questioning. For us adventurers, we make money through our bodies, said Fester. Forcibly asking someone to divulge their skills is a breach of etiquette. That's right, said Zeno. I understand that you're curious, but trying to force Vandalyu to tell you his skills after he saved everyone goes against our morals. Indeed, as they said, the information displayed on an adventurer's status is that adventurer's weakness as well as his strength. If the adventurer himself is unwilling to divulge that information himself, trying to force it out of him is equivalent to saying, tell me your weaknesses. As Vandalyu had declared that he would become an adventurer in the future, this applied to him as well. That is, true. My apologies, said the priest. Being held back by Qasim and his friends, he reluctantly stepped back. Not at all. It's fine as long as you understand, said Vandalyu. But if you are capable of such things, I believe that there are many paths of employment to take without having to become an adventurer, said the priest. Why could Vandalyu see a strange look of ruefulness on the priest's face? He doubted that a traveling priest would have the connections to mediate offers with employers. That might be true, but I'm still inexperienced, said Vandalyu. Even if I were to enter employment, I want to do it after first becoming an adventurer, expanding my horizons and gaining experience. If he were employed by some noble family or merchant, he would become a vassal or servant and it would become difficult to attain a court rank. Also, he wouldn't be able to quit easily if things became inconvenient either. He wanted to avoid this. I see. Expanding your horizons is indeed important, the priest agreed. Despite your youth, you have considered this. Yeah, at the very least, he's doing a lot more thinking about his future than Fester, said Qasim. Why are you suddenly mentioning me? Fester protested. Having settled things without having to lie, as his death, attribute magic was indeed a skill, Vandalyu accompanied Qasim and the others back to the 7th cultivation village in a good mood. Suddenly feeling the sensation of having a physical body with no prior warning, Keita Kanata felt a deep sense of satisfaction and excitement. He felt strength filling the limbs that had previously been powerless, as if he had been in a dream, and he could feel his own heartbeat deep in his chest, full of life. I did it, he shouted as he opened his eyes, but a moment later, he let out a scream. I'm naked after all. Chapter 73, Scum approaching from afar and a scoundrel lurking nearby. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 73. Scum approaching from afar and a scoundrel lurking nearby. I'm naked after all. Kanata shouted, having been reincarnated in Lambda stark naked. But immediately afterwards, he regained his composure. Though he hadn't wanted it, he was a man who had received standard training in an army. He hadn't forgotten the danger of making noise over trivial things when in an unknown situation. Although, if he was really a capable man, he would have kept his composure from the beginning. Leaving that aside, Kanata looking at his surroundings to examine the situation. Judging from the height of the sun in the sky, it was a little before noon. He was surrounded by a grass-covered plain with a thicket of shrubs, and there didn't seem to be any dangerous creatures, humans included, nearby. They're called humans, in this world, right? It really is like a comic, for there to be sentient races other than humans, said Kanata, examining his own body once more. Though he couldn't see the fine details as he had no mirror, it seemed to him that there had been no change from how he had been in origin right before his death, other than the fact that the fatal wound in his solar plexus had disappeared. Everything was the exact same, from his trained, lean body to his moles. And as he had shouted just a moment earlier, he was standing there completely naked, but, as he looked at his surroundings, something caught his eye. A dead skeleton that had fallen to pieces and its luggage, lying on the ground. Could it be that this was what that God meant when he said that he'll adjust things so that they work out? Kanata wondered. It seemed unclean and he wasn't pleased with it, but he didn't like the idea of going to kill Vandalyu equipped with a grass skirt and club made from the nearby plants, so he had no other choice. He searched the luggage to find numerous pieces of clothes, though they looked old, and a single rusty knife. He also found some silver and bronze coins. The owner of these belongings was probably killed by a lion or something. Ah, it feels absolutely terrible on the skin, Kanata complained to himself. It's not cotton, is it? It doesn't have any weird fungi growing on it, does it? Now then, Vandalyu is. This message has been set to play automatically after you have been reincarnated in Lambda. Yua. What is this? Kanata, surprised to suddenly hear Rodcourt's voice speaking, leapt away from the spot he had been standing on and raised his knife, but the god was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, he frowned as he realized that he had heard the voice inside his own head. Is this supposed to be a game's tutorial or something? Now then, first of all, take some clothes and the money that will allow you to get by for the time being from the nearby corpse's belongings. I mean, I've already got those. It seemed that Rodcourt's voice was something that had been recorded beforehand, so it wouldn't answer Kanata's questions or change its words based on his actions. Next, check your own status. To do this, simply think about seeing your status. Status, huh? Kanata wasn't pleased with the fact that he was being treated like a character in a game, but as instructed, he opened his own status. Name. Keidu Kanata Race. Human age. 29 years old. Title. None job. None level. 0 job history. None attributes. Vitality. 650 mana. 42,000 strength. 95 agility. 157 stamina. 204 intelligence. 270 passive skills. Disease and poison resistance. Level 10 death, attribute resistance. Level 5 fire, attribute resistance. Level 4 augmented stamina. Level 5 augmented mana. Level 5 mental corruption. Level 5 active skills. Fire, attribute magic. Level 8 wind, attribute magic. Level 4 mana control. Level 5 archery. Level 5 short sword technique. Level 5 throwing. Level 5 unarmed fighting technique. Level 5 coordination. Level 5 survival. Level 3 silent steps. Level 4 horseback riding. Level 6 life saving. Level 4 assignable active skill. Level 5 unique skills. Gungnir. Level 10 target radar. Owner of over 100 million death, attribute mana the god of reincarnation's fortune. Ho ho, so this is me, huh? It was the first time Kanata had had his abilities, skills and experience quantified in numbers since he had received report cards in school. The first time since he had died on Earth, as things had been given letter grades in origin. As for his impressions on his status, he didn't like how his job and job history displayed none, as if he was a NEET, but he did like that his title was blank as well. As for his attribute values, he didn't think much about them. Unlike mana, things like physical strength and agility weren't quantified in numbers in origin. Like on Earth, one's abilities were quantified by things like how many seconds it took them to run 100 meters, how many push-ups they could do and how heavy the barbells they could lift were. His mana was the same number as it had been when he had it measured in origin, so he assumed everything else was the same. As for his skills, the disease and poison resistance and death, attribute resistance were the protective measures that he had requested. However, he had nothing but questions regarding the active skills that were displayed after them. I understand the magic that related skills, but why the hell do I have archery and horseback riding? Kanata wondered. I've never used a bow or ridden a horse. Short sword technique and unarmed fighting technique is probably the training I received using a knife and military-style unarmed fighting techniques, though. And what on earth is arbitrary active skills? Your skills and experience with things that do not exist in Lambda, like the use of guns and driving automobiles, have been replaced with things like the archery and horseback riding skills. Arbitrary active skills is the remainder of those. You can assign them to the skills you think you need at a time of your own choosing. I suppose I might have more opportunities to use them than completely useless skills, but Kanata found it disagreeable that his extensive training and real combat experience in using guns and operating cars, helicopters, and boats had been replaced without his permission. I suppose I'll get on with killing Vandalyu and being reborn in a suitable, Earth-like world, he decided. All of the things he was dissatisfied with were transient things that would only last until he was finished with his work. If he used Gungnir and the target radar, the items listed under his unique skills, it probably wouldn't take that long. Though he didn't have much faith in it, he even had the god of reincarnation's fortune. How do I use the target radar? I just have to think about it. The direction and current distance of Vandalyu's location were displayed in Kanata's head. According to this, he wasn't that far away. If he had a helicopter, no, even a car, he could get there in a single day. I don't even have a car, let alone a helicopter. It'd be pretty rough to travel that far on foot. Should I steal a horse or something? Hey, God, I did say that I didn't want to encounter him unexpectedly, but you didn't have to fling me into this place so far away from him, you know. Realizing that he had limited methods of transport, a crease appeared between Kanata's eyebrows. It was possible to fly with wind. Attribute magic, but he didn't have enough mana for that. And if Kanata were to encounter an enemy while using magic to fly, his methods of attacking would be limited. It would be a different story if he had a gun. Unlike your skills, your attribute values are not particularly high compared to those holding combat-related occupations in Lambda. It would be best if you first go to a city, register at an adventurer's guild, acquire a job, prepare your equipment and learn about martial skills. In response to the voice he heard in his mind, Kanata shook his head, thinking about how complicated this all was. Like I said, I have no intention of doing these things that have been taken straight out of a stupid game, he said. But the one thing he did agree on was that he should prepare his equipment. He wouldn't be able to complete this job in the next few days, and with that being the case, he would need food. If you go straight east from the place you have been reincarnated, you will come out onto the highway. You should find the means to accomplish these objectives there. Well, I suppose I'll obey those instructions, Kanata decided. He didn't intend to hunt while looking for edible grass, so he began walking east as he was told. Before long, he heard a scream. When he dashed towards the scream to find out what was happening, he saw armed men who appeared to be outlaws at a glance, attacking a carriage. Hana. Father, run. All right. If you don't want the daughter of your employer to die, throw your weapons aside, all of you. It seemed that the bandits had taken the daughter of the traveling merchant hostage. Now, they were instructing the adventurers who had been hired as guards to disarm. Yuwa, what a cliché, Kanata murmured to himself. Was Kanata supposed to learn the direction of the nearest city and gain transport, food and money here? At least, Kanata himself interpreted it this way, so he quickly began reciting an incantation. The daughter and the items that the humans are wearing. Great incineration. Flames burst forth from the pentagram that had appeared in front of Kanata's hands, engulfing all of the bandits as well as the girl who had been taken hostage. Hannah! The bandits screamed as they were burned alive, as did the girl. Ha! It's not hot. Though the flames surrounded the girl, they didn't inflict any damage on her. There wasn't a single mark on her clothes or even the equipment the bandits had been wearing. Only the bandits' bodies had been burned. It seems that my gift, Gungnir, is just as easy to use as it was in origin. The cheat-like ability that Kanata had received from Rodcourt, Gungnir. It was an ability that allowed penetration of selected targets. It allowed him and people and objects in contact with him to penetrate physical objects and energies. To use it, Kanata had to designate targets for penetration. When using this ability before dying in origin, he had made the bullets he fired penetrate the building to hit the terrorists and made bullets and knives pass through him, making himself invulnerable to their attacks. Now, he had designated the girl and the equipment on her and the bandits' bodies as targets for the ability, scorching only the bandits' bodies into burnt, black matter. The greater the range of targets for Gungnir, the more mana it consumed. Thanks to his mana pool of over 40,000, this wasn't a problem as long as Kanata didn't use it excessively. But the problem was that it also had a weakness. His attacks could penetrate any physical or magical defenses, and he could use the ability to avoid any attacks towards him. But by looking at him, one could easily tell what weapons they should use to attack him. Obviously, if he had designated bullets as Gungnir's target, then he wouldn't be able to use a gun, and if he had designated knives as the target, then he wouldn't be able to hold a knife. If he designated light as the target and became transparent, he would be blind as his eyes couldn't receive light. If he designated heat as the target, he would rapidly lose body heat. And if he designated human bodies as the target, he wouldn't be able to touch others. That was why the moment he had rescued the president's daughter who had been held captive, it was certain that a bare-handed attack would definitely hit him. In fact, I was attacked by Metamorpha's hand, her body. Kanata's weakness had been completely taken advantage of. He decided not to get in range for close-quarters combat with skilled opponents from now on. Oh, it's just like a miracle. Hannah. Father. Thank you so much for saving my daughter. Kanata, who had been painfully immersed in the memories from his previous life, came to his senses as the merchant called out to him in delight at his daughter's safety. Hey, I have a question. Which way do I have to go to find a city? Kanata asked, realizing that they were speaking Japanese. A city, the merchant repeated, blinking in confusion at Kanata's attitude and the fact that he hadn't even introduced himself. The closest one is Tia City, down the highway in this direction, this way. I just have to go down this highway. The road doesn't branch at all. Kanata asked. There is a small branched road that leads to a village, but you can reach the city by following the larger one, said the merchant. Did you happen to lose your way? No, I'm not lost anymore, said Kanata. I've acquired transport, equipment and enough food and money for now, after all. What do you mean? I'll start with this. Man. The merchant felt a dull impact. Ka. Gofu. Before he could understand anything that was happening, his beloved daughter opened her eyes wide as blood spurted from her mouth. Ha. Hannah. A rusty knife had been thrust deep into the chest of the merchant's daughter who was supposed to be safe in his arms. Oh, it pierced deeper than I thought, Kanata remarked. Is this what these skill things are? Hannah. San. What do you think you're doing? Why would you do such a thing? Kanata casually watched the girl who had started spasming with her eyes still wide open in disbelief and her father who was giving a heartbroken scream. Astonished, the adventurers raised their weapons towards him. Why, you ask? Because her name is Hannah, Kanata replied. It's the same name as the president's daughter that Mari disguised herself as, so it's an unpleasant name to me, and since this is something that the gods set up for me, I'm distracting myself. In other words, I'm just venting my anger, I suppose. How pitiful. "What are you saying?" asked an adventurer in response to Kanada's words that made absolutely no sense to him, looking afraid. On the other hand, the other adventurer seemed to have decided that Kanada was an enemy to be disposed of. "Die, you lunatic." Kanada evaded the spear thrusted at him by the adventurer with the absolute minimum movement required, closed the distance between them and easily reached into the adventurer's pocket. "What, if this is all you have, won't my bare hands be enough? But just in case, weapons, armor." "Wah! Gaha." Unfortunately for the adventurers, the level of Kanada's unarmed fighting technique from his training in the army was equivalent to A-class adventurers. The two of them, who were AD and E-class adventurer, couldn't overcome this difference in ability. Kanada was even being cowardly enough to use Gungnir, slipping through the resistance that the adventurers were trying to put up with their weapons and armor, attacking them one-sidedly with punches and kicks that made contact directly with their bodies. Before long, the two adventurers were lying on the ground with the whites of their eyes showing. Even if that girl's name was Beth or Hanako or something instead of Hannah, I would have disposed of her after raping her anyway. So if you're blaming yourself and thinking that she died because you named her Hannah, you don't have to worry about it, Kanada told the merchant. The merchant's daughter had already died due to the knife puncturing her lung, and he was still holding on to her in a daze. Of course, he wasn't thinking anything of the sort. This. Do you think you can get away with this? Eventually, the day will come where you will be judged, he shouted. Come on, you're just a character in this game-like world, don't get so serious on me, said Kanada. I'm telling you, it's fine. The god Rodcourt will probably have her reborn as somebody somewhere else. I'm intending to do the same before this judgment or whatever comes to me, anyway. Giving a light laugh at the grief and anger of the father who had lost his daughter, Kanada burned the merchant's body and turned him to ash without damaging his clothes, just like he had done to the bandits. It's my first time riding a horse, but with the horseback riding skill, it'll probably be fine, Kanada said as he threw the belongings and equipment of the merchant, adventurers and bandits into the carriage, got inside and rode towards the city. He equipped the merchant's knife with lightning-bolt-shaped patterns carved into its handle, which seemed to have been his lucky charm, at his waist. Rodcourt's careless selection of who to reincarnate was the greatest failure he had ever committed. While reincarnating those who had died in the explosion on the ferry, he had indeed excluded the evil terrorists. However, as for the crew and passengers, he had simply asked whether they would accept his reincarnation or not, and had made no effort to select them. Their personalities, dispositions, mental strength and sense of morals. Rodcourt hadn't examined any of these. The criteria of whether they were evil or not at the moment of their death on Earth was far too simple a criterion, it couldn't even be called an examination. Despite that, despite taking some things into consideration, he was forcing the mental burden of being reincarnated in foreign worlds upon them, multiple times. As a result, there were some who had made brilliant achievements in origin such as Amamiya Hiroto, but there were also those like Kanada. Rodcourt hadn't expected Kanada to perform such acts of violence either, but Kanada had already been reborn in Lambda. Rodcourt was no longer able to control his actions, nor could he rely on unstable divine messages to convey his will. This isn't why I had you reborn in that place, but... No, this is but a trivial problem, Rodcourt told himself. With Kadu Kanada's abilities, unlike Vandalyu, he wouldn't cause more than 1,000 deaths with the acts of violence he committed along the way. Despite being underdeveloped, even Lambda wouldn't be significantly influenced by these. But is he really not planning to acquire a job, increase his level or learn about martial skills? Rodcourt wondered. Even if Lambda is inferior in culture and civilization, the people's individual skills in combat are greater than those of people of Earth or origin. Frodo had never been blessed with luck, but considered himself to be outstanding. That was why he had believed that with just a little luck, everything in his next plan would go well, he would receive the reward he desired and be added to the ranks of mages employed in the Hartner Duchy. But what the hell is this guy? As Frodo walked towards the 7th cultivation village with the 3 adventurers, Kasim and his friends, he glanced at Vandalyu. There was currently a common familial conflict occurring in the Hartner family of dukes. The head of the family was still alive, but he was bedridden with illness, causing him difficulties with his official work. He had 2 sons who possessed the right to succeed him. The eldest son Lucas's mother was the duke's concubine. He was an extraordinary man with bravery and tactical genius who was currently serving as the leader of the Knights' Order, and he had tremendous support from the Hartner Duchy's army. The second son Belton's mother was the duke's legal wife. He was talented in dealing with domestic affairs, had the support of many civil officials and had connections with the central government. He was expected to make further developments in the Hartner Duchy if he were elected. Normally, it would be ideal if Belton succeeded the family of dukes as he was the son of the duke's legal wife, while Lucas made use of his tactical genius in directing the army, whose presence had increased due to the Hartner Duchy becoming the frontline in the war against the Amid Empire. However, the way of thinking that each brother possessed did not match the others. Belton, the second son, believed that defenses against the Amid Empire ought to be strengthened while efforts were put into domestic affairs, prioritizing defending the duchy against the empire's weapons. That was why he had sent the troublesome refugees in the cities, who were the primary cause of the deteriorating public order, to remote regions under the pretense of cultivation, while in fact this was little more than a project set up to leave the refugees to fend for themselves. This had caused a sharp drop in the refugee numbers inside cities. He had sent the inhabitants of the cultivation villages that had failed to the slave-run mines to squeeze out the rest of the dwindling supply of metal while enacting policies to maintain forts and strengthen garrisons. Lucas, the eldest son, advocated that efforts should be placed in retaking the Sauron Duchy in the name of justice, piercing the Amid Empire's shields and gaining glory for the Hartner Duchy. For this reason, he believed that the refugees, the primary cause of the deteriorating public order, should be conscripted and used as disposable, low-grade troops while sinking funds into the army's budget to increase the number of regular soldiers, leaving the maintenance of public order to the guards and adventurers. The 2 plans were polar opposites of each other, and because each brother believed that their own plans were for the good of the Hartner Duchy, they were having a dispute. This had caused a division within their supporters and those who stood to benefit from the execution of either plan into separate factions. Frodo's viewpoints were far biased towards Lucas's side. He had suffered defeat in a power struggle within the Mage's Guild. One day, one of the members of Lucas's Knights' Order had called out to him while he sat pitifully by a window, having been forgotten by everyone. The knight had told him that they were looking for someone to infiltrate the cultivation villages, pretending to be a priest of Alda. Despite being a plan to simply leave the refugees to fend for themselves, Belton's cultivation project was going unexpectedly well. Only one of the 7 cultivation villages had been abandoned, and though there were differences in prosperity between the other 6 villages, it seemed that they would last for at least 5 more years. If a cultivation project that had been designed to fail ended up succeeding, those of Belton's faction would praise his ability in managing domestic affairs even more, advocating that he, who possessed the blood of the duke's legal wife, would manage the duchy far better than his boorish older brother. This alone wouldn't end the familial dispute, but for Lucas's faction, it was best for Belton to have as few achievements and as many failures as possible. This was where Frodo had come in. He had begun masquerading as a priest of Alda years ago and traveled to a different village from one of Lucas's spies who was disguised as a traveling merchant, leaking information to Lucas's faction. Gaining the trust of the villagers had been simple. Priests didn't have guild cards like adventurers, and there were plenty of wandering priests, so even the church in the city wasn't aware of his actions. Unlike proper priests and high priests, clergymen of his position didn't have qualifications or anything of the sort, so they didn't serve in churches and there were no records of them. To take an extreme example, anyone could become a priest as long as he dressed like one and possessed the scriptures or memorized enough of them to preach them. If he could even use magic other than of the light and life attributes and was cultured and knowledgeable, it would be even more perfect. The clergyman's skill exists in Lambda, but it is a skill that represents the ability to conduct rituals such as those of purification and the ability to preach. If one could feign these abilities, it is surprisingly simple to masquerade as a priest. It probably wouldn't work in cities where multiple proper clergymen worked, but what the people of small villages want from traveling priests is medicine, knowledge, education in reading and writing, preaching and ways to pass the time, such as stories of heroes and saints. And thanks to the information that Frodo and the others had gathered, plans to empty the cultivation villages had finally been executed. Though the number of candidates to be conscripted as low-grade troops would decrease somewhat, reducing Belton's achievements even by a little was more than enough of a benefit to do so. But, this guy interfered with everything. All of the plans had been crude, far from meticulous. Frodo and the others weren't experts in conspiracies and subversive activities to begin with. If such experts were used, it would be noticed quickly by those of Belton's faction, which was why people like Frodo were being used in the first place. But even so, those plans should have been more than enough to inflict devastating damage to these small villages. Vandalur saved the lives of Kasim's party and Ivan. That didn't really matter. It had been decided that the 7th cultivation village, which was close to the highway, would be destroyed sometime in the future anyway. But misfortune befell the spy disguised as a traveling merchant, who distributed poison to the 5th cultivation village to wipe the villagers out. He failed to poison the hunter named Kine. The spy had been told a date where there was no hunting planned, but Kine had changed his plans, or perhaps the spy had simply gotten the date wrong. Either way, Kine came to the 7th cultivation village where Frodo was, seeking help. Even so, Frodo had no way of helping him cure the villagers, nor would he even have made it in time. If Frodo arrived at the village the next day when all the villagers were dead and declared that it was an epidemic, the mass poisoning incident would have been hushed up without incident. But Vandalur flew to the village with Kine on his back, saying that he could cure them. Kine had been doubtful, but Vandalur had already healed Ivan. Because of this, everyone in the 7th cultivation village assured him that Vandalur would be able to save the villagers, leaving Frodo unable to deny his ability or stop him from going. It was a fool's errand. Even if he did manage to save anyone, it would be a few villagers at most. No, it was reasonable to assume that he would run out of mana and fall out of the sky before even reaching the village. That was what Frodo thought as he insincerely expressed worry for Kine and Vandalur, headed out to see what had become of the 5th cultivation village, and to his surprise, found that all of the villagers were alive. They looked somewhat exhausted, but that was the extent of the damage. Though this was an unbelievable nightmare, he somehow managed to look happy and exclaimed that this was a miracle as he chased after Vandalur, who had headed for another village. Frodo heard of Vandalur's deeds, wondering if he really was having a nightmare. He cured diseases without reciting any incantations, healed burns and wounds and created medicine from his fingertips, actually, his claws. He flew down from the sky to defeat the orcs sent by Frodo's companion, a tamer, in a single attack, saving the life of a boy who was supposed to die. When nobody was looking, he had even created a well that could be used as soon as a pulley and bucket was installed. Even villages that had been supposed to be wiped out by bandit attacks were still going strong. There was no doubt that Vandalur had something to do with this. And in the 2nd cultivation village, Vandalur purified the poison fertilizer distributed by Frodo's superiors and even taught the villagers how to use goblins as emergency rations. There was no other way to describe this as anything other than divine work. Who on earth is this damper? Could he be a spy from Belton's side? No, if that were the case, he would be Belton's trump card. Someone capable of doing these things wouldn't be an improvised spy like me. There is no way that such a trump card would be deployed to a place like this, so, is he really someone who was simply passing through? Frodo timidly looked towards Vandalur, only to accidentally make eye contact with him. This guy. Does he actually suspect me after all? Is there something wrong? Asked Vandalur. Frodo felt himself breaking out into a cold sweat as he saw his own terrified face reflected Vandalur's eyes, which were looking at him as if they had seen through everything. No, it is nothing, Frodo replied, barely managing to prevent his voice from breaking. I see, Vandalur said as he directed his gaze elsewhere. This guy is too dangerous. Frodo thought. I must report him to Karkin. Dono. Karkin was a man of the Knight's Order, the one giving instructions Frodo and the others, the one who had taken command of this operation. Unlike the spy disguised as a traveling merchant, who had left the village behind without even staying to confirm the results of his work, the tamer was probably already heading back to make his report, but that wasn't enough. Once Frodo returned to the 7th cultivation village, he would have to leave within the same day and head to the city to make his own report. Despite Frodo being so wary of Vandalur, Vandalur didn't suspect Frodo at all. Danger sense. Death couldn't detect people's intentions other than those intending to kill him or cause him injury, and Vandalur himself wasn't sharp enough to see what people were truly thinking just by looking at them. Even when Frodo had thought their eyes met, Vandalur had simply been staring vaguely at the sky and happened to look at Frodo by coincidence. Expressionlessness is often mistaken for anger, but Vandalur's expressionless was completely empty, like the face of a doll. Because of this, everyone who looked at him interpreted his expression differently. If looked at with friendly eyes like those of the villagers, then he appeared friendly. If he was stared at with eyes of suspicion like Frodo's, then he appeared as if he was suspecting the viewer. What Vandalur was currently thinking was something that everyone has thought at least once. I want to become a bird, someone, please give me wings. Why did he have to make the effort of walking for an hour when he could use flight? Of course, he understood that Kasim, his companions, and the priest wouldn't be able to keep up with him. If he tried to carry them like he did Kine, this many people would definitely be over the weight limit. It would use too much mana. And Vandalur wasn't large enough to have 4 people riding on top of him. If a strong gust of wind blew or they were attacked by a monster like a giant raven, someone might fall off. That was why there was no choice but to walk on the ground surface. Vandalur had been staring at the sky, thinking that he wouldn't have to go through this trouble if he could use a spell that allowed him to fly while carrying multiple people. And then something suddenly occurred to him. Ha! If I want wings, I can just grow them, can't I? Indeed, if he wanted wings, he could simply grow them. Having thought of this, Vandalur wanted to try it out right away, but he restrained himself. It would be impossible to convince these people that it's light. Attribute magic. I'll try it out after I reach the 7th cultivation village and head for the city with Eleonora and the others. Chapter 74, Smooth Flight Through the Sky, Eating Various Things in the City. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 74. Smooth Flight Through the Sky, Eating Various Things in the City. Eleonora frequently thought about how right she was in her firm belief that this small damper was far more fearsome than Berkine and the other pure-breed vampires. She was thinking the same tonight as well, but at the same time, as she thought about the policies of her master, the most fearsome being in this world, she asked herself, why? By selling the goblin-head-shaped communication devices, Vandalur could easily acquire a fortune in the position of Baron, so why was he so fixated on the process of becoming an adventurer, gaining achievements, and becoming a nobleman? Even without the communication devices, he could use golem transmutation to change the shapes of gemstones or even magic stones, combine them and turn pebble-sized gemstones into large ones worthy of shining in the crown of a king. Wouldn't he be able to easily gain the status of honorary nobleman if he demonstrated this ability? For magic stones, only magic stones from monsters of the same race with the same rank could be combined due to issues with mana compatibility, but even so, Vandalur would be able to combine magic stones to create larger ones when previously the only improvement possible was to polish them. These were Eleonora's thoughts, but Vandalur had told her, I can only see a future where influential people turn me into a slave or something and simply extract my mana for their own use. Indeed, Eleonora didn't believe that all influential people were virtuous. In fact, she believed that over 90% of them were conspirators or villains. But at the same time, she believed that unimaginably foolish influential people would make up less than 10%. I think that as long as they are not unimaginably foolish, they would realize that turning Vandalyu Sama into their enemy would lead to their ruin, but enormous, black wings flapped gently. The wings that had grown from the back of her master. It feels nice to fly like this, said Vandalyu. Everyone, how does the ride feel? He asked. Things are great here, too, replied Zran. The wind is strong, but it's perfect for a hot summer's night. You're amazing, King, said Braga. The humans making camp on the ground look like ants. Eleonora gave a vague smile as she glanced sideways at Zran, Braga and the other black goblins who were shouting excitedly. Vandalyu-sama. The ride is comfortable, but why have you changed? No, evolved, just for a method of transport. Eleonora questioned. I just grew some spirit-form wings, I haven't done any changing or evolving, replied Vandalyu. With 3 pairs of wings protruding from the neck of a bird consisting of only a torso, he resembled a very ominous bird indeed. Vandalyu had returned to the 7th cultivation village, said farewell to the priest who had left for the city in a hurry, killed time doing training and such with Qasim and his friends, and spent the night at the Jack.of.all. Trade store. In his room, he had informed Eleonora and the others that he was heading for the city tomorrow. Incidentally, the room in the Jack.of.all. Trade store was nothing but a room with 8 people's worth of crudely made bunk beds of straw. It didn't rely on its income as an inn in the first place, so the bunk beds had apparently been made by the owner himself. There was no disadvantage for him to have Vandalyu stay there in addition to Qasim and his friends. The owner was quite shrewd, he had decided that this made them even for having mistaken Vandalyu for a ghost. Leaving that aside, Vandalyu had regrouped with Eleonora and the others and immediately began trying to execute his idea. Using the spirit form transformation spell, the spirit form skill and the materialization skill, he began trying to grow wings. Now that he thought about it, Bone Bird, who was now a part of Nochin, had used spirit form feathers with its bone wings to fly. Also, Vandalyu had been using spirit form transformation to grow extra limbs and heads and even branched them out into tentacle shapes. With that being the case, wouldn't he be able to grow something like wings fairly easily? And wouldn't he be able to use these wings to fly? That was why Vandalyu tried it. He used spirit form transformation on part of his back, used the spirit form skill to change its shape the way he imagined it in his mind and stretched it out. He materialized it here and there using the materialization skill, adjusting the skill's intensity depending on the spot. And so, Vandalyu acquired enormous wings. Each of the wings was as long as a wing of a jumbo jet, and the torso was large enough for Eleonora and the others to ride on with room to spare. Perhaps because they were made of spirit form, or because he had used an owl's wings as a reference, or perhaps because his death attribute magic's erase presence was active, the wings made almost no noise despite their size. He was flying at a height where arrows wouldn't reach, at a speed equivalent to a racehorse sprinting at full speed. Though the wings' black color was inconspicuous in the night sky, if people on the ground did notice Vandalyu, perhaps they would faint in terror. Vandalyu-sama, are you planning to go beyond creating legends and start creating myths? Asked Eleonora. It's nothing as exaggerated as that, said Vandalyu. There are lots of flaws, too. As a method of transport, it is indeed inferior to the teleportation spell of the space attribute, said Eleonora. But even so. No, even Nochin could do this much, said Vandalyu. At the very least, it would be able to fly while carrying everyone here. That's true, but, and you know, even if you consider the fact that no other people could do this, it doesn't give me any additional options in the future other than spending my days running a delivery business. Indeed, since no other person was capable of this, even if one were to tell Vandalyu to do it in a way that other people could replicate it, it would be impossible. And there are flaws to this. To fly like this, I need multiple instances of parallel thought processing and high-speed thought processing, and it consumes a lot of mana, Vandalyu explained. And since I can't handle tight turns, fighting in the air is impossible. He had only tried it out as a method of transportation in the first place, so he supposed that this was how it was. But it consumes much less mana than the flight spell, so it's not unusable, he added. Ah, we're almost at the city, so I'll be descending now. And so, Vandalyu and his companions made the journey between the 7th cultivation village and the city, which would normally take 3 days, in a single night. Of course, they had passed by Frodo, the man disguised as a priest of Alda who had left the village before them, along the way. Incidentally, Kanata was currently using his stolen carriage to head towards a city to the north, past the duchy's capital. The next morning, he would be surprised to see that the distance between himself and Vandalyu displayed by his target radar changed significantly within a single night. The level of the spirit form skill has increased. The city of Niarki. Until the cultivation project began, it had been a city on the southern tip of the Hartner Duchy for over 100 years, and currently, it had returned to being the southernmost city. It had a population of 10,000. Its lord was Viscount Niarki. This city was the capital of his region. There was a young, white-haired boy wearing a crude eye patch made of cloth, walking around among the crowd in this city's marketplace. He looked at his surroundings with an unimpressed-looking gaze before suddenly approaching a store that his eyes had stopped on. "An apple," he said. "They're 1 baum each," said the middle-aged woman standing in the store with rows of fruit. The boy searched the inside of his cloth bag, seemingly unaccustomed to doing so, before finding a silver coin and handing it over. The woman stared at the silver coin without blinking, and then snorted. "This is fake, isn't it? There is no way that a brat like you would have silver coins. I don't know if you're a refugee or an orphan, but get lost," she spat. But despite her words, the woman pocketed the silver coin that the boy had handed her. It seemed that she had no intention of giving it back. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. Do you want me to call the guards?" she shouted. Her voice caused owners of other stores and people going back and forth around the marketplace to look towards the boy, but none of them had any compassion in their eyes. They looked at him with irritation, scorn and disgust. The boy's expression didn't change at all despite receiving such gazes, and he left the store quietly. He turned his body around in a natural manner and vanished. "Humph, what a weird brat," said the woman who had acquired a 50 baum silver coin as the corners of her lips rose in a smile. She hadn't noticed that there was now 1 less apple in her store. The boy, Vandalyu, was biting into the apple in a place away from public attention. He didn't believe that he had stolen it, as the woman had received 50 times the correct amount in payment. "This city is wild," he murmured. He had thought that his appearance wasn't dirty, but the cloth that he was wearing over his eye to conceal the fact that he was a damper apparently gave the impression that he was a refugee or an orphan with no parents. It was possible that his long hair covering his pointed ears only further strengthened that impression. Well, even if his ears were seen, people might assume that he was a half-elf orphan. The thing that shocked him was that the refugees were hated in the city more than he had imagined. It seemed that the people of the city blamed the refugees for the things they were dissatisfied about. Indeed, ever since the refugees had come from the Sauron Duchy, the economy had worsened, the taxes had become harsher and public order had deteriorated. There were more positions for day-to-day work than before, and the refugees were competing for these jobs with the people who had always lived in the city. Vandalyu had no intention of unconditionally taking the refugees' side. He did think that the deteriorating public order and competition over work was problematic for the people who had always lived in the Hartner Duchy. However, the reason for the economy being worse and the taxes becoming harsher was because the Hartner Duchy was putting effort into increasing its military presence, as it was now the front line in the war against the Amid Empire since Sauron Duchy had been captured. If the people were dissatisfied with that, they shouldn't be blaming the refugees but the politicians who had lost the war and the Amid Empire who had attacked. It wasn't logical for them to blame anything else. The youngsters of these days are quick to torment the weak. That be *tch, that woman at the fruit store, I'll curse her to death. So give me Manea. Anyhow, the lord of the region has been acting strange lately. It was only yesterday that. Ha! Perhaps it was actually 10 years ago. The password is, ale and moba bean stir fry. They'll tell you that they're out, but ignore them and repeat the same order one more time. Then you'll be able to meet the people from the fangs of dark nights. Hi, if you want to have good dreams, I recommend the Indigo Legs to the west. They have plenty of good prostitutes there. I see, said Vandeleur. The moment he asked to hear more about this city and the Hartner Duchy, the spirits had begun talking noisily. As he listened to them, Vandeleur thought about the discrimination against the refugees, which was to the point that human rights organizations and the media would have a field day if it was happening on Earth. Why do people feel the desire to discriminate against other people of the same nation? He wondered. It was a problem that had been present on Earth and in origin as well, but... Ah, I see. For the people of the city, for the people of the Hartner Duchy, the refugees from the Sauron Duchy aren't people from the same nation. In this world, where making journeys was dangerous even if using highways, it was common for people to spend their entire lives in the villages or cities that they were born in. For them, their societies were those villages and cities. People coming from outside those villages and cities were essentially outsiders, equivalent to being foreigners. And the Orbaum Kingdom was a nation that was made up of a collection of smaller nations. Each duchy was one of the nations that had existed since the kingdom's foundation. Because of this, even for those involved in politics, their fellow countrymen were only the people of their duchies, and those from other duchies were foreigners. To the people of the Hartner Duchy, the people of the Sauron Duchy were not people from the same nation. At this rate, the people of the cultivation villages will have a hard future ahead of them, said Vandeleur. Even the apple that Vandeleur was taking his second bite of shocked him. To summarize its flavor in one word, it was disappointing. It did taste like an apple, but it wasn't good enough to be put on the shelves in the supermarkets of Earth. It was neither sweet nor sour, even its texture was lacking. It was a failure when compared to a cobalt fruit. But it wasn't that this apple was inferior. It was that the cobalt fruit was outstanding. The flavor that Vandeleur remembered was the flavor of apples in Japan, on Earth. Despite nobody having given cobalt fruits any assistance, they contained flavor in their flesh that could rival the flavor of apples that farmers had spent a great deal of effort in selectively breeding. Considering that, Vandeleur now understood why cobalt fruits sold for 10 amits each, or 10 baums in the Orbaum Kingdom. Leaving that aside, I'll sneak into the Mage's Guild tonight and look for an old spirit, he decided. There are apparently items with history in the Mage's Guild, commonly known as cursed items. There should at least be one old, evil spirit or vengeful spirit. Ah, I've been talking to myself a lot. I shouldn't be acting alone after all, Vandeleur thought as he walked off, still munching on the disappointing apple. Somewhere along his way, he got into a fight with a hoodlum who had followed him after seeing him produce a silver coin in the marketplace, but the hoodlum didn't know anything about Princess Levia and the other titans either. The hoodlum's blood did taste better than the apple, however. In the archives of the small Mages Guild branch of the city of Nearchy, there was a magical tome that had been sealed away, feared to be a cursed, forbidden tome. It was a cursed item, said to contain forbidden knowledge that granted power to those who read it, but at the cost of their sanity, changing them to have cruel personalities. According to one theory, the tome contained not forbidden knowledge, but an evil god whose powers had been robbed from him, sealed inside the tome, entering the minds of those who read the book and brainwashing them in an attempt to remove the seal. That theory was 90% true. Hi, it seems that another fool has opened me. Buberdura, the evil god of the magic tome whose power had been robbed from him, felt joy stirring in his heart. In the past, he had been defeated by Farmound Gold and lost his power. He transformed himself into a book and now, he was seeking readers in order to restore his power. By possessing and manipulating the readers that opened and read him, he absorbed their power like a leech to regain his own. I have finally recovered half of my power. Tonight, I shall seize the body of this fool, turn him into my possessed servant and use him as a foothold towards my full recovery, he told himself. With a thud, the pages fluttered open. Not letting this moment escape him, Buberdura flew into the mind of this reader. Now then, I shall manipulate you, just as I have done to all of the foolish prey who have come before you. The body of Buberdura's will, which resembled an ugly combination between an arthropod and a mollusk, extended its tentacles into the center of the mind of the reader. Resistance would be completely impossible. Buberdura's mind would violate the reader's mind in an overwhelming manner. At least, the evil god had assumed that this would happen, as this was how things had gone up until now. What is the meaning of this? I cannot reach it. No matter how much Buberdura extended his tentacles, he couldn't reach the memories and personality that he wanted to tamper with. Flustered, he extended his tentacles as far as they could go, but even so, only a few of them barely managed to touch something at all. And the thing that he touched caused him deep bewilderment as well. What is this? Why are things like this? Impossible, why does it have this structure? Is this reader really someone from this world, he wondered. Buberdura had invaded the minds of hundreds, thousands of people. In a way, he was an expert when it came to minds. To his knowledge and experience, there were no people with minds like this. It was unsystematic. Things that were supposed to be in certain places weren't, instead, there were things with completely different shapes that weren't supposed to be there at all. If comparing it to a person's body, it was as if a small intestine in the shape of a liver had been packed into the place where the brain was supposed to be. It was completely incomprehensible. It was as bizarre as a castle forcibly built from random junk. As Buberdura came to this conclusion, a terrifying possibility rose in his mind. That is right, I have heard that after the demon king Sama broke the souls of the 4 champions, some god gathered their fragments together and forcibly joined them into a single soul. If something were to break that soul again. Buberdura realized something, mid-sentence. There was a deep opening above his head. And as the opening moved, he let out a scream of terror. The opening widened a little, revealing an enormous eye. Buberdura saw himself reflected in its dull, mud-dot-like pupil. A noise that sounded like fragments of metal scraping against each other echoed from behind him. He turned around immediately to see that there was a deep crack there as well. A tongue far thicker and more terrifying than Buberdura's tentacles extended from the crack towards him. He screamed again. The tongue wrapped around Buberdura, the evil god of the magic tome, and crushed him. Buberdura finally understood the meaning of the noise that he hadn't been able to hear properly. It had said, "How itchy star dot." And so, the evil god whom Farmound Gold had failed to defeat, who had hidden for 100,000 years while slurping up the minds of his victims and was finally about to make a recovery, was destroyed by a certain reader who had made a casual attack, as if merely brushing away a winged insect that had stopped on his neck. Having turned the ground into golems and used golem transmutation to dig a tunnel in order to infiltrate the Mages Guild from underground, Vandalyu investigated inside, searching for spirits. He found some spirits. But unfortunately, they were old and on the brink of being extinguished, had no interest in anything other than magic even after death, or had gone mad, becoming unable to speak in coherent sentences. None of them knew about the first Princess Livia. The spirits in the city didn't know anything either. Would it be better if I asked people who are alive? But it's questionable as to whether the people of this city would give me honest answers. Though he was worried about this matter, he was also searching the archives for any forbidden techniques that could be used for Darshia's resurrection. Suddenly, a mage's spirit informed him that there was a single forbidden tome in the archives. It was apparently an evil tome that granted those who read it great power, in exchange for also bestowing upon them a destiny of ruin. Intrigued, Vandalyu used death attribute magic to remove the seal that had been placed on the tome and tried holding the tome in his hands. I do feel an ominous presence, but it's not really that big a deal. Though he could feel mana, there was only a feeble reaction from danger sense. Death, he could only think of the book as unimportant. It was such an unthreatening forbidden tome that Vandeleur wondered if it was the metal reinforcements on its corners that were supposed to be dangerous. Thinking that there wouldn't be much to expect, Vandeleur opened the forbidden tome to find that its pages were filled with figures resembling geometric shapes rather than written characters. I can't read this. I don't think that these would grant power. As Vandeleur thought about this, he suddenly felt an unpleasant, itching sensation. Your mana has increased by 50,000,000. The mental corruption skill has transformed into the grotesque mind skill. You have acquired the body expansion, tongue, and mental encroachment skills. The levels of the superhuman strength, rapid healing, magic resistance, soul break, god slayer, body expansion, tongue, and grotesque mind skills have increased. For some reason, Vandeleur gained additional mana, new skills, and his skills leveled up. Though he was surprised, he checked his status to find that everything was as the announcer in his head had said. Name: Vandeleur. Race: Damper, Dark Elf. Age: 7 years old. Title: Ghoul King, Eclipse King. Taboo name: Job. Venom Fist. User level 20. Job history: Death attribute: Mage, Golem Transmuter, Undead Tamer, Soul Breaker. Attributes: Vitality 184 mana, 378,120,344, increased by 50 million, Strength 128, Agility 130, Stamina 119, Intelligence 761, Passive skills: Superhuman Strength. Level 3, level up. Rapid healing. Level 5, level up. Death attribute: Magic. Level 6, Status effect: Resistance. Level 7, Magic resistance. Level 3, level up. Dark vision: Death attribute: Charm. Level 6, Chant revocation. Level 4, Strengthen followers. Level 8, Automatic mana recovery. Level 4, Strengthen subordinates. Level 4, Venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue. Level 3, level up. Enhanced agility. Level 1, Body expansion, tongue. Level 3, new. Active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 7, level up. Surpass limits. Level 5, Golem transmutation. Level 6, No attribute magic. Level 5, Mana control. Level 4, Spirit form. Level 7, level up. Carpentry. Level 4, Engineering. Level 3, Cooking. Level 4, Alchemy. Level 4, Unarmed fighting technique. Level 5, level up. Soul break. Level 6, level up. Multi-cast, level 5, Long distance control. Level 6, Surgery. Level 3, level up. Parallel thought processing. Level 5, Materialization. Level 4, Coordination. Level 3, High-speed thought processing. Level 3, Commanding. Level 1, Farming. Level 3, Clothing. Level 2, Throwing. Level 3, Unique skills. God Slayer. Level 3, level up. Grotesque mind. Level 2, transformed from mental corruption, mental encroachment. Level 2, new. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over, cannot learn existing jobs, unable to gain experience independently. I see, I definitely acquired power, but if simply reading the book was enough to grant 50 million mana, it certainly was great power for normal people. It was the equivalent to the mana pools of 5,000 first-rate mages. It wouldn't be strange for them to lose themselves in it and bring ruin upon themselves. The unique skill called Grotesque Mind seemed dangerous. But why had the Soul Break and God Slayer skills leveled up? The mental corruption skill had transformed into a unique skill for some reason as well. And most importantly, what is this, body expansion, tongue? I can expand my tongue. Ah, it expanded. Vandeleur tried sticking his tongue out of his mouth to find that it could stretch outwards. There wasn't any pain or unpleasant, stiff sensation. As naturally as bending and stretching his limbs, Vandeleur could stretch his tongue to a length of less than a meter, but longer than his arms. He could even move it with complete freedom. He could bend it like a snake or extend it quickly, like when a frog used its tongue to catch insects. He could probably even wrap it around a pen and use it to write. It was as if he had gained an extra hand. Sharp tongue. He tried using the martial skill that used his tongue to pierce the target to find that it functioned normally. Its range was far shorter than when he had sent his tongue flying, but with this, he would be able to use it multiple times in quick succession. Vandeleur didn't know what the mental encroachment and grotesque mind skills were, but he had indeed gained power. He didn't know what would become of the destiny of ruin that he was supposed to receive along with it. All of the people who have read this forbidden tome, did they all gain the ability to extend their tongues as well? If that caused them to be treated like freaks and made them fail in their relationships with others and their work, that really would be a destiny of ruin, I guess. On Earth, someone with the ability to stretch their tongues to a length of a meter would be considered freaks, and many would think they were creepy. Making a note of being careful of this happening to him, Vandeleur returned the forbidden tome to its shelf. It would take Vandeleur a long time to realize that the soul of a foolish evil god had essentially thrown himself into his stomach, granting him the evil god's mana and a part of his power. But not as long as it would take the Mage's Guild branch of Niarchy to notice that the forbidden tome had turned into an ordinary bundle of paper. Skill explanation. Grotesque mind: a skill that represents having a different mental structure from normal people. Spells, special abilities and drugs that affect the mind are completely ineffective against those who possess this skill. But this skill doesn't mean that the person possessing it is emotionless. Among people, Vandeleur is the only one to possess this unique skill. A portion of beings that came from other worlds, such as evil gods, as well as those extraordinarily similar to them, also possess this skill. Mental encroachment: a skill that allows the user to affect the mind and alter the personality, perceptions and memories of the target. In order to use it, some kind of communication, such as direct contact, conversation or eye contact, is required. Using this skill through indirect methods, such as having the target read a written letter or hear a recorded voice, is also possible. In Buberdura's case, the condition for the skill's activation was the target reading the pages of the forbidden tome that was his body. Vandeleur is currently unable to use this skill against living people like Buberdura, who could directly enter the target's mind and soul to conduct his brainwashing. However, he is able to exert tremendous effects on the dead. Body expansion: a skill that allows the user to stretch or shrink a part of the body or the entire body. The distance the body part can be stretched depends on the level. Level 1 in the skill allows extension to twice the original body part's length, Level 2 allows 4 times the original length and Level 3 allows 8 times. Though the body parts can stretch and shrink, they do not gain rubber-like properties. There are no people who possess this skill. Chapter 75, Charge. The Local Criminal Syndicate. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 75. Charge. The local criminal syndicate. Naturally, criminal syndicates exist in the nations and cities of Lambda. Exchanging stolen goods, smuggling of contraband products such as drugs and cursed items, illegal slave trading, contracts for murder. They are far more villainous than the thieves' guilds that appear in the fantasy works of Earth, and there are those that could never be called a necessary evil. Such a criminal syndicate existed in the city of Niarchy as well. An organization with several dozen members, the Fangs of Dark Knights. It was a criminal syndicate that had recently taken advantage of the economic slump in the Hartner Duchy to profit through slave trading and dealing drugs. Its leader was a feared man, known as Torn Ear Zagi. When he was young, he had been subjected to torture by an opposing organization, during which his ears had been torn to pieces, but he hadn't let out a single scream. Zajai was currently glaring at a beautiful woman with red hair and red eyes. UB*TCH. What are you after? He had been forced to sit on a sofa inside his base, which was filled with the lingering scent of blood. In front of him was a white-haired child sitting on the opposite sofa and the beautiful woman standing beside him. Zajai's nearby henchmen were either lying on the floor bleeding or cowering and trembling in the corners of the room along with the women who poured his drinks. What I'm after is, the child began. I'm not asking you. Shut the hell up, you sheedy brat, said Zajai, interrupting him, still talking with the tone of an important person. Oi, Nay.chan, I don't know what kind of joke this is supposed to be, but if you thought you could trick me into thinking that this kid is your master, you failed. There's no way that a woman who could dispose of my men in the blink of an eye would be serving a brat like this. The beautiful, red-haired woman grabbed Zajai's collar and raised him into the air with one hand. I'm being lifted up by a woman's thin arm. In the next moment, the woman who had lifted the astonished Zajai into the air slammed his back into the floor. Gah! The floor made a noise of destruction. Zajai was winded from the impact and began writhing in pain on the ground. The woman added a kick to his abdomen. Zajai gave a scream, as if the precious little air in his lungs had been squeezed out. As the woman moved to deliver yet another attack, she was stopped. Eleonora, calm down, said the child. But Vandalyu.sama, such inferior creatures who dare speak careless remarks about you do not have the right to breathe, the woman protested. He must be tormented and killed as soon as possible. Your words are contradicting themselves, the child pointed out. It would be problematic if he dies, so let's calm down. Yes. The woman turned back to Zajai. You should be grateful for Vandalyu.sama's kindness, human. Ah, it's not good to use the word human like that, said the child. Me, Eleonora, Sran, we're all humans after all. Everyone is human, you know. That's right. Everyone is human, the woman turned to Zajai again. Be grateful, you scum. Yes, like that, said the child. From the conversation between the two individuals who were holding hands somewhere over his head, Zajai, who was still unable to breathe, realized that the child really was the superior one in their relationship. And on the inside, he felt relief at the fact that the child seemed to have no intention of killing him. Considering the ability that Eleonora had demonstrated a moment ago, Zajai knew that even the members and bodyguards of the Fangs of Dark Knights who weren't present wouldn't be able to cross swords with her. In fact, within his field of vision, he could see the organization's most competent bodyguard, a former class adventurer, defeated with a sword piercing his stomach. Now that it comes to this, I have no choice but to buy time until the master comes. Zajai's only hope was for the true master of Niarchi's underworld, the one who supported the organization, to come running to the scene of this bizarre occurrence. Zajai could feel the presence of the master's familiar, so he firmly believed that the master would come to this place. The question was whether that would be while Zajai was still alive or after he had already died. Guh. So, what is your objective? He asked the child. Did someone pay you to do this? Or do you want drugs? Surely you're not going to tell me that this is someone's plan for vengeance. It's the last option, vengeance, the child replied. I'm just acting as an agent, though. Though Zajai's heart almost fell upon hearing that this really was an act of vengeance, he smiled to himself, realizing there was a chance if the child was an agent. Those after revenge often have a broken sense of benefits and losses. An avenger who would stumble over money and women wouldn't have done things to this extent against the boss of a criminal syndicate. However, if he was merely an agent of revenge, then it was a different story. Then what did you ask for? If it's money, I'll pay as much as you want. Won't you turn to our side? Zajai asked. No, I intend to take all of your money after I kill you, said Vandalyu. Wah. Wait a second, didn't you say that your objective was vengeance? That's right. And I'm planning to take your money and organization while I'm at it. The way Vandeleur spoke these words with such a casual tone caused Zajai to shudder. And if what Vandeleur said was true, the fact that Zajai would be killed had already been decided. Zajai couldn't understand this at all. Wait, whose vengeance did you come for? He asked, now desperate. Hasn't there been some kind of misunderstanding? I'm definitely a bad person, but I don't kill people without reason. I have no other choice but to do it to survive. Plenty of the people I killed were real scoundrels, too. In the underworld, there's a thing called the underworld's virtues. If those words are lies, you're going to see hell, you know, said Vandeleur, though he was almost certain that Zajai's words were indeed lies. He had already heard various things from Zajai's recently deceased subordinates. And as for whose vengeance I came for. Do you remember a bar by the name of Scarlet Dreams? What are you talking about? Zajai asked, bewildered. He had no recollection whatsoever of a bar named Scarlet Dreams. I've come for the vengeance of a woman who was deceived by a swindling, traveling bard who was singing at that bar 15 years ago, said Vandeleur. Ha! What the hell is that? Zajai shouted, eyes wide open in disbelief. 15 years ago. A swindler's prostitute. Why the hell have you come for such a worthless vengeance? How stupid do you? Gago. Eleonora delivered yet another kick into the side of his body. Please refrain from making further careless remarks, scum, Eleonora warned him. As Zajai rolled on the floor, throwing up a mixture of blood and vomit, Vandeleur spoke once more. As for why, actually, this afternoon. Something big was going to happen. Old Lady Milan, a spiritualist who had made a living in divination for a long time in the city of Niarchy, had been certain of this since the previous night. It was a clear omen that anyone would notice if they had the basic powers granted by the spiritualist job that she possessed. So, you have come, she said, addressing the customer who had opened the door to her small store. Business has been terrible because of you. What do you mean? Asked Vandeleur, the white-haired child who had come through the door. The expression on old Lady Milan's wrinkled face changed as she laughed. Are you questioning how I knew that you would come? Or why business being terrible for me is your fault? You would know the answer to both of these if you gave it some careful thought, she told him. Now that every spirit in the city has been taken away, even the spirits of the mice and insects, what is a spiritualist like me supposed to do? And if you're taking such a large number of spirits around with you, it would be noticeable even from outside the city. The eyes of old Lady Milan, the eyes of a spiritualist, could see the countless spirits surrounding Vandeleur. Their numbers were far beyond the hundreds or thousands, they swarmed around him like insects. She was honestly unable to comprehend how the boy in front of her had managed to maintain his sanity. Some of the spirits told me that you were knowledgeable regarding the past, said Vandeleur. I suppose I am. I am an elf, so I really am as old as I look, said old Lady Milan, lowering her hood to reveal her long, pointed ears. I'm not really trying to hide it. It's just that a mysterious old woman who has been here for decades attracts more customers than a simple old elf, you see. It seemed that the atmosphere and impressions left on the customers were important for fortune-tellers, even in fantasy worlds. So, what did you want to ask me? I'm not an information broker, but if it's just stories from the past, I'll make it cheap for you, she said. Those with the spiritualist job are capable of a little fortune-telling, hearing the voices of the dead and seeing spirits. Other than being able to learn who committed a murder or hear from people of secret intelligence organizations who had been silenced in crude manners, it is nothing outstanding. This is because the memories and personalities of spirits become unstable over time. Their memories of everything other than fixations they had in life or people they hate collapse as if dissolving, eventually disappearing completely. This can happen in the space of anywhere between a few days to several decades. And even if they do possess the memories and personalities that they had in life, there is no guarantee that they will not lie. There have been tragic occurrences in the past where criminal investigations based on the words of spiritualists resulted in innocent people being executed. It is not uncommon for the victim to protect their murderer when the victim is the murderer's relative. But as old Lady Milan was an elf with a lifespan of 500 years, she remembered many things about the past herself, and she remembered stories told by spirits right after they died, even though they had died long ago. Please tell me what happened to Princess Livia of Talashim and those who were with her, around 200 years ago, said Vandalyu. Why would you want to know about something like that? Old Lady Milan asked. Do you have some relationship with that nation of Titans? No, I suppose I won't ask. I don't mind telling you, though. Vandalyu offered. Never mind, those spirits around you are giving me frightening looks, said Old Lady Milan. Now then. I think this will be unpleasant to hear for you, but listen, and don't get angry. When the tunnel through the Boundary Mountain Range was discovered 2 centuries and a few decades ago, the head of the Hartner family of dukes at the time was a war-obsessed, zealous believer of Veda. As Talashim was a nation of Titans that believed in Veda, he conducted trade with Talashim in a proactive manner. This trade brought wealth to the Hartner Duchy, leading it to having a favorable reputation and people praising it for having outstanding economic policies despite having an image of being an unrefined duchy before that. However, the new head of the family after that was a zealous believer of Alda. He believed that the one who would bestow their divine protection in harsh battles was not Veda, who had been defeated, but Alda, the victor. Even so, there would have been no problems for Talashim if the Duke was part of the peaceful faction, but he was actually a fundamentalist pretending to be part of the peaceful faction. But he was not simply a fanatic, and as ruler, he had the power of judgment. He maintained the trade with Talashim for as long as it remained profitable, despite his unpleasant feelings about it. That was when the Merg Shield Nation's expedition to Talashim happened. The head of the Hartner family utilized that expedition. When Talashim sent requests for reinforcements, he made excuses, delayed his responses and left the Titans to die. When the first Princess Livia led 50 refugees to the Hartner Duchy, seeking aid, he tricked them into thinking that he would accept them. He had her bodyguards poisoned and had the princess executed after falsely accusing her of trying to kill him and instigate a coup d'état to take the Hartner Duchy for herself. He acquired the national treasures of Talashim that the Titans had brought to ensure that they didn't fall into the hands of the Merg Shield Nation, precious magic items such as a box that generated endless products. He sent the remaining Titans, which were only children and elderly individuals, to the slave-run mines as criminal slaves. He had the city of people who were knowledgeable about Talashim, the city that was the contact point for the trade with Talashim, abandoned. Since the trade was now impossible, it was unable to sustain itself as a trading city anymore, so this was convenient for him. As the tunnel had been sealed, there was no need to worry that the Merg Shield Nation would give pursuit either. As a result, the Hartner Duchy acquired national treasures of Talashim and a labor force of Titans equivalent to several hundred workers without losing a single soldier to the Merg Shield Nation. Considering the alternative of sending reinforcements to help fight the Merg Shield Nation and losing the battle, this was an extraordinary profit. But 200 years ago, wasn't Talashim supposed to be considered on the side of justice in the war between the Orbom Kingdom and the Amid Empire? Asked Vandalyu. If old Lady Milan's story was true, there were some inconsistencies. At the very least, with her version of events, there would have been problems in considering Talashim to be on the side of justice. But old Lady Milan simply gave a shrug. I am simply a spiritualist, boy, she said. I only speak the words of the dead. Investigating and making conclusions is not my specialty, nor is it my job. But you are right, she paused. The only ones who know the truth would be the Duke's family and their close aides, as well as a very small number of the kingdom's rulers at the time. They likely tricked the world with a substitute for the princess. A short while after the war, they would have announced that she had died of illness. It is a method that even an old woman like myself could think of. There were fewer Titans than humans, but there were quite a number of them living in the Orbom Kingdom. Though it would have taken some effort, it wouldn't have been particularly difficult to prepare a substitute. And though Princess Levia was known by everyone in Talashim, the number of people who knew what her face looked like in the Orbaum kingdom was limited. The people would be informed of a magnificent war and where it was occurring, told that the pitiful refugees had been taken under protection. Everyone would be satisfied with this and not think to find out what was really happening. A few years later, the people would be tricked in the same way in regards to the princess's whereabouts. This was a conspiracy made possible if several influential people joined forces. So, are Talashim's refugees still in the mines? Vandalyu asked. Old Lady Milan nodded. Most likely. Titans are sturdy, and though they are criminal slaves, they are actually more like illegal slaves, so they should be still being made to work without being allowed to live or be killed, she said. Perhaps not the elderly, but those who were children back then should be still alive, though probably not all of them. Apparently, it is something like a village of slaves managed by the army. It is something that I heard from one of the spirits near you. Vandalyu thought for a moment before asking another question. The Titans that were Princess Levia's bodyguards, where were they buried? Let's see. It would be unusual indeed for a spirit that would know such classified information to wander into a city in a remote place like this, said Old Lady Milan. But there is an underground cemetery that would be ideal for burying such a dark history. There is a legend that one of the champions sealed away a part of the Demon King there. It is said that thanks to him, evil cannot escape that place, even now. Where is that? Vandalyu asked. Somewhere beneath the Duke's castle, Old Lady Milan replied. Be careful. Be careful. Vandalyu repeated. You're saying that as if you know that I'm going to go there. Old Lady Milan gave an exasperated sigh. As you can see, I have been in this business for a long time, she said. By looking at the spirits around you, I can see that you are struggling to contain your anger. Exactly as Old Lady Milan was pointing out, Vandalyu was on the verge of exploding in rage. The nearby spirits were trembling in fear of his wrath. If Old Lady Milan's story was true, how could he possibly remain calm? How could he not curse the events of the past? He even felt a murderous impulse to go outside and begin indiscriminately tearing apart every living thing that entered his sight. But Vandalyu's logical side persuaded him that that wouldn't make him happy, nor would there be any meaning to doing so. It was true that the people of the Hartner Duchy had abandoned the refugees of Talashim who were exploited. Nobody, not even the old elf woman in front of him, had tried to advocate that they should be helped. But the Orbaum kingdom was a feudalistic nation as well. The average citizen wouldn't think of starting political movements. There was almost nobody left who knew about the circumstances of 200 years ago, anyway. There was no internet and no journalists in Lambda. There were few ways information could spread, and the methods people could use to travel were limited as well. And with regards to punishment, the mindset of Talashim, the mindset of Mwaza, Borkus, Zran and the other Titans, was that, the sins of the father are not the sins of the child. Vandalyu agreed with this as well. It would be wrong to punish the people who were currently alive for the sins committed in the events of 200 years ago. Indeed, at least for the sins of 200 years ago. Vandalyu exhaled. Another question. If someone were to attack the slave.run mine and all of the slaves were to disappear somewhere, someone would investigate. Can you sell me information on the people who would investigate such an incident? The thing that needed to be done right now was not accusations or retribution, but the freeing of the Titans who had been turned into slaves. Vandalyu didn't care about the laws of this land. But he wouldn't merely free them. He had to appeal to them and have them come to Talashim. He needed to gain power and support, attack with enough force to be considered excess and deceive Duke Hartner and those serving him into thinking that it was some kind of accident. No. I value my life more than a few coins, said Old Lady Milan. Out of concern, I will tell you that revenge is. No, never mind. These words are nothing more than an unrealistic ideal. I learned that soon after I became able to see spirits, too. The idea that the dead don't wish for anything, or that they only want the living to be happy is nothing more than a terribly foolish delusion. There were spirits following this unrealistic ideal, but if those they hated while alive fell to ruin, they would laugh and feel truly happy from the bottom of their hearts. Old Lady Milan knew that such spirits existed. The idea of speaking of this unrealistic ideal, to Vandeleur of all people, was laughable. "I'm leaving the city tomorrow. Is there any kind of reward that you want?" Vandeleur asked, as if nothing had happened. He had managed to suppress his anger. "Payment for the information. Despite the appearance of my store, I do have savings," said Old Lady Milan. "I have plenty to retire and live out the rest of my years, but... Let's see, can I ask one favor of you?" As long as all of the spirits in the city were following Vandeleur, her business as a spiritualist was doomed. As such, Old Lady Milan had intended to close her store for a while. She had even considered moving to another city, depending on how things went. That was why she decided to voice the one regret that remained in the corner of her memories. "Actually, this was about 15 years ago. One of my customers got involved with a bard who was singing at a bar called Scarlet Dreams. I told her that he was a swindler and warned her to give up on him, and she said that she would break up with him, but 3 days later, the woman's spirit apparently came back with a sad expression, and disappeared soon after. The old lady told me that she wanted to know the truth about this woman. And then I heard from a reliable source that you're the one responsible," Vandeleur explained. Zagai's body couldn't stop sweating in terror. "In other words, this brat that I don't know anything about is about to do something crazy in this duchy. And he just decided to kill us all while he's at it." "No, quite a lot of you are alive," said Vandeleur. "Other than your bodyguards, only a few people were killed. The others are bleeding a little, but their hearts are still beating." Did this guy just read my mind? Zagai was too astonished to speak, but actually, the spirit of one of his bodyguards had cheerfully told Vandeleur, "He's probably thinking something like that." What an idiot, right? "So, do you remember her?" Vandeleur asked. Though Zagai didn't respond, he did indeed have some idea of what Vandeleur was referring to. To be more specific, he had remembered while Vandeleur was talking. It was 15 years ago, when Zagai was at the bottom of the organization. Back then, he had already been blessed with villainous qualities, skill in committing crimes and good luck. Even the boss of the organization at the time remembered him. One of the jobs that he had been entrusted with was punishing a traveling bard who had been cheating people out of their money without making any offerings to the organization. However, Zagai allowed the swindler to make a narrow escape. In order to cover up his failure, he kidnapped the woman that the swindler had marked as his target, killed her in an unimaginably gruesome way and dumped her corpse in the room that the swindler had been using. He killed the woman and made it appear as if the swindler had fled in fear. He bribed his companions as well. He took the money of the woman that the swindler had failed to escape with, gave it to the boss and told him that it was the money that the swindler had offered in apology. That was supposed to be the end of this incident. "I doubt if I tell the truth here, I'll be killed. Damn it, as if I'm going to die because of that woman that nobody gives a shit about." "I don't know, it was someone else. Probably the dead bodyguard over there," said Zagai. "He was a crazy bastard who loved killing women, He's lying. I killed about 5 people, but they were all men," shouted the bodyguard spirit. Though Zagai was making various efforts in order to survive, they were futile and rather humorous attempts for Vandeleur, who could see spirits. "Damn it, isn't the master here yet?" "Ah!" The door was opened from the outside with a bang. A man with red eyes and white skin entered, along with a titan with his face hidden by a black mask and several small-looking people. "Master. Thank you for coming." The male vampire leading the group was a spy who had been stationed here by the pure-breed vampires who worshipped Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life. He was the one who had been supporting Zagai. By becoming this vampire's hound, Zajai had been able to act like an important figure in the underworld of this city of 10,000, without any other organizations rising to power. Zajai had never seen the Titan or the small men following the vampire before, but he assumed that they were probably his subordinate vampires. Now then, master, kill this sheedy brat in his B*TCH. I'll definitely repay the favor, shouted Zajai. Zajai. You are a loyal man who served me well. I valued you highly. The vampire stepped toward Zajai, as if responding to his request. But then, he walked straight past Vandalyu and Eleonora and looked down at Zajai. You, censored, mongrel, he roared. Don't you dare speak badly of these people. He drove the hard sole of his boot into Zajai's chest. Gwa! Zajai screamed as he heard his ribs cracking. Master, what are you? Suddenly, he noticed that the clothes of the man he called master were stained dark red. I still have plans for him, so leave it at that, Vandalyu instructed. Yes. Goshijin.Sama, the vampire lowered his head respectfully towards Vandalyu and kissed his feet. Seeing this, Zajai understood everything now. The reliable source that Vandalyu had mentioned earlier was this undead vampire. Zajai's last hope had been disposed of even before the attack on his organization had begun. This can't be happening. Just because I killed that woman that nobody cares about, the kind of woman you could find anywhere, my organization is. With his hope extinguished, Zajai began whispering to himself with a face looking more like a dead man's than that of an actual dead man. Vandalyu gave him a perplexed look. Just like how she was the kind of woman that you could find anywhere, someone you didn't really mind killing, you're the kind of villain that I could find anywhere, and I don't really mind killing you, he told Zajai. Isn't that just how it is? And so, Zajai, the boss of the Fangs of Dark Knights, died. The next day, however, he was found in perfect health, still giving orders to his subordinates. Zajai, whose personality had become strangely cheerful, began ruling the underworld much more reliably than he had before. It would be some time before a certain adventurer's actions revealed that he was, in fact, an undead king. I finally got a lover. Braga announced. When did that happen? Chapter 76, To Adventurers at the Adventurers Guild. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 76. To Adventurers at the Adventurers Guild. After being betrayed by her stepfather and sold to a slave trader, Marie was stricken by despair. Marie's real father had died while she was young and her mother had remarried before dying of disease. Deciding that he couldn't raise a daughter that he wasn't related to, he ignored Marie's mother's final wish and sold Marie. Betrayed by someone she had loved like her real father, Marie gave up hope in living. A girl in her early teenage years like her wouldn't be purchased by a brothel unless she had been blessed with exceptional looks. It was common for such girls to be bought at cheap prices and worked to death performing harsh manual labor in a mine. Nobody could blame Marie for falling into despair. Fufu, what a beautiful bride. Please tell me your name. That was why she actually felt relieved to learn that she had been given to a vampire as payment, thinking that it would all be over soon. Even if by some miracle she was blessed enough to be purchased by a good buyer and set free one day, she no longer had a family that cared about her. Living out her remaining decades in such sadness would bring her nothing but pain. So, you are unable to speak. It matters not. I will soon be able to taste everything with these fangs and this tongue. As the vampire's fangs were revealed, his well-featured face twisted into a beast-like expression. As those fangs closed in on Marie's neck. The window, which contained glass unlike most other windows in the city of Niarki other than the windows of the Lord's house, shattered and glass scattered across the floor. What? Gwa! Black shadows flashed past his back and his sides, each of them causing a spray of blood to erupt from his body. Marie simply stared blankly at this unbelievable sight. The being in front of her was a vampire, an embodiment of evil that was supposed to be defeated by champions or heroes. Someone was tearing such a being into pieces in a one-sided fashion. Damn you, you coward, the vampire cursed. Wounds like this will soon. They won't heal, said a voice. These are kunai that apply the Holy Sun's healing negation. There's also deadly poison on them that works on vampires, said another. What? That can't be. Gobu. With blood spraying from his mouth as if he were a fountain, the vampire stopped moving. The vampire that was supposed to grant Marie an end to her life had perished. His corpse had even been carried away by a masked titan. Vaguely wondering what would happen to her now, Marie was overwhelmed with fear. Instinctively, she picked up a sharp fragment of glass. Wait. Before Marie could bring the piece of glass to her throat, the smaller assassin had grabbed her arm. Why are you stopping me? She demanded. I'm begging you, please let me die. No, said the assassin. It would be problematic if you were to die. Why? She asked. You can find people who can replace me if you look just about anywhere. There's nobody who could replace you, said the assassin, with a forceful tone to his voice. Marie instinctively let the strength flow out of her arm. Braga used this opportunity to seize the piece of glass and throw it aside. And then he began to treat Marie's hand that had been cut by the glass. Everyone cares about you, he told her. Don't go and die so easily. Braga and the others had been asked by Vandalyu, their king, to protect as many of the vampire's victims and captives as possible. That was why they had been careful to protect victims like Marie and keep them safe. Braga wasn't lying. But in this moment, for the broken-hearted Marie, he was like a prince on a white horse. So that's how it is, king. This is my lover, Marie, Braga announced. Please give your blessings for our marriage. You really never know where you're going to meet the one, Vandalyu thought as he looked at the proud-looking Braga and the girl standing next to him, who looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. I don't really mind giving my blessings, but Braga is a black goblin. Are you alright with that? Vandalyu asked. Black goblins were far more human-like in appearance than regular goblins, and they had good personalities like Braga's. Though Vandalyu could understand being friends, he had to wonder, wasn't there still a barrier that would make most normal people hesitate to choose a black goblin as their spouse? Of course, Marie replied, despite Vandalyu's doubts. The only one who cared about me is my mother, who passed away. I'm sure it's destiny that Braga and the others saved me from being killed by that vampire. I see, said Vandalyu. You won't be able to come back to this country for at least 10 more years. Do you still feel that way? I don't mind. Then I don't have anything to do other than give you my blessings and say, congratulations. If Marie herself was satisfied, then it was probably fine. In fact, Braga, the vice-captain of the ninja unit, was the most successful of the black goblins and a fine individual. There was nothing to object to. And Marie would probably be able to live a more luxurious lifestyle if she came to Talashim. Ah, Holy Sun, about the prostitutes that the scoundrels held captive and the women working for them, Zran began. For some reason, his words were rather inarticulate. As Vandalyu turned to look at him, it was clear even through his mask that he was feeling troubled. What is it? Vandalyu asked. I'm planning to use the mental encroachment skill to keep them quiet, give them some money and then release them. He only planned to use the fangs of dark nights that he had taken over for a few months at most, so he had no intention of continuing the management of their businesses like their brothels. He was intending to pull out right away, so he was planning to dispose of the wicked female management pretending to be prostitutes and silence the rest before releasing them. About that, said Zran. After seeing Marie Jushin, they seem to have misunderstood and are under the impression that they won't be killed if they suck up to us. They're having a mass marriage interview over there with the black goblins. Wow. And none of them are used to women, so things have turned out quite interesting. Women are sturdy, aren't they? So, Vandalyu-sama, what will we do with those women? Eleonora asked. Indeed, what should Vandeleur do with them? First of all, let's conduct interviews and physical examinations, he said. Honey, you have to tell him about me as well, said a woman. Ah, that's right. King, I have a lover, too, said another black goblin. Congratulations, said Vandeleur. Around the same time, those who had conspired to destroy the cultivation project led by the next lord of the Hartner Duchy, the second son Belton, had gathered to report the situation. So, you mean to tell me that our plans have come to nothing because of this damper boy? Precisely, Carcan. Dono. Carcan, a knight of the Hartner family's eldest son, Lucas, seemed to doubt the report of Frodo, the man who had been disguising himself as a priest of Alda. That is what you say, but... No, I do not mean to say that I distrust you people. But still, it is a little. Nobody could blame Carcan for stroking his goatee with a suspicious look in his eyes. The contents of the report of Frodo and his companions were simply too bizarre. A damper had flown through the sky towards the 5th cultivation village to save all of the villagers from the poison that had been distributed there. In addition to appearing from the sky bare-handed to defeat a group of orcs attacking the village, he created a well in the blink of an eye, providing an abundant source of water to the village that had been suffering from a water shortage. Carcan himself had ordered the knights under his command to deliver poison fertilizer to the 2nd cultivation village. It was supposed to become a ghost town by next spring. But apparently the damper had come and taught the villagers how to use goblins as emergency rations. And Frodo claimed that there was no doubt that the damper was involved in the fact that the bandits dispatched by the spies in the city had gone missing. Carcan's men were reporting that all of this was done by a single damper boy. It wasn't unreasonable for Carcan to think that all of this was suspicious. At the very least, Carcan. Dono, I saw the incident with the orcs myself. With these very eyes, I saw the orcs I sent being defeated by the damper in an instant, said the man who had tamed the orcs. He was a beast mage. A job that allowed the creation of mental bonds with monsters through magic in order to control them. Considering his words in addition to Frodo's, it was difficult to believe that these reports were lies. And to counteract the poison that I distributed. That poison takes time to kill its victims, as it is designed to look like a disease, but it cannot be counteracted by normal anti-poison spells or antidote potions. That damper's skill is not superficial by any means, said a young man, the spy who had used makeup to disguise himself as a middle-aged traveling merchant. The men's words were too unnatural to assume that they were simply making excuses for failing in their work. Thus, Carcan decided to take their reports as truth. He was in charge of an entire order of knights. He had seen with his own eyes that there were men who could achieve unbelievable things despite their age and appearance if they served as knights for long enough. That child was a damper, was he? As difficult as it is to believe, if he is indeed a damper, it is a feasible story, said Carcan. But in other words, it simply means that there was a capable healing mage with the strength of a class adventurer in those villages, he concluded. The fact that the damper had defeated 3 orcs was impressive, but he had essentially defeated one with a surprise attack and used his momentum to defeat the other 2. This would likely be possible for anyone with the strength of a class adventurer. Most importantly, he is not using the village as a base for activity like the refugee adventurers. You said that he was simply passing by towards the city to become an adventurer, didn't you? In other words, it simply means that we must get things done while that child is not in the villages, said Carcan. Will that really be all right? Frodo asked. Carcan laughed. You worry too much. Even that damper wouldn't do something like setting up guards to watch over the villages, he said. I suppose you are right. In reality, Vandeleur had stationed his familiars, lemurs, as well as dozens of stone golems in each cultivation village. If that damper child is intending to become an adventurer, he should be forced to attend the adventurer's school for at least a year, said Carcan. During that time, we will pretend to be bandits and destroy the cultivation villages. I will lead the men myself. The men stirred at Karkin's announcement that he and his men would act as bandits. Is that really all right? If it were to be discovered, even if our victims are mere refugees, we will be hanged or turned into slaves. We must be willing to take at least this much risk, said Karkin. Everything is for the sake of exterminating these shamelessly disgraceful fools from the Sauron Duchy who are eating away at our Hartner Duchy like parasites, for the sake of the people and for the sake of Lord Lucas. As Vandalyu had thought, Karkin didn't acknowledge the refugees who had escaped the Sauron Duchy, including those living in the cultivation villages, as people of his own nation. The people that he referred to were the people of the Hartner Duchy. Those from other duchies such as the Sauron Duchy were essentially foreigners. With that said, Karkin's true motive was that he was impatient because he hadn't achieved anything meaningful in Lucas's name, so even if Lucas did succeed the family, Karkin wouldn't achieve the social status he wanted. My company is due to go on an expedition next month, said Karkin. At that time, we will start with the 7th cultivation village and then go on to attack the rest of the cultivation villages. Frodo. Dono, I will have you join us as well. Me. To ensure that we do not leave anyone alive, we need you, Frodo. Dono, as you know your way around the villages from pretending to preach to them. If this succeeds, you will become a vassal of the Duke's house, too. I'm counting on you. Of course. Despite the ominous feeling that he got from becoming involved in a deeper conspiracy than he had counted on, Frodo couldn't turn back now. Vandalyu, who had inadvertently put a stop to all of Karkin's plans, was passing through the marketplace and heading towards the Adventurers Guild. His objective was, of course, to register as an adventurer. Things have changed after I learned various things, but now is the perfect opportunity to register. Now that it was clear that the Hartner Duchy had betrayed Talashim, Vandalyu had a new objective of rescuing the Titan slaves from the slave.run mines, where they were still being exploited. He had already contacted Talashim regarding this. Borkus was apparently so furious that he wanted to invade the duchy right this moment. How reliable he was. The reason Vandalyu was still registering as an adventurer despite this was because if he let this chance pass him by now, the next opportunity to do so might be years away. Vandalyu had also disposed of the vampire that had been stationed here by the pure breed vampires worshipping the evil god of joyful life, turning him into an ally. Even the criminal syndicate controlling the city of Niarki had become his puppet. I'll quickly register, leave the city right away, regroup with Eleonora and the others, wait for night to fall and then fly towards the duchy's capital. Either way, Vandalyu needed to wait for nightfall before flying, so there was no problem with this. It would be problematic if he had a cliched encounter with delinquent adventurers, though. Still, it's good that I learned that there are a lot of things I need to work as an adventurer. To think that I'd at least need a house. Normally, adventurers wouldn't need a house to work as an adventurer. New adventurers used cheap lodging houses, while many veteran adventurers used inns that they were familiar with as their bases. However, Vandalyu had circumstances unlike those of other adventurers in that he had Borkus, Zadiris, Sam and Eleonora to worry about. They wouldn't be treated as people. They were monsters that Vandalyu had tamed. As such, Vandalyu couldn't use an inn. It was similar to restaurants and boarding houses on Earth that didn't allow their customers to bring pets. And in this case, they weren't pets, but monsters that were feared more than wild beasts. If they were small monsters like pixies, there probably wouldn't be any problems, and for those like Eleonora and Zadiris who looked like normal people at first glance, things might work out at certain inns. But it would certainly be impossible for Nochin and Bone Man. Of course, there were adventurers who were tamers, but when they used inns, they left their monsters in barns. Whether they were goblins, kobolds or even ghouls, they would have to stay in barns. Because of this, if Vandalyu wanted to use an inn, Borkus, Bone Man, and even Eleonora and the ghouls if they weren't allowed to use a guest room, would have to be treated like horses and kept in a barn. Truly savage behavior. Though after realizing this last night, Eleonora had prepared herself for this, thinking, to humiliate myself in such a way before anyone other than Vandeljot-sama. But if it is for Vandeljot-sama's sake. In order to work as an adventurer, I need to attend the adventurer school, but even before that, I need to take money from bandits and criminal organizations, gather treasures from dungeons and buy a big house, said Vandeljot. Isn't it normally the other way around? It was strange to think that in order to become an adventurer and make achievements for himself, he needed to become rich and acquire a house. But if he worked alone, he couldn't acquire experience points due to his curse, and he wouldn't be able to endure the loneliness. On top of that, he had no confidence that he would be able to gain companions to form a party at the adventurer's school. A house was necessary after all. Even if I do use money to buy a house, I can't walk around cities publicly with everyone unless I receive collars and necklaces that prove that I've tamed them. Becoming an adventurer is so troublesome, Vandeljot thought aloud as he passed a deserted church of Vita and arrived at the Adventurers Guild building. It was a 2-story building built in an area so large that the branch in the 7th cultivation village, the entire Jack.of.all. Trade store, could fit inside it dozens of times over. Excluding the buildings of the region's lord, it was among the 5 largest buildings in the city of Niarki. The buildings for guild branches in cities really are big. Even Vandeljot, who normally lived in the royal castle of Talashim, was impressed. He gave a short prayer, hoping that he wouldn't get into a fight with some delinquent adventurer. Let's go. He gathered his resolve and opened the door to the guild. The time of day where the guild would be packed with adventurers looking for requests to accept had passed, so there were few adventurers present. There were receptionists sitting at the reception counter, and behind them, there were other employees doing paperwork. Vandeljot proceeded silently and managed to reach the counter. Without getting into any fights. It seems my prayer has been heard, Vandeljot thought, but he was mistaken. It was simply that most of the adventurers hadn't even noticed him, and even if they did notice him, there weren't many who would pick a fight with a child like him. Most children who come to the Adventurers Guild are either newbies coming to register, G.class adventurers, or students of the Adventurers School. And if someone were to say, you think a brat like you can be an adventurer and pick a fight with a G.class adventurer who did work like manual labor in the city and cleaning the guild, they would receive only scornful laughter. Things would only be more tragic for them if they were to pick a fight with a student enrolled at the Adventurers School. Positions as instructors at the Adventurers School are popular for adventurers who have retired from the front lines. If people pick fights for no reason and try to threaten others, they would only anger their seniors and make it harder for themselves to be re-employed in the future. So, the cliché scenario of the boorish senior adventurer who picks fights with newbies only occurs when new adventurers graduate the Adventurers School and begin their real adventures. Alternatively, it is often the child who starts the fight. There are indeed people in all lines of work who are so hopelessly low that common sense is lost on them, but they wouldn't be present in every guild branch at every hour of the day. Perhaps in the sense that there were no such people currently in the Niarki branch of the guild, Vandeljot's prayer had indeed been heard. Excuse me, said Vandeljot, calling out to a receptionist. I want to register as an adventurer. Ah, yes. It seemed that the receptionist hadn't noticed him. She looked surprised for a moment before quickly giving him a businesslike smile and handing him a pen and a paper form. Please fill out your name, age, race and specialties if you have any. Do you need someone to fill it out on your behalf? She asked. No, it's not a problem, said Vandeljot. But what kind of things should I write under specialties? He had heard about the application process for the Adventurers Guild of 200 years ago from Borkus and the process in the Merg Shield nation from Kachia, but things were different in different time periods and different nations. It was best to make sure he was filling out the form correctly. For specialties, you should write things like any training you have received from former adventurers, affinity for attributes, your qualities and any unique skills you possess, said the receptionist. Even my unique skills. Don't you find out my skills when you issue my guild card? Vandeljot asked. Yes, that is correct, but your skills that are revealed when you register are kept confidential, so they will only be known to the staff member in charge of your registration. When you write your unique skill in the specialties field of the form, it is a declaration of your intent to make that unique skill public and make use of it in competing requests, the receptionist explained. For example, if an adventurer possessed a unique skill that granted the ability to deal extra damage against certain species of monsters, such as Goblin Slayer or Dragon Slayer, the guild would set up requests suitable for that skill and introduce appropriate clients to that adventurer. But if the adventurer wanted to keep the skill a secret, it would basically be sealed within the mind of the staff member. It seems like there would be exceptions, though, like they would actually tell the guild master, or something like that. The Adventurers Guild was run by people after all, so it was probably best not to rely too much on their confidentiality policy. In fact, though Vandalyu was unaware of this, a guild master of the Adventurers Guild in the Merg Shield. Nation had fraudulently promoted the Green Wind Spear Riley at Earl Thomas Palpapek's demand. Of course, there were some guild masters who managed their branches in a wholesome manner, but there were also those who did not. In that case, I can just leave the specialties field blank. Vandalyu would dash out of the city after registering. He submitted the form after filling in only the fields for his name, race and age. This is, for some reason, the receptionist opened her eyes wide as she took the form and then gave Vandalyu a pitiful look. According to what you have written in this form, you are a 7-year-old damper. Is that correct, Vandalyu-san? Even if Vandalyu tried to deceive her, his real name, age and race would be revealed once his guild card was issued. So, of course, he had filled in the form with complete honesty. Yes, that's right, he told the receptionist. I suppose dampiers are rare after all, Vandalyu thought as he removed the cloth concealing one of his eyes, showing her that he really was a damper. Then, I'm afraid you cannot register, the receptionist said with a grave expression as she saw his crimson and purple odd-colored eyes. Vandalyu blinked a few times, bewildered by this unbelievable response. But the receptionist's expression didn't change, nor did she correct her statement. Why is that? He asked. I thought that those under the age of 10 registering to become adventurers just need to take a simple test. If the examination was passed. If the applicant was able to demonstrate that they possessed the intelligence and decision-making ability equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child, they would be registered as a G-class adventurer. As for whether they could become F-class or higher, just like other underage adventurers, it would be decided after they graduated from the adventurers' school. At least, that was how it was supposed to be, but under the joint signature of Lord Belton and the Guild Master of the Guild Headquarters of the Hartner Duchy, the rules have been changed. Children under the age of 10 who have mixed blood including blood of Veda's races that originate from monsters such as Lamias and Centaurs do not have the right to sit the examination, the receptionist told him. Of course, this includes dampiers. The system had changed so that Vandalyu couldn't register as an adventurer in the Hartner Duchy until he reached the age of 10 where he would be able to attend the adventurer's school. Another 3 years or so. Qasim and his friends hadn't mentioned it, but they hadn't intentionally kept it from Vandalyu. They were all humans, the only ones affected by this system change were beast people, titans, dark elves and people of mixed blood of those races. Beings like vampires or lamias were considered to be monsters. Children born between humans and such beings with their human features being more prominent than their monster ones were a minority. Qasim and his friends couldn't be blamed for not remembering the change. And now that he thought about it, Vandalyu realized that he had never told them that he was 7 years old. Because he had decapitated a goblin barbarian and used advanced life attribute magic, or at least, Qasim and the others believed this, to heal Ivan, it wouldn't be surprising if they had assumed that Vandalyu was older than he looked. I see. Yes. And rumor has it that the rules will change again this year so that such individuals will not have the right to enroll at the adventurer's school. The receptionist wore a regretful expression as her words trailed off. If what she said came to pass, Vandalyu wouldn't be able to become an adventurer for another 8 years, never mind 3. I see, said Vandeleur, trying to suppress his shock in order to think. It was unpleasant that Lord Belton and the guild master had made a change to the system and rules that seemed to target him specifically. Including the way that Talashim and the Titans had been betrayed, Vandeleur would never forget this. But there would be no meaning in protesting here. It was best that Vandeleur give up and leave the city. And once he dealt with the matters at hand, he would simply need to look for an opportunity to register as an adventurer in another duchy. He wouldn't wait 8 years. It would be fine to register next year or the year after. Normally, it would be difficult for a child living in this world to go to another duchy, which was essentially another country, even if that child was in a trading city near a border between duchies. But Vandeleur would be able to do so easily by flying through the sky. This wasn't a large problem. Yes, it was unpleasant, but it wasn't a large problem. But someone behind Vandeleur raised his voice. "Hang on a second, will you?" The receptionist in front of Vandeleur and even the other employees and adventurers started to stir in commotion as their attention was drawn to the voice's owner. Vandeleur opened his eyes wide without turning around. He had heard this voice somewhere before. Chapter 77, Abandoning the Duchy, Unable to Forgive the Enemy. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 77. Abandoning the Duchy, Unable to Forgive the Enemy. Hang on a second, will you, said the adventurer, casually approaching the reception counter that Vandeleur had frozen stiff in front of. "It's the first time I've heard of this rule change. Can you explain what you mean?" "You're troubling me. I'm currently dealing with this child," the receptionist began. "I have something I want to say about how you're dealing with him." "Can you call the guild master for me?" said the adventurer. "You're troubling me," the receptionist repeated. "If you want to make an appeal to the guild, then, when it is your turn, please tell one of us staff members at the reception counters first. I am the A.Class Adventurer Hines. I'd like to request a face-to-face meeting with the guild master once more, under the authority of an A.Class adventurer." Hines. It was Hines. Vandeleur turned his head as if it was on a creaking hinge, looking at the adventurer standing next to him. He was a well-featured, strong-willed young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was in his early to mid-20s. It was clear from one look at his appearance and equipment that he wasn't an ordinary person. Though it had changed a little, he had the same voice that Vandeleur had heard in Etbegia, and he matched the physical description given by Riley. Mom's enemy, the blue-flamed sword Hines. He was one of the people whom Vandeleur absolutely needed to kill. Vandeleur had heard that Hines had crossed over to the Orbaum kingdom, but he hadn't imagined that Hines would be staying in the Hartner duchy, nor had he imagined that he would encounter him at this moment. The resurrection of Darcia was something that was absolutely needed for Vandeleur's pursuit of happiness. And those who interfered with that needed to be eliminated. That was why he would kill Hines. Selling his mother to a fanatic worshipper of Alda had simply been another request for Hines. It didn't matter if his actions were completely normal and legal in that nation. It didn't matter what Hines was thinking and doing now. The problem was the future, what lay ahead. He had sold Darcia to a religious fanatic once. What reason did Vandeleur have to believe that he wouldn't do the same again? If he had already changed his viewpoint once, who was to say that he wouldn't change it again? In order to reduce those possibilities to zero, Hines needed to be killed and destroyed. Now was a good opportunity to do that. Of course, Vandeleur couldn't do anything flashy in a place like this where people were watching. He knew that. He could simply poison him or infect him with a disease. Should he turn his breath, a small amount of his saliva or the substances secreted by his skin into poison? Should he accidentally touch Hines and infect him with pathogens? Vandeleur started coming up with these plans, but every time he thought about them, he heard the warnings of danger sense. Death in his head. If he tried to poison Hines, he would be killed. If he tried to infect Hines with pathogens, he would be killed. Either way, the one who would die was not Hines, but Vandeleur. Impossible, is this guy invincible or immortal or something? He was far too different compared to when he had worked for High Priest Gordon. Vandeleur was astonished at this change, but he couldn't deny the reality in front of him or the death attribute magic spell that had saved him up until now. I see, this is an A-class adventurer worthy of becoming S-class like Mikhail, the one who was powerful enough to slay Borkus and the others in an instant. Someone who would defeat A-class adventurers, who were supposed to be superhumans, with ease. A superhuman that transcended superhumans. Hines was far too different from Riley, whose soul had been broken by Vandeleur after his defeat at Borkus's hands. And it was even said that Hines was far more blessed when it came to allies than Riley had ever been. Vandeleur moved his eyes and looked far past Hines to see that there were 5 more people standing there. 2 of them matched the descriptions that he had heard from Riley. The female dwarf shield-bearer with blue hair, Deliza. The male scout with black hair and black eyes, Edgar. The other 2 were perhaps new party members, a female elf with a mace and priest's garb, and a young woman who appeared to be an unarmed fighter. Hines wouldn't have chosen them just for their looks, so they were probably A-class and B-class as well, class at worst. This must be the new 5-colored blades with 2 new members taking the place of Riley and the female elf spiritual mage who apparently perished in a dungeon. The 5th additional member, a girl of Vandeleur's age or even younger who was hiding behind Deliza, was probably not a party member. Was she someone's younger sister? Ah, how troublesome. They're the worst kinds of enemies for me. Even excluding the girl, he could tell by looking at the other 4. It was because of these people that Vandeleur didn't even have a fraction of a percent of a chance of killing Hines. They were watching Hines with wry smiles and exasperated expressions, muttering words like, "Good grief," and "Here we go again." But if anything were to happen to Hines, they would back him up with swift speed and precision. If Hines were to fight Vandeleur with these party members with him, there was no doubt that he would utilize his ability to coordinate with them and deliver a blow capable of piercing Vandeleur's barriers. Poisoning them or infecting them with pathogens would be futile. Unlike the soldiers of the Merg Shield Nation's expedition army, they were equipped to deal with high-rank monsters that inflicted status effects with their attacks. They were different even from the self-conceited Riley. They were ridiculously strong. Their mana pools were irrelevant. If Vandeleur was an enormous elephant, they were ants capable of killing such an elephant. I have no choice. I have to endure this humiliation for now. I mustn't die, there are things I need to do. I'll be satisfied with being able to see these guys' faces directly. I'll regroup with Eleonora and the others, and... What are these guys? What is Hines doing? Vandeleur, who had even been using his high-speed thought processing skill to immerse himself in his thoughts in an attempt to endure the feeling of powerlessness and humiliation that tormented his entire body, was suddenly startled as he began processing the information from his ears. Please wait, the guild master is currently out of his office. Then a sub-master should be here. The rules state that when the guild master is absent, one of the 2 sub-masters will always remain inside the guild. Or was that rule changed as well? Hines was currently arguing not with the receptionist, but a male staff member who appeared to be her senior. But the situation was looking worse for the staff member. That is, I know that there's no point in saying this to you, said Hines. The same goes for the guild master of the guild's Niarchy branch. But there's something I want the guild master to write. I want him to write a letter of introduction to meet the guild master of the Adventurers Guild headquarters of the Hartner Duchy. I doubt if our guild master writes something like that, doesn't that mean that he is endorsing you, said the staff member. Hines pressed the staff member further. So, he can't do it. Even though he can approve of such a meaningless rule change. This isn't something that can be decided by a mere staff member, the staff member protested. Any guild employee would know that this meaningless rule change is a non-committal decision made by Lord Belton in order to gain the support of the churches, including the Church of Alda, because he can't gain the support of the duchy's army in his familial dispute, said Heinz. It's something that even I could figure out right away, after all. Apparently, many of the current important figures in the Hartner Duchy's Church of Alda were fundamentalists rather than members of the peaceful faction. Children with monster blood are dangerous, so they can't be judged through a single examination. They could lose their self-control at any moment, so letting them into the adventurer's school is also dangerous. Do you guys really believe these things? Heinz asked. The more Heinz spoke, the paler the male staff member's face grew and the more he struggled to maintain eye contact. It was likely that he secretly agreed with Heinz's words. It seemed that the same went for the other staff members and receptionists. The other adventurers present voiced their agreement. What's the problem? You just have to deliver a message. That's right, that's right. The doors of the Adventurers Guild are wide open, aren't they? You're not planning to keep us beast people out soon, are you? And then the male staff member seemed to come to a decision. I understand, he said. But the only thing I can do is pass the message on to the guild master. I know, said Heinz. That'll be enough. I will warn you. As an A-class adventurer, you already possess more influence than a lower nobleman, the staff member told him. Your intentions will be known to the lords. But please do not forget that it is up to the lords as to how to interpret your intentions. I know that, too, said Heinz. Not as a member of Alda's peaceful faction, but as an adventurer, I believe that the guild shouldn't obey the will of politicians. That's all I wanted to say. The doors to adventure are open to members of all races. We shouldn't ignore the words of the founder, should we? I like those words too, said the staff member. Now then, I will send a messenger to the guild master, so excuse me. You're lucky, aren't you, he said, smiling at Vandeleur. With the staff member's words, Vandeleur's brain finally started functioning again. Lucky. Why? Because he had been able to see how his enemy's appearance and a part of his power. No, that wasn't it. Could it be? Heinz is helping me. Impossible. As Vandeleur directed his gaze towards Heinz to see him giving Vandeleur a nod with a reassuring, reliable smile. As if to say, leave it to me. However, rather than being reassured, Vandeleur was going mad. Why do I have to be helped? Don't mess with me. Is it some kind of trap? There's another side to this, there's another side to this, there has to be. There's something fishy about this, it's strange, I'm not convinced. Feeling an unpleasant sensation that felt like his brain, spirit and even his soul were turning into mush, Vandeleur was unable to gather his thoughts. The parallel thought processing and high-speed thought processing skills served only to further increase his confusion, he couldn't calm down. Good grief. Who was it that said he's not interested in politics? The moment we finish our escort request and arrive in the city, this happens. And now you're planning to complain to the next duke and the guild master of the duchy's guild headquarters, said Heinz's male party member. But Edgar, he's been saying it all along, hasn't he, said another. That Alda's teachings should be changed to be more peaceful. And even going as far as to split up with Riley to come to this country was Heinz's. I remember hearing that this party's objective was to completely clear the wandering dungeon, Zachart's trials, though, said a third party member, a woman. Please don't say that, said yet another party member. Or do you mean to say that you think that Heinz's words are mistaken, Jennifer? That's not what I meant, said the woman called Jennifer. Vandeleur could hear Heinz's companions conversing as if these things couldn't be helped, though none of them showed any signs of opposing Heinz's words. Hey, is Heinz the one who belongs to Alda's peaceful faction? That's right. I heard that in the Merg Shield. Nation, he witnessed the tragedy of a certain damper and his mother, and that's why he came to this country. Ha! So that's why he's helping a damper now. A-class adventurer. Samus really are something else. Vandeleur could hear the voices of other adventurers. In summary, Heinz and his companions changed their views when they saw Mom burned at the stake after they captured her and handed her over. Now they're part of Alda's peaceful faction and work in the Orbaum Kingdom. So that's why they're helping a damper. Helping. It's all right, said the little girl who was with Heinz's companions. She was right in front of Vandeleur, who, despite his inner thoughts, appeared to simply be standing there motionlessly. She took his hand as she continued speaking. Heinz Dotoniakin is going to help you. Just like he helped me, she said, laughing. One of her eyes was a blood-red color that didn't match her other eye. Ah, Vandeleur's hand trembled. Nausea, a headache and a sense of discomfort, the likes of which he had never experienced in his third lifetime, ran through his body. Kai, the little girl cried in surprise. Unable to stand it anymore, Vandeleur had shaken her hand off. In doing so, he had kept his claws withdrawn and controlled his strength so that he didn't injure her. That was the limit of how much he could hold back. Hey, you! Startled, Heinz reached out towards Vandeleur. But Vandeleur put all of his effort into putting as much distance between himself and Heinz as possible. He used all four limbs to propel himself along the floor and used flight in a way that excessive force was exerted on his internal organs. Oi! Wait a second. What's wrong? Ignoring the surprised voices of Heinz's companions and other adventurers, Vandeleur used his shoulder to smash through the door to the guild and fled. Vandeleur was sitting on the ground, staring at his trembling hands. He was already outside the city of Niarki, probably inside a nearby forest or thicket. It was unlikely that he had traveled very far. He had no memory whatsoever of how he exited the city after leaving the guild. It was possible that he had created a hole in the outer wall to escape. Vandeleur's mind was in so much chaos that he didn't have time to worry about such things. He felt as if his entire body would rot away with the anger, humiliation and powerlessness that he felt. He had been completely unable to defeat his enemy. He knew without even challenging him that it would end in utter defeat. He had previously imagined that this would be the ultimate humiliation. But an even greater humiliation existed. Being pitted by his enemy, by Heinz. Vandeleur was almost helped by him. It was an action that trampled over Vandeleur's pride. But the thing that Vandeleur found most unforgivable was the reason that Heinz had tried to help him. Heinz had tried to help him because he was a damper. Heinz had changed his way of thinking and become part of Alda's peaceful faction after seeing Vandeleur's mother, whom he had captured and handed over to a fanatic as part of a request, tortured and burned alive in public. Don't. Censored, with me. Logically, it made sense why things had turned out like that. Heinz was probably unaware that Vandeleur had survived. He was under the assumption that Vandeleur had died long ago. Vandeleur's existence was known only to very few. Some individuals in the Merg Shield Nation and Amid Empire, as well as the Pure Breed vampires. It wasn't strange to think that Heinz didn't know that he was alive. That was why he was atoning for his past deeds. It was a common story that could be found in both fiction and non-fiction books on Earth. In order to apologize to the people they had killed, they would live on and atone for their sins. They would save as many people as they had killed. Feeling guilt over the innocent civilians of enemy nations they had killed in war, they would spend the rest of their days atoning. It wasn't unusual or anything. The examples that Vandeleur remembered best were indeed from works of fiction. Someone's mistake would cause the death of another without it being punishable by law. Despite remaining free, the person would feel tormented over it, and then the protagonist of the drama or manga would tell that person, keep helping others until the day comes where you can forgive yourself. Protagonists would tell former villains, atone for your mistakes with your future deeds. Heinz was atoning for the wrongs he had done to Darcia and Vandeleur. He was putting the peaceful teachings he believed were correct into practice, and he had saved that little girl, the damper. Nobody had asked him to atone, and yet he was atoning in a way that was completely unrelated to Darshia and Vandalyu. Don't mess with me. So, was Vandalyu supposed to forgive him? Was he supposed to stop blaming him? Was he supposed to stop trying to kill him? It was out of the question. There was no way that Vandalyu would even consider accepting something so unreasonable. Imagine if there was a foreign serial killer who killed numerous people in a certain country and then saved a number of people in his own country equal to the number of people he had killed. If Vandalyu was supposed to forgive Heinz in this situation, then the bereaved families of the people killed by the serial killer would have to forgive him as well, wouldn't they? If Vandalyu saved as many people in the Orbong kingdom as people he had killed in the Merg Shield. Nation, would the bereaved families in the Merg Shield. Nation forgive him? Certainly not. There was no way that they would. There wouldn't be thousands of unusual people who would forgive him. But if everything was made clear, every single person in the Orbong kingdom would tell Vandalyu that he should forgive Heinz. They would tell him to forgive Heinz because he had saved many people, because he had achieved great things. Because he was a hero. Because from now on, he would save many more people, ease the unhappiness of thousands, of tens of thousands. He would make the people happier. Heinz's existence was beneficial for the nation. They would tell this single damper who hated him for killing a single person, his mother, to forgive him. This would be considered normal and undeniably correct in any world. The fact that Darshia was killed, the hatred boiling up within Vandalyu, everything would become details in the moving tale of Heinz. Forgiving him was the correct thing to do. Forgiving Heinz, who went around saving dampiers like that little girl without being asked, was for the sake of everyone's happiness. And even that would become another detail to be added to Heinz's story. How could Vandalyu forgive him? The level of the grotesque mind skill has increased. You have acquired the Abestion skill. But Vandalyu would endure for now. Heinz believed that his deeds were done in atonement, but even those were achievements that he used to gather more popularity. However, Vandalyu was currently unable to defeat him. Even if he used death. Attribute magic and all kinds of skills, even if he asked Eleonora and the others to work with him, no matter what he did, he couldn't win. This was vengeance. For Vandalyu, this vengeance was a process necessary for accomplishing his own happiness. It wasn't the result. The level of the grotesque mind skill has increased. The level of the Abthtstron skill has increased. But this hatred couldn't be suppressed. The fire of hatred couldn't be extinguished. Vandalyu felt as if his heart would freeze in place with the chill of fear. Oi, there. It's this one. Hurry up and capture it. That brat had silver coins, there should still be some left. Leave it to me, Oba.san. That was why Vandalyu had run away from that place. That was why he had left the city and come out to a place like this. He had made sure that nobody would get involved. To think we'd find it this quickly. We've finally run into some luck. I'm sure it's because we've been behaving well every day. Don't think badly of us. Because of the economic slump, selling fruit isn't enough to feed myself and get by. You don't need to worry, with your looks, I'm sure whoever we sell you to will take good care of you. Is this brat a boy or a girl? If it's a girl, she's not old enough to sell for much, you know. No, she has odd-colored eyes. If we tell the buyer it's a damper, won't we get paid more? Don't even bother. What are we going to do if that problematic A-class adventurer Sama gets involved? Now that you mention it, the savior has come to this city. His name was Heinz or something, was it? Heinz, the one Vandalyu hated so much was Heinz. Cut the chatter. Quick, tie the kid up and take him back to the city. The middle-aged woman who had been selling apples in the marketplace approached Vandalyu, who was kneeling in the dirt, completely motionless. You have acquired the scream skill. Surprised by the unintelligible noise that Vandalyu was making and thinking that it was some kind of incantation, the woman and the men who were with her hastily tried to grab him. At this moment, if they had done everything they possibly could to escape, they might have been able to survive. A fearsome scream was released from Vandelu's mouth. The levels of the scream, mental encroachment and labyrinth construction skills have increased. The woman and the men screamed, as if in response to Vandelu's scream. The color drained from their hair and the light of consciousness faded from their eyes. But the middle-aged woman and the thugs led by her nephew weren't dead. They were moving vigorously. They were driving their fingers into their ears to try to escape the scream, biting their tongues into pieces and gouging their eyes out. But as if still unsatisfied with this, they used their eyes that should have been unable to see to find and seize each other and begin killing each other. Hate. Hate. What do I hate? Kill me. Kill him. Kill who? Kill everyone and him. My ears, my eyes, my tongue, my hands, my flesh, my organs, they disgust me. As Vandelu felt a sense of liberation, as if the darkness gathered in his heart had been released into his surroundings, he lost consciousness. Feeling good, Vandelu opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky to see that it was still the early afternoon. He had gone to the Adventurers Guild before noon, so only an hour or two should have passed, but he was in a bright mood, as if he had woken up in the morning after a sound sleep. But I feel really tired. A pleasant sense of fatigue. Confused, Vandelu checked his status to find that he had almost 0 mana remaining. What had he done while he was asleep? Although there were bloodstains around him, there were no undead. Vandelu-sama, are you alright? At that moment, Eleonora descended from the sky and forcefully lifted Vandelu up into her arms. Ah, yes. I don't have much mana remaining, though. By the way, what exactly happened here? Vandelu asked. That is what I want to ask. She told him. You said that you would be finished quickly, so we hid and waited only to see you rush out of the guild, fly over the outer walls and disappear somewhere. We couldn't even get in contact with you. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I'm sorry, for making you worry, said Vandelu, letting his body weight rest on Eleonora, who was holding on to him tightly. After using the goblin head communication device to contact Braga and the others who had been searching elsewhere, Vandelu explained everything in chronological order. Vandelu-sama, let us conquer and destroy this realm. These were Eleonora's first words when he finished. Her eyes had taken on a glassy appearance, she didn't appear to be joking. No, we can't win against Heinz right now, said Vandelu. And even if we could, we can't conquer and destroy the realm. Zran, as well as Mwaza and Borkus, who were talking through the communication devices, were in agreement with Eleonora's suggestion. It was unlikely that Sam or Zadiris would object, either. Why not? Let's slaughter them, said Zran. Holy Sun. They are not humans. They are mere piles of excrement in the shape of people. Living incarnations of evil. Mwaza exclaimed. Borkus roared. Let's butcher all of them, kid. Borkus and the other undead titans had learned of the Hartner Duchy's betrayal of 200 years ago. It would be an understatement to say that their previously favorable opinions of the duchy had plummeted into the ground. It seemed to have pierced the heavens * in the negative direction. I'm happy that you're all willing to get angry on my behalf. But there are about as many good people as there are bad ones in the Hartner Duchy, said Vandelu. Right, Braga. Taken aback, Eleonora and Zran looked at the black goblins and their partners that were with them. We have already abandoned our homeland, said Marie. Please do not be concerned about it, said another girl. Vandelu had explained to them that he would release them with enough money to live for several months as long as they kept his secrets, but they had decided to follow Braga and the other black goblins. They felt grateful to Vandelu from the bottom of their hearts, as he had cured them of their drug addiction and removed their slaves' collars and tattoos with magic. Of course, they had their own interests in mind, and perhaps they simply couldn't believe that Vandelu would really release them. But they had chosen to come to Talashim, and unlike those of the Merg Shield. Nation's expedition army, it was definitely possible to make peace with them. As such, these girls who had been born in the Hartner Duchy were now citizens of Talashim. Well, a third of the girls who had been working in the brothel were actually former refugees from the Sauron Duchy, but that wasn't something to be concerned about. Saying that everyone in the Hartner Duchy should be killed and that they were all incarnations of evil in front of these girls would cause them to feel uneasy. "My bad," said Zran. "I lost my cool there." "Indeed, I'm sorry," Eleonora said to the girls. "It is not like I was unaware that many of your circumstances are out of your control either." "No, I couldn't say anything either." "Thanks, King," said Braga. "It's nothing," said Vandeleur. "After all, I made a mistake after losing my cool just a short while earlier, too." Seeing that everyone seemed to have cooled off for now, he stood up. "But if we simply keep allowing ourselves to be treated like this, we'll be nothing more than prey to be eaten by beasts. We will have our flesh picked at, our organs gouged out and our bones sucked clean. We must take back what has been stolen from us and make them think it was an accident. As for Heinz," he paused. "We'll leave him be for now. We'll gather strength and wait for an opportunity. And I'll give up on the Hartner Duchy," he added. Everyone stared at Vandeleur blankly in response to his last sentence. "I'll give up on registering as an adventurer in the Hartner Duchy, working here and conducting trade with it in the future," he said, elaborating. That was how much the Hartner Duchy had rejected the Titans. If they were going to reject Vandeleur and Talashim so strongly, then he would return the favor and abandon them. Excluding the cultivation villages," Vandeleur added. Everyone other than the goblins' partners laughed, muttering, "I knew it." "By the way, Vandeleur. What is this?" Eleonora asked. "Has this boulder always been here?" "It's certain that this is no natural boulder," said Zran. They were looking at an enormous boulder that towered upwards behind Vandeleur. It was far larger than a tree in a forest. But its shape was stranger than its size. It was shaped like a huge skull, and its gaping mouth was large enough to fit a carriage inside. The inside of that mouth seemed to be connected to something. Warm air was flowing out from inside, as if the skull was breathing. "At the very least, it's something that's harmless to us," said Vandeleur. The levels of the labyrinth construction, scream, automatic mana recovery, death, attribute charm and surpass limits skills have increased. Name: Vandeleur. Race: Damper, Dark Elf. Age: 7 years old. Title: Ghoul King, Eclipse King. Taboo name. Job: Venom Fist. User level 20. Job history: Death, attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter, Undead Tamer, Soul Breaker. Attributes: Vitality: 184 mana. 379,120,344 Strength. 128 Agility. 130 Stamina. 119 Intelligence. 761 Passive Skills. Superhuman Strength. Level 3 Rapid Healing. Level 5 Death, Attribute Magic. Level 6 Status Effect Resistance. Level 7 Magic Resistance. Level 3 Dark Vision. Death, Attribute Charm. Level 7, Level Up. Chant Revocation. Level 4 Strengthen Followers. Level 8 Automatic Mana Recovery. Level 5, Level Up. Strengthen Subordinates. Level 4 Venom Secretion, Claws, Fangs, Tongue. Level 3 Enhanced Agility. Level 1 Body Expansion, Tongue. Level 3 Active Skills. Bloodsucking. Level 7 Surpass Limits. Level 6, Level Up. Golem Transmutation. Level 6 No Attribute Magic. Level 5 Mana Control. Level 4 Spirit Form. Level 7 Carpentry. Level 4 Engineering. Level 3 Cooking. Level 4 Alchemy. Level 4 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 5 Soul Break. Level 6 Multi-Cast. Level 5 Long Distance Control. Level 6 Surgery. Level 3 Parallel Thought Processing. Level 5 Materialization. Level 4 Coordination. Level 3 High-Speed Thought Processing. Level 3 Commanding. Level 1 Farming. Level 3 Clothing. Level 2 Throwing. Level 3 Scream. Level 3 New. Unique Skills. God Slayer. Level 3 Grotesque Mind. Level 4 Level Up. Mental Encroachment. Level 3 Level Up. Labyrinth Construction. Level 4 New. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over cannot learn existing jobs unable to gain experience independently skill explanation. Scream a skill that produces effects through an emitted sound. Bat's ability to see things through their cries and special sense of hearing, or at least, this is how it is commonly interpreted in Lambda, though it is actually sonar. The effects of Mandragora's cries and Banshee's screams come from this skill. Because Vandalyu uses this skill simultaneously alongside the soul break and mental encroachment skills, in addition to dealing damage to mana and a sense of hearing in a wide radius, he is also able to perform an attack that causes its victims to die a most terrible death in insanity if they lose the mental battle with themselves. It can also simply be used to make one's voice travel further, without losing any clarity. This allows the user to perform a speech, without the need for a megaphone or microphone. Chapter 78, The Departing Ominous Bird covers its trail and secretly threatens the capital. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 78. The departing ominous bird covers its trail and secretly threatens the capital. I understand it's harmless, but, what do we do with it? Asked Eleonora. It resembles a dungeon. We leave it, Vandalyu replied. Seriously. We're not going to try going inside, asked Sran. This is too close to the city, said Vandalyu. It would be troublesome to run into adventurers coming to investigate as we come back out, wouldn't it? Also, more importantly, we need to look for Princess Livia. That's true, Eleonora agreed. Vandalyu decided that they would discuss his labyrinth construction skill later. It wasn't a skill that he could investigate near the city, anyway. The day after the small incident where a damper child fled the Adventurers Guild for some unknown reason, the city of Niarki was experiencing an ordinary day as usual. Other than the absence of addicts buying drugs and men going to the brothel that they were familiar with, it was supposed to be just another day like yesterday. Dean's life had been a series of small misfortunes. Things had never gone her way. Her father injured himself, forcing her to work to support her family. As soon as her father recovered and became able to work again, he forced her to get married. Her mother-in-law worked her like a servant, and soon after that mother-in-law died, the man Dean had married died as well. Life remained busy for her. Just when she thought that she might be able to be at ease as her son got married, her son turned out to be a thankless child, taking his wife and leaving, showing no sign of wanting to make life easier for his parent. The only one who would listen to Dean's words was her foolish nephew. Nothing good happened after that, either. An endless cycle of growing apples and selling them. Dean was walking at the front of the group as if dragging her legs along the ground. That day, she had been selling apples in the marketplace as usual when she saw a kid with money passing by. But you know, I never expected that I would be able to keep going after I died. To think that that person would entrust me with this after my death. I'm sure that I lived my entire life for the sole purpose of dying yesterday. That's why I was born. Dean felt a sense of fulfillment that she had never managed to experience while she was alive. She even felt proud at the fact that she could be a part of something bigger. Dean emerged from the dark, comfortable passage into a forest. This was a forest that she remembered. This was the forest where she had died. If she passed through here, she would reach the city of Niarki. Dean could guide her companions through this place while whispering the important mission that she had been entrusted with. Kill, hey, kill Heinz. Dean, who had been selling apples in the marketplace up until yesterday, was walking forward as a part of a group of over 1,000 undead. A dungeon had suddenly appeared in what had been a normal forest up until yesterday, and a large wave of monsters overflowing from it, mainly consisting of undead, was closing in on the city of Niarki. I am a cheerful mercenary.san. Today's going to be cheery, heart.skipping Fuan, a certain individual sang as he plowed the dirt with a hoe and spread fertilizer across the ground. You want more broken shells? Leave it to me, Honi. Flark, who had once been a criminal slave owned by the Green Wind Spear Riley, was happily obeying the instructions of the monster plants. Now that he had turned into a zombie, it was impossible for his heart to be skipping. But for some reason, this was how he always was now. He even sang at night, so he was even shunned slightly by his zombie companions. Incidentally, it was a complete mystery as to how Flark could accurately and immediately interpret what the monster plants wanted despite the fact that they had no eyes or mouth to communicate. Flark gave a different answer each time he was asked, so nobody knew the truth. The most common answer that he gave was that he was able to hear the voices of fairies. Oi, Flark. We'll leave the fields to you guys, shouted an undead titan whose entire body was radiating fury. Apparently, the undead titans of Talashim were about to initiate a plan to take back the children that had been stolen from them. Flark didn't know the exact details of the plan. But he had no qualms with that. The Holy Sun told us to leave the monster plants to you, so don't let us down, the Titan told him. Of course. Flark shouted back. For some reason, Vandalyu trusted him and held expectations of him. Hearing this was enough to blow Flark's fatigue away. Not that zombies like him felt fatigue in the first place. Skipping around the field, he harvested vegetables, used a tractor golem to harvest wheat and checked up on the immortal Ents. Looky here. In the immortal Ents forest, there was a wooden gate made of numerous plants twisted together that certainly hadn't been there yesterday. For some reason, a dungeon had appeared. Kanata, who was sitting in his carriage and traveling along the highway, was slowly approaching Vandalyu's location that he knew through his target radar, but there were things that frequently bewildered him. What kind of tricks has that undead bastard used, he wondered. Thanks to the radar, Kanata knew the exact details of where Vandalyu was. It told him not only the distance, but even the difference in height between Kanata's position and Vandalyu's. According to the radar, Vandalyu had been traveling about 300 meters above the ground last night. Kanata didn't have a clock, so he couldn't be completely accurate, but making a rough calculation based on the distance and time that Vandalyu had traveled, his speed was around 60 or 70 kilometers per hour. He had traveled in this manner for several hours before finally coming down around sunrise. As Kanata didn't have an accurate map, he could only make a rough guess, but it was likely that Vandalyu had stopped in the Hartner Duchy's capital. The problem was not the place Vandalyu was in, but how he had traveled there. The fact that he has some crazy amount of mana that's over 100 million was included in the information that the god gave me, but he shouldn't be able to use any magic but death.attribute magic. How is he flying in this world that has no planes or helicopters? Kanata wondered. According to the information that Kanata had been provided, Vandalyu should have been unable to use any magic other than death.attribute magic. And what Kanata knew about death.attribute magic was the knowledge detailed in the documents that had been left behind in Origin and the incomplete information that Rodcourt had given him. Kanata had analyzed that information to conclude that contrary to its title, death.attribute magic was specialized for use in medicine. He believed that he could deal with it as long as he had a way to block poison and disease, that it was the kind of magic that would be a seasonal exclusive ability in a game. According to his analysis, there was no death.attribute spell that would allow the user to fly through the sky like a bird. He hasn't acquired an affinity for any other attributes. What method did he use to fly? Surely, He isn't going to tell me that he's created an airplane, is he? Kanata wondered if Vandeleur had used his knowledge from Earth to build a vehicle, but decided that it was probably too difficult to accomplish this after all. In the army, Kanata had received all kinds of training and learned about advanced technology. If he wanted to, he could probably gather materials and create a glider or, with his magic, a hot air balloon. But it would probably be impossible to travel that distance at that speed with nothing but a glider, and doing it with a hot air balloon was out of the question. That was why Kanata thought that it must be an airplane, but he knew that it was probably impossible to build one, even if Vandeleur did have the knowledge required to do so. No, it might be possible in theory, but it would require all the tools to be built by hand, not to mention every single screw, and the airplane would have to be designed before being assembled. An airplane. Otaku might be able to build a propeller plane given a few years, but it was difficult to believe that Vandeleur had been an airplane. Otaku when he was still known as Amamiya Hiroto. Ah, come to think of it, this is a fantasy world, isn't it? Kanata remembered. Not simply a world in a primitive era. The god said something about dragons, too. He might have tamed a monster or undead that can fly around while carrying someone. Say, what do you think? Kanata turned to ask the half-naked women lying in the carriage. After stealing the merchant's carriage, Kanata had stocked up on food and equipment in the city. With that said, he hadn't really felt like wearing leather armor made of the hides of monsters that he wasn't familiar with, and he couldn't even stand the sight of heavy-looking metal armor. In the end, the only armor he bought was a pair of boots and some gloves made from the hide of a wild beast. To make up for that, he bought a silver-coated knife as a countermeasure against undead, a bow and arrows among other things as weapons. He also bought a short staff, which would be helpful as a medium to channel his magic, while complaining that in origin, there were items like rings, gloves and arm implants that had the same function. He also wanted a crossbow, but apparently those couldn't be purchased in the Hartner Duchy without identification papers, so he gave up on that. He thought to recuperate his strength with a delicious meal and a clean bed, but no meals or beds of the kind that Kanata demanded were to be found in a city of Lambda with a population of just a few 10,000 people. He didn't particularly want to eat the bizarre meat of monsters. Deciding that he would have women instead, Kanata headed to the Red Light District, only to be presented with beast-person, dwarf and titan prostitutes. Does this world have nothing but trash, he wondered. Apparently, it just so happened that no human prostitutes were available, but Kanata decided that he wasn't interested in paying money to buy low-quality products and put the Red Light District behind him. The next day, he happened to see the Adventurers Guild, remembered Rodcourt's words and decided to try registering, thinking that he would be able to buy a crossbow if he did. Things went well until partway through. He was even calm enough to look at the elf receptionist and think, come to think of it, I never got to watch the last movie in that trilogy about the ring. But before he knew it, he was surrounded by soldiers and adventurers. Apparently, among the goods that Kanata had sold, there were products that were only sold by the merchant that he had robbed. This had put the authorities on his track. Flame, Kanata whispered, unleashing a fire-attribute attack against the threatening soldiers around him. As the soldiers and adventurers who had assumed that Kanata was a simple bandit and the receptionists who were unlucky enough to be there were engulfed in flames, he used Gungnir to slip through the building, the ground surface and the outer walls of the city to make an escape. They were probably still under the assumption that Kanata was inside the city and conducting a futile search. And then Kanata traveled along the highway and encountered another merchant's carriage, which he attacked and robbed. The half-naked women in the carriage now were the adventurers who had been guarding that carriage. It was surprising to me, but the Adventurers Guild wasn't anything special, said Kanata. I suppose it's only natural, since I'm still one of the bravest despite being a degenerate. Kanata's attribute values were equivalent to a D-class adventurers, his skills to a class adventurers and his magic to a B or A class adventurers. He wasn't invincible by any means. If he didn't have Gungnir. No, even with Gungnir, if he had stayed in the city and continued his rampage, he would have been defeated by the class adventurers and knights the moment he ran out of mana. He didn't know any martial skills or no attribute magic, and he was unaware of the effects of many skills. "By the way, aren't you going to respond?" he asked the women. "Oh, come to think of it, I've already killed you. Man, I don't remember killing that woman there, but... I guess I didn't stem her bleeding properly when I cut the tendons in her limbs to make sure that she couldn't resist." The female adventurers whom Kanata had briefly enjoyed were all dead. Because he hadn't paid for them, he had even been able to enjoy the beast-person and dwarf woman to some extent. It was certain that Kanata was already being searched for as a dangerous criminal. He had cast an advanced fire attribute spell and killed many people inside the Adventurers Guild. After all, to regain its honor, the guild itself would be hunting him down even more zealously than the soldiers. Even if he used Gungnir, he would probably be caught and killed within a few years. But how could Kanata behave like this despite this fact? How could he carry out such senseless violence without feeling any guilt or fear of being punished? The answer to these was that Kanata had essentially been transferred here, and he couldn't even perceive any value in this third life of his. Vandeleur had previously thought that Amamiya Hiroto and the others reincarnating with him wouldn't be able to lay a hand on him without trouble because when they reincarnated in Lambda, they would be born to parents giving birth to them. They would have family and friends in Lambda, a society that they relied on. They would have to live in Lambda until they died. If they did anything reckless, they would simply be tightening a noose around their own necks, and they would even cause trouble for their family, friends and lovers in Lambda. But someone transferred here directly from another world wouldn't have any bonds to the world of Lambda. To take extreme examples, such a person could vent his anger and kill innocent people, rob others because he doesn't have money and rape women for his own enjoyment before killing them as long as he ensured his own escape, since he would have no concerns for anyone other than himself. Even if he was caught and punished, he wouldn't cause any trouble. There wasn't a single person that he wanted to avoid causing trouble for in this foreign world, so nobody would be troubled. Kanata was technically someone who had been reincarnated and reborn, but he had come to Lambda with a physical body of the same age as the one he had in his previous life. There was essentially no difference between him and someone who had been transferred here directly. Thus, he didn't have the common sense and ethics of this world that someone reincarnating and doing things over from childhood would learn. Such a person would, for better or worse, understand that the inhabitants of this world were humans, just like them, but Kanata hadn't learned that. Nor did he have any intention to. Most importantly, for Kanata, this third life in Lambda was nothing more than a connection to his fourth life. He was also treating the people of this world with utter contempt. To him, they were primitives living in a world inferior to Earth and Origin. No, he might not even consider them to be living beings. Statuses, skills, elves, beast-people, dwarves. To him, Lambda felt like a very realistic game. He couldn't think of this world as reality. He's not going to fly off to somewhere else if I head for the capital now, is he? It would be a real pain to have to figure out a way to cross the mountain range, Kanata murmured to himself. The information that Rodcourt had given him was full of holes, so although Kanata knew that Vandelu's stronghold was beyond the mountain range, he had no idea how Vandelu had crossed the mountain range, nor did he know anything about the stronghold itself. Well, if I have this destiny or whatever, I'm sure I'll be able to kill him. But before that, I have to dispose of this carriage and these corpses. The marketplace of Nineland, the capital city of the Hartner Duchy, was full of liveliness under the hot summer sun. As the duchy was located inland, most marine products were dried, salted or pickled. There were only a few fresh products from the sea as they required magic items to preserve them as they were transported. But other than that, there was an abundant assortment of products available for purchase. "That spice, I've never seen it before," said Eleonora. "Yes, it's a special product of this country. It's not sold in other duchies," the shopkeeper told her, ogling at her without any subtlety. "Well then, may I have some?" Eleonora asked with a smile. Yes. Thank you, said the shopkeeper. But wouldn't you prefer to have the powdered stuff? It's fine, please give me the fruit, Eleonora requested. You're quite the connoisseur for a first-time buyer. Here you are. After receiving a bag of the spice, Eleonora headed towards another store. Hey, the pretty lady over there, an accessory merchant called out to her. Won't you come and take a look? Eleonora paid no attention to him. The task that Vandeleur had entrusted her with was the collection of spices, vegetables and fruit. Fufufu, your prided special products will lose their exclusiveness to Vandeleur.Sama's magic, she said to herself with a laugh. With death.attribute magic, it was possible to prevent plants that were difficult to cultivate from dying. Although water was still needed, it was possible to grow alpine plants in deserts. Despite this, in origin, even if the plants grew, it was difficult to make them produce flowers and fruit in such harsh conditions. But organisms mutated much more easily in Lambda than in origin. It was certain that if these plants were planted in Talashim, they would turn into monster plants or immortal Ents and produce fruit. As soon as the bag in Eleonora's arms was handed over to Vandeleur and taken to Talashim, the Hartner Duchy would lose its industrial strength. Although, that would only be meaningful once Talashim began trading with other duchies. Eleonora herself didn't actually really understand just how much suffering her actions would cause the Hartner Duchy. It sounds a little empty to say aloud, Eleonora murmured. Vandeleur.Sama did say that he would cause a calamity, so he should be causing a proper calamity. Eleonora and everyone else, who had traveled a distance that would take a month on foot in a single night with Vandeleur's spirit.form wings, knew nothing of the assault of the monsters that had appeared in the city of Niarchy a few days ago. Now then, next is that fruit, I've never seen it before. Are you a traveler, Oju.san? This fruit is a special product of this duchy, it can't be cultivated anywhere else. It's the pride of my birthplace. I see. Then I suppose I'll take some. In the end, I do have to reject the society of this duchy. Is that so? That's right. Is that so? Though he was facing the guild master of the Mages Guild, who was twitching with the whites of his eyes showing, Vandeleur was having a conversation that was very close to a monologue. As for why the guild master of the Mages Guild had entered a vegetative state, the reason was that he was an individual with connections to the pure.breed vampires. Vandeleur, who had learned this information from the vampire he had turned into an undead in the city of Niarchy, had attacked the guild master on the morning of his arrival in Nineland. He had asked the guild master's whereabouts from the countless spirits that approached him the moment he arrived in Nineland, and assaulted his mansion. He had covered the entire building in a magic absorption barrier that ran along its walls before defeating the guild master. The guild master would probably have been a powerful foe if allowed to use magic, but inside the magic absorption barrier, he was nothing more than an old man. Well, after having flown such a long distance with his spirit form wings, it had cost Vandeleur the rest of his remaining mana to create the barrier, though. Braga, Zran and Eleonora had used physical attacks to defeat the mages who couldn't cast magic and the guild master's guards. After that, Vandeleur had thought hard about how to interrogate the stubborn guild master who possessed poison resistance, and decided to try using the mental encroachment skill. With that said, all he had done was make additional heads and stare directly into guild master's eyes while whispering into both of his ears. For a mere hour. As a result, the guild master had entered a vegetative state. Vandeleur had wondered whether it was alright to simply kill him after extracting information from him. Well, he did do a lot of bad things in order to learn forbidden knowledge from Trinicia, so I don't feel sorry for him at all, said Vandeleur. I am sorry. The mental encroachment skill is powerful but hard to hold back with. I have to practice properly with it, said Vandeleur. Strictly speaking, the effects produced by the skill were more due to the fact that Vandeleur himself had a personality of not forgiving his enemies rather than due to the special characteristics of the skill itself, however. I suppose it's fine since I got my hands on the forbidden archives, though, he decided. Vandeleur had used spirit form transformation on his entire body, used possession on the broken guild master and manipulated his body to successfully gain access to the Mage's Guild's forbidden domain. Possession was a death attribute spell that he had recently invented. Rather than taking over someone, it was more like sharing their body. Normally, it wouldn't allow Vandeleur to steal control from the body's owner. However, he had been able to manipulate the body of the guild master whose will had collapsed. Thanks to this, he had gained forbidden knowledge at a bargain sale price. Well, it doesn't seem like he has any knowledge that will be immediately useful, though, Vandeleur said to himself. Ah, I've found a way to create homunculi, reported one of Vandeleur's clones. But it seems that having a contract with an evil god is a requirement. A spell that controls the minds of others. Its procedure is troublesome, so it's unnecessary considering I have the mental encroachment skill, said another. This poison is inferior to the poison I can already create, isn't it? Its mana cost is needlessly high, too. Just because it was forbidden knowledge didn't mean that all of it was useful. Much of the information here were things that Vandeleur was already capable of or inferior versions of things he could already do. Well, it probably couldn't be helped considering that death attribute magic had many spells that would themselves be considered forbidden techniques. But to think that spells artificially creating mutant variations of monsters would be considered forbidden. Wouldn't I be arrested if people found out about the things I've done in Talashim? Vandeleur wondered. No, I suppose it'd be fine as long as I'm not a member of the Mage's Guild. Well, it just means that I can't join them, one of his clones added. To have to consider how narrow each guild's doors are. How sad. Of course, the Adventurers Guild here was the same as it was in the city of Niarki. Admission into the Mage's Guild required the approval of an instructor or a letter of recommendation from a member of practitioner rank or greater, as well as from a nobleman. Alternatively, it required one to possess qualifications certifying graduation from a mage's school. The Workers' Guild required applicants to perform manual labor under an instructor or supervisor. The Commerce Guild required applicants to be prepared to conduct business and to pay an admission fee. The Tamers Guild required applicants to study under other members, have a recommendation or otherwise prove that they could indeed tame monsters to a guild staff member. Though their names differed a little, all of the guilds required the same things for registration. Among these, the one that Vandeleur could probably apply for was the Tamers Guild, but if he were to show off the fact that he had tamed monsters like Eleonora, a noble-born vampire, he would be noticed by the pure-breed vampire subordinates who were still in Nineland. If he were to show off his zombie ninja, Titan, Sran, or Braga and the other black goblins, he would cause an uproar. There was also the option of simply creating a golem to demonstrate his ability, but then he might simply be called an alchemist. Registering at an adventurer's guild elsewhere after things have settled down is the most realistic option after all, Vandeleur concluded. I'll think about registering for the Tamers Guild and Commerce Guild after that. Well then, let's withdraw for now, said another of Vandeleur's clones. Vandeleur, who had cloned himself to search the forbidden archives, gathered all of the forbidden tomes and cursed items that appeared to be of value and began preparing to leave with them in hand. He had already used the allies of the pure-breed vampires, the high-ranking members of the Mage's Guild, as practice dummies for mental encroachment and turned them into vegetables. Still using possession on the guild master, he had summoned the mages one by one, telling them that there was something to discuss, brought the guild master's mouth close to their ears as if to whisper something confidential, undid the possession over the guild master and extended his narrow tongue into the mages' ears to administer poison and capture them. After that, he had used mental encroachment until they entered vegetative states. I always imagined mages to be mentally strong, though, said Vandeleur. Ordering them to carry forbidden tomes and cursed items outside of the forbidden archives hadn't been difficult. They were all important individuals, after all. I've finally learned the whereabouts of the underground cemetery, so I suppose I'll start digging a tunnel tonight, Vandeleur decided. Chapter 79, Fanning the Flames in the Underground Graveyard. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 79. Fanning the Flames in the Underground Graveyard. Gah, groaned the final monster, a rank 7 poison zombie giant that was a combination of multiple poison zombies. Heinz, the man wielding the magic sword enveloped in blue flames that had cut the monster open, sighed as he confirmed that there were no more enemies. The monster, whose core had consisted of a middle-aged female zombie, had been conspicuously more powerful than the other monsters. It seems that the monster's rampage has ended. Is everyone all right? Heinz asked. Yeah, no problems here. I am tired though. I'm not hurt either, but I'm tired, too. Heinz's party was severely exhausted. Most of the monsters that had appeared were rank 4 or 5, and the only rank 7 monster was the poison zombie giant that had been finished off a few moments ago. There had been just over 1,000 of them, a smaller number than the average monster rampage. They hadn't been enemies that the 5-colored blades, an A-class adventurer party, would have had trouble with. In fact, they were small fry that would simply be scattered aside in a 1-sided fashion. Even if there were over 1,000 of them. That was the power of an A-class adventurer party. However, the monsters that had closed in on the city of Niarki were not ordinary monsters. 70% of the swarm of monsters had been undead, while the other 30% consisted of plant-type and insectoid monsters. And the monsters that possessed the body parts required for speech had been repeatedly groaning, "Kill Heinz," as if these words were some kind of incantation. A group of monsters led by a mighty commander with the title of king would move like a single creature, but this was a completely abnormal situation. With that said, this could actually be considered fortunate. The monsters hadn't been fixated on entering the city of Niarki. The guards, knights and adventurers had hastily formed a defensive force and risen to meet the monsters in battle, but the monsters had ignored the city and charged at Heinz, who had been standing at the forefront of the defense. Despite wounded, immobilized knights and completely exhausted adventurers being within their reach, they had continued aiming for Heinz. But all of the monsters had been more individually powerful than their ranks would have suggested, and no matter how many times they were defeated, they kept attacking endlessly. Defeated insectoid monsters had turned undead, mold and fungi had grown on the remains of defeated undead to spawn plant-type monsters such as poison mushrooms and venom molds, and the remains of plant-type monsters had spawned insects which turned into monsters. Thanks to this endless monster chain, Heinz and his companions had actually been forced to fight against over 10,000 monsters. Still, they seem to have hated you quite a lot. What have you done? Asked Jennifer, the unarmed human fighter. Us adventurers have defeated a countless number of monsters, so there could be any number of reasons as to why we could be hated, said Diana, an elf priestess of Mil, the goddess of slumber. But that was completely out of the ordinary, wasn't it? The two of them had joined Heinz's party after they moved to work in the Orbaum Kingdom. Before responding to either of them, Heinz turned to look in the direction of the city of Niarki. Because the monsters had only been aiming for the 5-colored blades, for Heinz, the city's outer walls were unharmed, and although there were some among the defense force who were severely wounded, only a few truly unlucky individuals had perished. If I had to make a guess, I'd say it was that damper boy, said Heinz. The one who suddenly ran out of the Adventurers Guild. Do you remember doing something that would make him hate you? Jennifer asked. No, there isn't any connection between that boy and this monster rampage, is there? Said Diana. Heinz paused for a moment to figure out how to phrase his thoughts correctly before opening his mouth again. I don't think there is, either. But his name was Vandalyu. Jennifer and Diana blinked, not knowing what Heinz meant. Heinz wasn't sure of his own theory, either. But the name of the dark elf witch whom he had captured in the Merge Shield Nation was Darcia. That was an event that had occurred about 7 years ago. And what had been written on the registration form left on the counter in the Adventurers Guild, which had now been disposed of after it was rejected, was the name Vandalyu and an age of 7. It's possible that he was. You're overthinking it, Heinz. Edgar. No matter how you look at it, that damper wasn't the child of any dark elf, said Edgar. With how white his skin was, there's no way, right? You're just being too conscious of your sin, which is what's making you believe that. That might be true. The visible special characteristics of a damper are eyes with different colors, one of which is blood-red, as well as fangs and retractable claws. Other than these, their characteristics are those that they inherit from their parents. If one parent of a damper is a dark elf, it should be impossible for that damper to have white, candle-wax-like skin. And there was no way that a baby that was not even a year old at the time could have survived on its own in the wilderness. And how could it have crossed the boundary mountain range to escape to the Orbaum kingdom? I guess I'm overthinking it. And to think that I would suspect that damper to be connected to this monster rampage. It seems that I'm more tired than I thought. It's not like he's the second coming of the Demon King or anything like that. Heinz gave a wry smile as he mentioned a rumor that was being whispered at the Church of Alda recently. That's right, said Edgar. But despite his words, he made a note of investigating Vandeleur further once he returned to the city. If I recall, the information broker in the city of Niarchy is run by an organization called the Fangs of Dark Knights. I suppose I'll try asking them. Edgar's actions would later bring an astonishing incident to light, revealing the fact that the organization had continued to operate after its leader and high-ranking members had become undead. More importantly, after we get back to the city and have some rest, we need to go and find the dungeon that these monsters came from, said Jennifer. They came from a completely different direction from any known dungeons, so a new dungeon must have appeared. It might be Zachart's Trials. Zachart's Trials. A dungeon that first appeared 100 years ago. It appears somewhere on the continent without warning, only to disappear again about a month later. It is the world's only confirmed moving labyrinth. It is impossible to categorize its class and nobody has ever entered and lived to tell the tale other than Heinz's party, the 5-colored blades, who managed to escape at the cost of one of their members. It is said that a treasure left behind by Zachart rests in its deepest chamber. According to another story, the undead form of Zachart himself awaits those worthy of challenging him, and the hero who defeats him will become a successor to the champion Bellwood. If that's true, we'll clear it for sure this time. For Marty's sake, too. But you're right. First, we need to go back to the inn where Seelan is waiting, said Heinz, thinking of the damper girl who was awaiting their return. No, the report to the guild comes first. Yeah, I'll do it. Don't complain that I'm having the receptionist Nay.San's attention all to myself, Edgar said with a wry smile. Ha. I see. That's terrible. Unforgivable. Worthy of death, said Vandeleur. Vandeleur.Sama, what is this all of a sudden? Eleonora asked. It's the members of the adventure party, the Western Com, the receptionist Arya.San, Hannah.San and Hannah.San's father. Vandeleur was currently digging a tunnel from the mansion of the guild master of the Mages Guild to beneath Duke Hartner's castle by turning the ground into golems and using golem transmutation to form a passage. He had left the black goblins and their lovers in the mansion, while the guild master and his subordinates who were now in vegetative states prepared a parting gift. Incidentally, the guild master's mansion had contained valuable items such as first-class staffs, but Vandeleur was still unarmed. If he, who possessed a monstrous amount of mana, were to use a staff designed for humans, he would have to exercise extreme care in casting spells, or the staff could explode, rot away or turn into dust. In order to use a staff that assisted with magic, Vandeleur would need to concentrate as if he were writing kanji in minuscule letters, so he didn't use them. Weren't there any staffs somewhere that were designed to be used by beings more powerful than humans? Leaving that aside, Vandeleur had begun talking to himself in the midst of creating this tunnel. But the eyes of Zran, who was undead, could see that Vandeleur had been surrounded by spirits in tragic states. They're part of the countless spirits that gathered around him when we came here, Zran murmured to himself. The ones near him now look like they've all died recently, though. Just like when he had arrived at the city of Niarki, all of the spirits in the capital city had flooded towards Vandalyu when he arrived here. There were so many of them that Zran couldn't hear what they were saying. However, the spirits that were currently speaking to Vandalyu looked a little different. Eleonora, Zran, if a black-haired, black-eyed man in his 30s by the name of Keidu Kanata appears, please leave things to me until I give you further commands, said Vandalyu. Keidu Kanata. Eleonora repeated. Could it be one of the scum who killed you in your previous life, Holy Son? That bastard. This is a great opportunity. Let's kill him, turn him into a zombie and hear everything he has to say, said Zran. Vandalyu had already heard information regarding Keidu Kanata from the spirits of his victims. According to them, Kanata had already come to Nineland, and although it was unclear as to how he knew where Vandalyu was, he was drawing closer. According to the other information given by the spirits, for some reason, swords, spears and spells hadn't worked on Kanata, while his attacks had passed straight through their armor to strike their bodies. He was a user of the unarmed fighting technique and short sword technique, as well as high-level fire attribute magic and wind attribute magic. The penetration ability must be the cheat-like ability he got from Rodcourt. He must have improved his affinity for the fire attribute and wind attribute in origin. Unarmed fighting technique and short sword technique is from his experience in origin, I suppose. Geez, so this is how it is for people who don't have curses. Considering that Vandalyu had relearned everything from scratch through hard work, he thought that it was rather unfair that Kanata possessed all these abilities. But for now, he prioritized pacifying Eleonora and Zran, whose expressions had become bloodthirsty. Their abilities in combat couldn't be matched by the average adventurer or knight, but cheat-like abilities were dangerous enough to overcome such differences in strength. That was why they were called cheats, after all. Like I said, leave things to me, said Vandalyu. If we're going to kill him, no, he's been indulging in unforgivable acts of violence, so I'm definitely going to kill him, but I want to do it myself. I can tell he's quite the scoundrel just from looking at those spirits, but, is it really that bad? Zran asked. Quite, Vandalyu replied. To the point that I question his sanity. But Vandalyu felt more bewilderment than hatred upon learning about Kanata. To summarize Vandalyu's thoughts, he was basically wondering, what the hell is he doing? Kanata's acts were so cruel that they couldn't be considered the acts of a human, but more importantly, they were too reckless. He would simply kill, rape and steal if things became inconvenient or he thought that doing things that way would be quicker. If he kept doing such things, even with a cheat-like ability, it would be impossible to live for very long. Vandalyu was far more curious about this than the fact that Kanata had a far more adult-like appearance than him despite him having been the first to die in origin, or how Kanata knew where he was. Rodcourt probably had something to do with those, after all. For now, it seems certain that he has come to kill me, but let's make a habit of casting Detect Life periodically from now on, said Vandalyu. The work that Kanata had apparently mentioned was probably the task of killing Vandalyu. Vandalyu didn't really care, but why had he come to interfere now, of all times? It was good that he was aiming directly for Vandalyu rather than Braga and the others who were standing by in the guildmaster's mansion, though. If I recall, those people were acting like allies of justice, weren't they? Said Eleonora. That's how allies of justice are, said Vandalyu. They'd be considered heroes from the point of view of the followers of Bellwood or Alda, but from our point of view, they're not. Indeed, you're right, Eleonora agreed. As they were conversing, Vandalyu and his companions arrived in the deepest part of Nineland. There was a dark stone corridor before them, and casting Detect Life ahead revealed no signs of human life. But Vandalyu's danger sense. Death was giving a response. Is it a trap? Asked Zran. No, with this shape, it's probably a barrier, said Vandalyu. It said that the champion left a barrier behind, too. Continuing from the tunnel into the corridor, Vandalyu fired some weak death bullets into a head into it. A wall of light appeared in a spot that previously had nothing there, emitting flashes of light and noises as it repelled the death bullets. This is the barrier left behind by the Champion 9 road. Eleonora murmured. It repelled the Holy Sun's death bullets. Zran exclaimed. Well then, I'm going to remove it now, said Vandeleur. Eleonora and Zran said in unison. That quickly. Right before the eyes of a surprised Eleonora and Zran, Vandeleur used his death attribute mana to steadily remove the champion's barrier. He wasn't doing anything difficult. He was simply applying huge load that the barrier couldn't withstand, all at once, to break through it by force. Nine Road's barrier resisted for a few dozen seconds, but in the end, it fell apart with a sound similar to the noise of glass shattering. Phew, it was harder than Ice Age's ice, said Vandeleur. I used 300 million mana, too. Give me one of the obentos, please, he requested. Sure, Zran said with an astonished expression as he took out a flask from the luggage. It contained the fresh blood of the protégé bodyguard of the Mages Guild's guild master. He had apparently benefited plenty from the fact that his employer was working with the pure-breed vampires, so his blood was particularly delicious. Phew, having a drink after doing some hard work really is something, said Vandeleur. Vandeleur-sama, that. Eleonora began. Sounded like something that a middle-aged man would say. Vandeleur asked. No, it was like a child trying to do his best to push himself past his limit, so it was rather adorable. I see, with his shoulders dropping a little at Eleonora's words, Vandeleur started walking forward again without waiting for his mana to recover. He knew that Kanata was heading this way, but thanks to the automatic mana recovery skill, he was recovering more than 10,000 mana every second, so it wasn't a problem. Past the barrier, the corridor ended in an unimaginably enormous underground cemetery. There were holes of various sizes containing bones and shells. It was a sight that made it difficult to call this a holy place. The air lingering here was full of an unpleasant moisture and somehow felt sinister. Though there shouldn't have been any signs of life here, there were quiet noises that sounded like groans coming from somewhere. The princess isn't here, said Vandeleur. I. Livia-sama, Zran called out. It's me, Zran. You can come out now. But Vandeleur couldn't see any vengeful ghosts or evil spirits. Nor could he see the first Princess Livia. There might still be another barrier. It is not uncommon for there to be 2 or 3 barriers when something needs to be sealed inside, said Eleonora. As they heeded her words and looked around, they found something that did indeed resemble a barrier. A silver coffin bound by whips. This was likely the barrier's core. I wonder whose idea it was to do this, said Vandeleur. 9 Road was apparently a user of the whip technique, said Zran. Doesn't that explain it? By the way, what do you think is inside the coffin? Asked Eleonora. If it is a pure-breed vampire, then they might become a powerful ally, or perhaps not. It might be a vampire who turned to the evil gods, after all. It would indeed be problematic if I were to undo the seal and someone we couldn't handle were to come out, Vandeleur agreed as he tentatively tried beginning to remove the seal, but there wasn't really any reaction from Danger Sense. Death. Is it empty inside? It seems fine, so I'm removing the seal, he said. And then he began removing the barrier in the same way he removed the outside barrier earlier. Before he had even finished removing it, the whip snapped as the coffin opened forcefully from the inside. Vandeleur-sama, Eleonora cried. She and Zran tried to grab Vandeleur and retreat, but the red amoeba-shaped thing that had flown out of the coffin raised its head and looked down at Vandeleur, approaching him with incredible speed like a venomous snake. Gargle, 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 gulp. It was swallowed by Vandeleur. Zran and Eleonora said in unison, dumbfounded. Vandeleur finished drinking the coffin's contents, put his hands together, lowered his head and said, Gokususama. Vandeleur-sama, what was that? Eleonora asked. More importantly, why did you swallow it? Why, you ask, it did enter my mouth, Vandeleur replied. No, you'd normally spit it out, right? Sran exclaimed. But I don't think it's good to leave food unfinished, said Vandeleur. Well, I suppose you wouldn't normally refer to blood that a champion sealed away 100,000 years ago as food. So at least you know. Wait, so that thing you just swallowed was blood? Sran shouted. Then could it possibly have been part of the Demon King? Asked Eleonora. It was a well-known story that the champions had defeated the Demon King Guduranis, taken his body apart and sealed each part away individually. It was just blood, but considering that it had been sealed away, they couldn't think of anyone it could possibly belong to other than the Demon King. In fact, the announcer in Vandeleur's head had said, "You have absorbed the blood of the Demon King." He had been wondering whether he should tell Sran and Eleonora, knowing that it would shock them. The blood-sucking skill has reached level 10. It has transformed into the superior skill, blood work. The level of the blood work, death, attribute magic, superhuman strength, rapid healing, automatic mana recovery, magic resistance, venom secretion, claws, fangs, tongue, body expansion, tongue, skills have increased. You have acquired the title, the second coming of the Demon King. Vandeleur wanted to strongly protest to the last part, the title that he had gained. Who was the announcer calling the second coming of the Demon King? But vomit it out, you have to vomit it out, holy son. Vandeleur. Spit it out, spit. Sran had grabbed Vandeleur's legs and was now shaking him while holding him upside down, so he didn't have time to think about this. No, I mean, but, I've already absorbed, hello. As Vandeleur was being shaken up and down, perhaps because he had removed the champion's seal, he could now see countless ghosts. Upside down ghosts. Unlike the powerless spirits that could only be seen by Vandeleur, undead and spiritualists, these are beings that have turned into monsters without physical bodies. They are rank 2, and although most physical attacks are ineffective against them, they have no physical power of their own. But most of them still possess incomplete versions of the personalities and memories that they possessed in life. Who is it? A pawn of the Hartner family. No, this presence that is both terrifying and comforting, just what could it? Look at that titan. It's an undead. Why is an undead here? The barrier has been broken. Are we going to be set free? The semi-transparent ghosts with blurry outlines, whose legs were missing below their knees, were whispering amongst themselves. Vandeleur couldn't feel any hostility from them, but he could sense that they were frightened. Sran unconsciously let go of Vandeleur's legs and began shouting in the ghost's direction. Levia.Sama, is Levia.Sama here? I'm Sran of Talashim. Vandeleur, who had quickly been caught by Eleonora, saw a female ghost with long hair extending past her waist, floating to the front. Levia.Sama, Sran exclaimed. Sran. I remember you. A scout warrior, the most proficient in the use of short swords among our race. Sran hadn't been intimate with Princess Levia, nor had he served in a position close to her. But in the city of Talashim, with a population of only 5,000 and society with loose hierarchies, exceptional warriors would have had opportunities to meet the princess in person. Sran was a scout, the kind of fighter that Titans lacked most, so it seemed that he had been easier to remember than others. You remained in Talashim with Zandia and the others to fight until the very end, so why are you here? Asked Levia. But now that you have been sealed in here, you are prisoners like us. We are forced to wander this place, unable to return to the goddess's side or rid ourselves of our regrets. I've removed the barrier, said Vandeleur. Indeed, as long as the 2 barriers that have been set up are not removed, Levia stopped speaking for a moment. They have been removed. Yes. I'm sorry for the late introduction. I'm Vandeleur, the current king of Talashim. And so, Vandeleur introduced himself, still being held upside down in the position that Eleonora had caught him in. After hearing Vandalu's explanation and seeing the rock salt originating from Garan's valley that he had brought from Talashim, Livia completely believed in his words. It would have been problematic if she had refused to believe him, so Vandalu felt relieved. I see, said Livia. Everyone who stayed behind in Talashim was valiant until the very end. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for leading Borkus and the others, and for protecting my homeland. But despite that, I was unable to protect everyone. It's not your fault, Livia. Sran exclaimed. The ones at fault are those traitors of the Hartner family. When Princess Livia and her small escort force escaped from Talashim into the Hartner Duchy, they had been warmly welcomed by Duke Hartner and the inhabitants of the city that was now in ruins. But Duke Hartner poisoned the meal that had been prepared for the Titans. None of the Titans, who had believed that the Hartner family was a sworn ally, doubted the Duke. They ate their meals, swallowed the poison. Although they tried to resist after that, they were captured by the Duke's knights and the mages who served him, and Princess Livia's guards were slain on the spot. Princess Livia herself was accused of plotting to kill the Duke and burned at the stake. And then her remains had been buried beneath this underground barrier. I learned of what happened after that from those who were buried here like us and gained a good understanding of things, she said. The knights and mages who killed us were also killed and buried here to ensure their silence, you see. Apparently, the Duke at the time had been exceptional when it came to conspiracy, he hadn't left anyone involved alive. Perhaps old Lady Milan of the city of Niarchy had heard the story from the wandering spirits who had managed to escape before being imprisoned here. So, about what comes next, said Vandalu, changing the subject. It does not even need to be said by someone who no longer belongs in this world. The right to Talashim's throne is yours. Please save everyone and guide them. Livia lowered her head towards Vandalu. Each of her movements was so elegant that it was difficult to believe that she didn't have a physical body. And yet, there was no trace of pride in her actions. So, this is what a graceful princess is like, Vandalu thought. She was a Titan, so she was still 2 meters tall despite having half of her legs missing, however. Her appearance was blurred now, but she had probably been a beautiful princess when she was alive. With this, we can all return to the goddess's side, she said. Ah, please wait. Vandalu stopped her, though this beauty wasn't the reason that he did so. I need your help to save everyone at the slave.run mine, he said. My help. Livia repeated. But I am not capable of doing anything significant as I am now. We don't need you to, Eleonora told her. What is important is for you to cooperate with Vandalu. And be seen doing so. Of course, the Titans being held captive in the slave.run mines knew nothing about Vandalu and the current Talashim. Most importantly, death, a tribute charm wouldn't work on them, so even if Vandalu were to tell them, I've come from Talashim to save you, there was a high chance that they wouldn't believe him. Even if the undead Titans like Sran and Borkus convinced them, they would still have their doubts. They might believe the words of their families or relatives, but if they weren't closely related to the undead Titans, they might simply think that the Titans had gone mad after becoming undead. The teachings of the goddess Vita said that undead should be treated with open-mindedness, but not that undead should be befriended without question. Of course, there was the option of ignoring the feelings of the captive slaves and dragging them to Talashim by force before explaining things, but if they resisted unexpectedly and there were injuries, or casualties, it would leave a bad aftertaste. It would be possible to turn them into undead, but if it was possible to prevent them from dying in the first place, that would be best. That was where Princess Livia came in. She had led the Titans 200 years ago. Even though she had turned into a ghost, her words would probably reach them. At the very least, you should be able to make them listen to us, said Eleonora. But why would they listen to the words of someone who failed to protect everyone? And I no longer have any regrets or grudges needed to bind me to this world, said Livia. My heart has already been saved. Your son will surely be able to free the slaves and... Son. Eleonora repeated. No, I'm not Vandalyu. Sama's parent. Is that all right with you? Asked Vandalyu, interrupting Eleonora, who seemed to have been mistaken for his parent because he was a damper. What do you mean? Asked Livia. Are you all right with simply forgiving them? The ones who killed you, killed your guards and warriors and shut you in here for 200 years. The ones who unjustly took your people as captives and continued to exploit them for 200 years. Are you all right with the decision of not releasing your anger, resentment and hatred? That is, Livia's voice trembled. The Titan ghosts behind her appeared to waver as they trembled as well. When they had been killed 200 years ago, when they had learned that their people had been taken to the slave-run mines, they felt anger, resentment and hatred towards the Hartner family, just as Vandalyu said. They had cursed their betrayal, screamed that they would never forget this grudge and seethed with hatred. To the point that the tiny amount of the Demon King's mana leaking from the seal had reacted to it, turning them into ghosts. But vengeance is. Livia began. A reasonable act, said Vandalyu, interrupting her. Especially in this case. I'm not telling you to take your hatred of 200 years ago and take it out on the people living today, he continued, looking directly into the eyes of Livia and the other ghosts. I'm only telling you to use your current hatred and take it out on today's people. Vandalyu conveyed to them the anger, resentment and hatred that he felt, awakening their own anger, resentment, hatred and regret. It's only natural to be angry, to resent, to hate. It's normal for any person. Someone you trusted betrayed you, showed contempt for you and robbed you of your lives. People important to you were unfairly turned into prisoners and exploited for 200 years. If you feel nothing towards those who did this, I can only say that you have gone mad, said Vandalyu. Natural. Normal. What did you feel when you realized that your food had been poisoned, when your guards were killed, when you were burned alive? Asked Vandalyu. Back then, Inside you, there should be resentment, anger and hatred. Let it burn once more. Inside me, our anger, my resentment, even ghosts that were completely unrelated were stirring, but Vandalyu took no notice of them as he continued. Please lend me your strength, he said. In order to take back what was taken from us. As he finished speaking, there was the sound of an igniting spark as light and heat spread across the underground graveyard that had been in complete darkness a moment ago. I've remembered, my anger, my resentment. Livia cried. Moving on without ridding ourselves of this hatred is impossible. Isn't that right, everyone? Princess Livia was burning. Not metaphorically, but literally. Her unreliable-looking spirit-form body was now shining red, and her outlines and the details of her face were now clearly visible. She looked just like a goddess of fire, with hair and a dress made of flames. You have acquired the dead spirit magic skill. That's right, that's exactly right. We cannot disappear until we deliver a calamity upon the Hartner family that has scorned and tormented us. They'll feel my wrath for playing around with us and throwing us away. Don't underestimate a maid. Kia. There were some ghosts getting fired up who were not among the victims of the Hartner family, but Vandalyu took no notice of this. All of the ghosts in the underground graveyard were burning, as if surrounded in flames. Did their ranks increase? But just how? Zran wondered. No, I suppose it doesn't matter. In any case, it seems that Livia.Sama and everyone else is going to stay to help us. Vandalyu had used the mental encroachment skill to share his feelings of defeat with Livia and the others, setting alight the feelings of defeat that they themselves had once felt. Influenced by Livia, who had been burned at the stake, they had become rank 3 fire ghosts while Livia herself had become a rank 4 flame ghost. It was a phenomenon that would cause an uproar if witnessed by researching mages and scholars of the Mages Guild. Vandalyu.Sama has become an even greater figure, said Eleonora. Isn't that just fine? I suppose you're right, said Zran. And so, this phenomenon was brushed aside just like that. Well, Vandalyu himself was also very surprised at the way Princess Livia and the other ghosts had gotten so fired up. He had shared his feelings of hatred and anger that felt like they were burning his body, but he hadn't expected them to actually burn. He wasn't surprised enough to forget about everything else, though. "Now then, let's get going and save everyone," said Livia. "Sorry, but there's a matter that I have to deal with first." Instead of taking Livia's burning hand, Vandalyu turned around to look towards the corridor that he had come through. There was a man in his 30s with black hair and black eyes standing there, his empty hands raised in the air. "Wait. Listen to what I have to say. I'm sorry for what I did back then, please forgive me," said Kato Kanata. He kneeled before Vandalyu, pressing his head against the dusty floor. B-Noel.M title explanation. Second Coming of the Demon King, a title that indicates the second coming of the Demon King. One must not only be recognized as such, but also be able to perform the same feats as the Demon King Guduranis, in order to gain this title. For example, breaking souls, generating new races of monsters and creating dungeons. It is also possible to gain this title by taking in, absorbing or being taken in by a part of the Demon King. Those who acquire this title gain bonuses to various techniques that are considered forbidden techniques and evil knowledge, as well as to the aforementioned acts that are part of the conditions of gaining the title. The ability of creating and altering new races of monsters receives a particularly large bonus. Princess Livia and her companions becoming a flame ghost and fire ghosts is another example of this. However, this does not allow unconditional creation and alteration of new monsters. There are fine conditions and affinities for this that need to be considered.